Hello, good morning and welcome to WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna Seca and the 2023 Rolex Monterey Motorsport reunion. We are bringing you what is the best car show that you're going to see anywhere in the world right now, and I'm pleased to say that I'm not on my own doing it, because I'm going to be joined for the duration of this fantastic event by the man who will add the colour and the commentary in the announcer booth, the one and only Mr. Johnny Green. Johnny, great to see you. Great to be back. What an event we got set for.
You can't beat it. Laguna Seca in the middle of August, some of the greatest cars in the world, probably the biggest historic motor racing event in the world. And remember, it's not just the 2 days we're going to be covering here on our live stream. It's a whole week of auctions, concourses. So many people come to bear on this. I saw cars coming on the way down on the motorway. And it's just a very special event. The sun will come out, I promise. But I'm looking forward to this, as always.
Yeah, looking forward to it. Lots of cars that we've seen before and some exhibits that we haven't seen before. We're stood in front of, at the moment, the Rolling Bones exhibits. Look at these hot rods. We were just sticking our heads in the doors of these. Exciting cars and fun cars.
And most of these cars behind us have driven here from New York. Yeah. Some of the customers are actually here in California, so they've brought them over here. 5-day trip, but what a trip. They've been talking about how everybody's been waving at them and pipping their horns and so on and so forth. But that's the spirit of historic racing. And back in the day, back in the 50s and 60s, you did drive your car to the race and then get it prepared and go racing.
And these people will be going racing. Historic cars, priceless in some instances, but, you know, don't be fooled. They're going to be going wheel to wheel, pushing them to the limits. And big names here as well this weekend. Adrian Newey is just across the way over there, about to get into a GT40 and go out a little bit later on this morning. We're hoping to have a chat to him.
Yeah, you know, it's so often in motorsports, and I'm at fault doing it too. We talk about the racing drivers and we talk about the cars, and that's correct. But we often forget about the real brilliance behind them, and that's the likes of Adrian Newey, Jim Hall, Dan Gurney, the history of fantastic design, aerodynamics and all the rest of it that makes racing what it is, thanks to the likes of Adrian Newey. So yes, we are delighted to have an absolutely star like Adrian here. Can't wait.
Yeah, can't wait to speak to him. And also as well, I think Johnny, well, he's gone. He's got to go and get up to the booth, because we can hear the announcer over my shoulder here just letting us know that it is going to be Group 1, 1955 to 1967. Small displacement engines are about to go out. Johnny's just literally just run across the way up to the announcer's booth, and he's got a guest from the Group 3 cars going to go and have a chat to him and just talk through what is going to be a fantastic first session here. But lots to come over the course of the weekend, and don't forget, we are celebrating 70 years of the Corvette. There is an amazing display of Corvettes that is just across the way over there, and they've got a new 2024 model coming out, the Corvette E-Ray, which is 655 horsepower of perfect modern sports car. So I'm really looking forward to seeing that. Also as well, a little bit later on, keep your eyes peeled for the Group 8 Trans Am cars, 1966 to 72 historic Trans Am cars. These things not only look great, but they sound great. They will shake your ribcage to its very foundations, let me tell you. And it wouldn't be a Rolex Monterey Motorsport reunion without a visit from everyone's favourite Ragtime Racers. They will be coming up a little bit later on as well. Right, that's it from me. Let's go straight up to Johnny in the booth with Group 1. Here we go.
Thanks, Kevin. Yes, as you can see, we are straight on it as we look down to the Mission Foods Bridge here at WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna Seca. It's somewhat typical that we start today in a little bit of foggy conditions, but that is Monterey. If you've ever been here before, this is how most days start here on the peninsula. But we are high above the coast. It's about 10 miles away, but there is the famous corkscrew. And growing up in England, to see this site was such a sight for me. And I did a lot of motorcycle racing back in the 80s and 90s, and the idea of coming to Laguna Seca was steeped in history. And remember that this circuit goes all the way back to 1955, and so this celebration, this reunion, is all about that. 14 categories in all, and we start with Group 1, which is for Cars from 1955 to 1967, SCCA production, small displacement, so under 2.5 litres. And as you can see, a lot of European cars, as you'd expect. And talking of European cars, alongside me, Rick Rawlins, who will be in Group 3. Rick, I'm so delighted you've come up this early in the morning to talk to the people who've tuned in, because you guys are what makes this event. Because it's one thing to get this art, this museum on wheels out there, but for you guys to be driving it is very special. You're going to be in a Bugatti, which I've just taken a close look at. Very nice indeed. But just give the audience an idea of what this event means to the people who take part like yourself.
It's an honor to get to drive these great old machines. I mean, we're the caretakers of these things, and we treat them with respect, and we have a great amount of respect for the people that race them before us, and hopefully people will race them much after we're gone. And this event, to me, is a very, very special part of my life. This is the 42nd year in a row I have raced a car here.
Is it really?
Yeah. Everything from a 1922 Model T Ford race car to a 1979 Shadow Formula One car. So I know exactly where I'm going to be on this very day every year. It's like Christmas morning. I'm going to be here because it's such a great place.
And is there one particular event or one particular car that stands out to you?
Well, I like the early cars, but I also like the Formula One group. I think it's the DFV Cosworth era is so fabulous, and there's some really great guys running in that group. Zach Brown, who runs the McLaren racing team, is a very competent driver, and he drives a Williams. I don't know why he doesn't drive a McLaren. But,
yes, it's kind of ironic, isn't it?
But he actually is driving Dan Gurney's old McLaren Can-Am car. A Mark.
I'll
Mark
check.
8D.
There you go.
Did I get that right? Yeah, I think it's an 8D McLaren that Gurney ran.
Yeah, you're right. In the Formula One, he's driving the FW07B
right.
from 1980. And yeah, I'll check on that McLaren. But
I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, and Zach is actually typical of the kind of folk that come to a race like this as we get ready to do one more lap, I think, under the safety car. So we won't miss anything. Like I said, just to reiterate, this is the first group, which is small displacement, 1955 to 67. But Zach epitomizes what this is all about. Yes, he's the managing director of a current Formula One team, but he also has a love of the sport and the history of the sport. He has a great collection, and the cars that he generally brings to America are the cars that he owns.
Yeah, passion is such an overused word nowadays, but
yeah.
He really has the passion. There's some other friends. Charlie Neerberg is a great F1 driver. These guys go out and they look fabulous, and they really run the cars hard, and then they get out and they take their helmets off, and people gasp because they're in their 50s and 60s, and but they still have it. It's a pretty special thing to get to do.
Yeah, it's a relationship. Charles Neerberg, like you say, I've seen him race historics around the world, and he is pretty much at an historic event most weekends, usually here in the States, but he does drive elsewhere as well. But what have we got? What do you like about this group, this particular group? Because this, if you will, was the beginnings of where Laguna Seca started, I guess, in many ways, because 55 is when it moved from Pebble Beach, from a road course, and we had the Jaguar XKXs and many other cars. But small displacement European cars came over and pretty much held their own, didn't they?
Yes, and I'm a Porsche guy. I mean, the 550s and the RSKs and the 4-cam Porsches are so fantastic. But there's a level for everybody. There's guys with speedsters, and I don't know if there's any GTAs in here, but I see an MGA. It's what started here. Phil Hill started in an MG.
Yep.
So these guys really have fun, and a lot of these cars are turning faster lap times than they were originally.
Yeah, that's what amazed me. I saw on the way down here on the motorway, I was kind of gobsmacked that so many of the cars were coming down, and the guys were driving the cars just as they would have done in the day to bring them to the races. But as you say, what's amazing is that you're sat there in a modern car, and these cars are just going the same speed as you. They're going 60, 70, whatever it might be. And you're right, these cars now, some of them are going faster than they were when they were brand new.
Well, I drove my cousin out here in the Bugatti from Carmel, and he thought, well, can these things keep up with modern traffic? So I don't know, we'll see. And he had no idea what he was getting into. And by the time we blasted out here and passed a bunch of cars on the freeway, he got out and was a little shaky. He couldn't believe it.
I'll bet. I can totally imagine. Well, we're underway for our first group of the day. We welcome you to the 1955 to 1967. This is the Rolex Monterey Motorsports reunion here in the height of August. As I said, the sun will come out eventually. It always does here in Monterey. It blows off the fog from the hills, and we start roaring around. But just to give you a sense of where we are, let's take you back to 1956 when Elvis Presley was on the Ed Sullivan Show. Rosa Parks was making a name for herself in 55 on the back of that bus, and Bill Haley and the Comets were rocking round the clock. So that puts you in the scene of what it was like back then. So you've been coming here a fair few years. How much has this event changed?
Oh, when I first started coming, it was just a bunch of guys that drug their cars on open trailers and sat around the campfire and had a beer after the races, and it was very low key. Steve Earle started it.
That's right, 74.
Yeah, great guy. And it's just gotten more and more and more, I don't want to say professional, but people are serious about it. And of course, we've added cars that are pretty contemporary now that really give a great show to the spectator.
I think what impresses me more than anything else is, as you say, it might have started rough and ready, on the back of a trailer, but now, just to get into this event, you have to be so precise with the preparation and the equipment that you use to prepare the cars, keeping it to what was used in the day, making sure that it's authentic. They won't just let a thrown-together car come in here. You have to have authenticity.
That's correct. There's enough demand that they can really pick and choose the cars that they want. And there's some really special machinery here. And most of these cars have a story in their own right.
Oh, I'm sure. And I think that is why I'm so excited to have you up today. Is we're going to talk about your Bugatti in a moment, but I think that's the beauty of this whole event, is that every car and driver has their own story to tell, and that's why I want as many drivers to come up here throughout the weekend as we take a look at the 65 of Rob Walton. And as you mentioned, lots of Porsches. We've got a Morgan +4 out there, plenty of Porsches, Alfa Romeos, MGs. These were the days when the European cars, just basically after the war, there was a huge surge of sales for cars. And also, I think the culture, I just mentioned some of the highlights of what was going on in the States, but there was a sense of adventure and a sense of people wanting to get out and go racing and do exciting things like this. They were looking for an outlet at the weekends.
Well, after the war, sports cars were pretty new. The GIs saw them in England, and they started coming in dribs and drabs, and this was really the genesis of this form of racing. Obviously, in the 20s, we had some fabulous, interesting racing on the county fairgrounds when kids would build Model T race cars and go out. And then Harry Miller came along. We have our own racing royalty and racing history pre-World War II, but this is the post-World War II era.
Yeah, and as I've got to learn how American, obviously growing up in the UK, these were cars that I saw, on posters, and they were normal to see at Silverstone or Alton Park or wherever. And so it wasn't that odd to see a Porsche, but when I see what the likes of Dan Gurney then did with the big power, using the big American engine and then putting it in an AC Cobra, and kind of mimicking what the Europeans had done so well, you start to see how the amalgamation between British, European, and American racing came together in this period, basically.
I'm so glad you mentioned Dan. He was a really good friend. We're still very, very close with his family, with Evie, who's one of my wife's very best friends. And, you know, I always told him, I can't believe that my childhood hero became my good friend. And that's really what a lot of this is about. You know, Rob Walton's out here in this 26R Lotus, and the thing is a screamer. And Rob is also obviously a very accomplished guy. But, you know, this is a great equalizer. You have very successful American businessmen side by side with guys that are mechanics that do all the work themselves and could just barely get their car together and come out here. And we have just met so many fabulous, interesting people all over the world. That's really the best part of it.
Yeah, and people, like I said at the opening, I was just talking to Kev at the top there about how we've got people like Adrian Newey here and Gordon Murray, guys that don't get perhaps the everyday notoriety that people like Dan Gurney are beginning to get now for their role in the development, the innovation. Jim Hall, another one. So important to the development of racing and the development of car racing, from production cars to sports car racing.
Yeah, I think of what Dan did as the only American to ever build his own Formula One car and win a race with it. And just some spectacular, innovative, creative thinking. In his later years, he built a 2-cylinder engine that was a moment-canceling engine that was very, very innovative. And I said, Dan, when you wake up at 2 a.m. and you can't sleep, what do you think about? I think about designing that engine. And as an aside, he sadly never got to hear it run, but his sons, Justin and Alex, finished it, and over at AAR they had a big unveiling. We all went over and heard the engine run. It brought a tear to your eye. Great story.
We were just looking at that 1964 MGB Roadster. Matt Litchi, Natucci at the wheel, a man from San Francisco. Most of the competitors from California, as you'd expect. There's a huge, rich history here on the West Coast for racing, especially in historics, because so much of the importing came into this part of the world, and of course that combined with Detroit coming into its own over the years, and then obviously here it all came together effectively. You could argue in 1970 with Trans Am really hitting its stride in April 1970, when Trans Am kind of all manufacturers, great drivers from around the world, and Trans Am just stole the show, and nobody really expected it. But it was here at Laguna Seca in the early years of Laguna that racing really took a name for itself. And then of course Sears Point, Sonoma now. These are the circuits that were built when we stopped racing at the likes of Sebring, even though we're still racing there, but we stopped using airfields and drag race strips, and we started building purpose-built racetracks.
Yeah, this is such a fabulous track, and just sitting here watching the monitor, a little personal reflection. When you come up the hill, they're starting up the hill towards the corkscrew. In a Formula One car, you have no sensation that you're going up a hill, because really? It's so powerful and they stick so well that it's just like going down a hill or going on the flat. It's incredible.
Well, it's John Chipfudge that's out front at the moment. We're looking at the 718. Looking down, there's a huge entry list in this particular field. 718 is Daniel Schwartz from Bakersfield, California, another hotbed of great racing drivers in that 1958 Turner 950S. Beautiful car. And we'll get a chance to see over the weekend each of these groups out a couple of times, so if we don't get everyone in on this particular first airing, if you will, we'll hopefully see more of the whole group. This is a massive group. We've got hundreds, literally hundreds of cars here. Peter Smith, Liddell Marr, and Austin Healey 1958 Sprite. Is there any one particular car that you have either raced or like in this particular group?
Well, I believe I saw a Porsche Abarth in here.
Yes, you did, yeah.
And is that Bill Lyons?
We've got Ransom Webster did one, yeah.
Right. Okay, that's Ransom. Number 49 right there, I believe.
There you go.
And what a spectacular thing those are. I mean, a priceless car. They've built very, very few of them. And, you know, these guys are out here putting them to the test. It's so great to see cars running at speed rather than just stuffed away in a museum somewhere.
Well, let me ask you this, because I mean, whenever I talk about historic racing to people who don't go to these events, they always say to me, "Well, how do they get the parts? How do they prepare them? How do they run them when these parts and these cars don't exist anymore?" Just give us an insight into the preparation that goes on.
Well, I can't speak to every type of car, of course, but there's a niche for every car, and luckily in the Bugatti world, the Bugatti Club in England makes a number of the parts, so you can really get on the website and just order parts new. Same thing goes for early Bentleys. There's enough cars that you can do that. There's also, bizarrely enough, a company in Argentina that will make you a brand new Bugatti. That is pretty hard to tell from an original car. So, you know, there's enough demand and interest with people, and, you know, a lot of Bugatti is sculpture and art and performance, and it's great that everybody can enjoy them.
Well, there is that 1961 Abarth Carrera, and man from Reno, Ransom Webster, pedaling it away.
He has a fabulous collection of all era Porsches. I think he has every poster that Porsche ever put out in his private museum. It's really great. And with a 4-cam motor like that, he has all kinds of spares, and, you know, the roller bearing crankshaft. So you really have to get people that know what they're doing and have experience to rebuild them.
So Fudge, Healy and Walton, that's your top 3 at the moment. This is our first group of the day. 14 groups in all. You're listening to Rick Rawlins, who'll be out in his 1927 Ducati.
26.
Ducati.
That's close enough. They're all the same.
Well, let me ask you this, because I had a closer look at your car. It's magnificent, and I urge you, if you please tune in to Group 3, because it's a treat, because these are early Grand Prix cars, open-wheel cars from the late 20s, early 30s, and Bugatti, I mean, to be honest, it is synonymous with the history of motor racing. And I noticed on the front of your car, Bugatti Club of America. So obviously you mentioned the Bugatti's club in England, but how large and how interesting is that? Because I hadn't even thought that there would be a Bugatti Club of America.
It's a fabulously interesting group of people. I think you have to be a little esoteric, eccentric to appreciate that. But you know, Ralph Lauren's a member. We just have some really interesting people, and there's a number of Bugatti events that they do all over the country. And there's also Bugatti tours in Europe that people ship cars over. But there's quite a following of Bugatti people here.
1959 Porsche just going for his shot there. Beautiful in red. Charles Christensen at the wheel. And that 356 from 1969. And is it hard for you to run that car or to drive that car? Because it is a very old car.
It's a little bit of a challenge. Yeah,
I'll bet. Yeah. Coming down the corkscrew?
Well, the shift pattern's opposite. So first is where second's supposed to be and all that. And so, you get it ingrained in your head, a typical 4 or 5 speed, and you have to reprogram your brain a little bit.
And what's its history? Where did you get your hands on it? Where was it before?
It was sold new in France, and I have all the owners' names and addresses. It ran in Monterey at the Bol d'Or, and then it was used by a guy who had a large collection of Bugattis back in the 50s and 60s, and then Auto Zipper imported it to this country, and it's been here ever since. It was owned by the registrar of the Bugatti Owners Club. It's a pretty fun thing.
In my experience talking to drivers like yourself, there's always one thing that kind of tends to go or tends to be replaced the most. Is there anything on that particular car that you have to go, I got to keep an eye on that?
Well, you're going to jinx me because I'm going to say
no.
no.
Sorry,
and
yeah.
the clutches are a little sensitive, but talking about the Group 3, however, we have a huge disparity in cars. We have cars up to 1955.
Wow.
Because there's not enough cars to really put on a race. So we have incredibly fast cars with slower cars. And it's all about respecting the other driver.
Yes, I can imagine. Well, this Group 1 well underway here in the mist and fog of Laguna Seca as we get underway for the 2023. Charles Christensen in that 356, heading back up the hill and up towards the corkscrew. You're right, that hill is much steeper than it looks, certainly from above, and the corkscrew looks rather flat from there, but it's when you stand at that WeatherTech bridge and look up that you start to realize just how steep it is. Done a lot of bike racing here in the past, and when you look up there 5 stories, I bet your heart still goes in your mouth whenever you go down there, doesn't it?
Well, you turn left down the corkscrew, you can't see anything.
Right.
So you kind of think you're headed towards the apex, but you're not exactly sure. Sometimes you nail it, sometimes you don't. Laguna Seca is probably, facetiously, the only place in the world where you can experience winter and summer in an hour.
Yes.
And I never know whether to wear Levi's or shorts. So you bring both, I guess, because you can go to really cold and damp to really, really warm. So you'll have a nice sunny day here in an hour or so. Yeah,
I made the mistake of many times coming here in August thinking, well, somebody's gone off sadly.
Uh-oh.
That's the number 7 of Horatio Fitzsimmons in that 26. That's a shame. I never want to see anybody go into the gravel, and let's hope that isn't because of anything down on the track itself. Of course, the Laguna Seca circuit resurfaced recently. How much difference has that made?
It's really smooth. It's very nice. Resurfaced the whole track. Got a new bridge here. They put some money into it. Some guys, Bruce Canepa and John Fiber and Ned Speaker, and some guys that are real racers have taken over the track, and they're doing a great job. Yeah, that little Alpha that went off, that's an important car.
Yeah. And that's the thing. I mean, none of these cars aren't important. There's Horatio. Fitzsimon in the Lotus. I thought it was he that went off, but it wasn't. He is pedaling hard as he comes out of the corkscrew, flat out down the hill towards Rainey Corner. Wayne Rainey here this weekend. He lives just across the way, the famous 3-time MotoGP or Grand Prix 500 champion.
You see that little number 7, that little Lotus 26R.
26R, yeah.
Those are unbelievable sleepers. They look like a little kiddie car.
Yeah.
And they're really, really fast.
And lightweight, right?
There's the checkered flag.
So checkered flag is out, and not a surprise to see Chip Fudge, John Chip Fudge, winning here, as he often has so often. Was Horatio Fitzsimon taking second place, getting up to second, and moving past Cameron Healy for third. Rob Walton, who we mentioned earlier, took fourth place, Mike Sweeney in fifth, and Paul Freestone in sixth, William Lyon in seventh position. But a nice way to get us into the groove of what will be a moving history for the weekend as part of the Rolex Monterey Motorsports reunion. And it's an event that doesn't just take place on these 2 days. It's been going all week long. Do you get involved with the whole week?
They don't run the really early cars at the pre-reunion. We used to call it the prehistorics. But last weekend's kind of a warm-up. But this week up here is just crazy. I'm trying to perfect being at 2 places at once. I've almost got it down. But, there are 5 auctions, and there are car shows everywhere, and the racing. Of course, Pebble Beach is on Sunday, which is it's the Kentucky Derby of car shows. And it's just a fabulous event.
Well, you've been listening to Rick Rawlins. He'll be out. He's about to grab his suit and get going because he's out in that beautiful Bugatti coming up in Group 3, so we'll hear from him. Feel free to come back and share some more thoughts on that and how you get on, because you're always welcome up here. I try to encourage people, especially if they're driving, to come and join us, because this is who the fans want to hear from, is what you guys do so well. Thank you, Rick, and we are underway. We'll take a short break here from Laguna Seca, and we'll be back with more from the reunion after this.
Now is the moment to plan your trip to Monterey County.
So, as our first group leave the track here at Laguna Seca just before turn 10, let's head down to the pit lane, and Kev is out and about already. Kev, let's go down and find out the latest. Kev, who have you found?
You're up against the pal on the front there as well, apparently, Joe.
Yeah.
Well, good morning. Thanks, Johnny. Look who I've found down here on the grid. He's a busy, busy man, but he's going out racing. Adrian, great to see you. You've got a busy season, and look at what you do on your weekends off. Tell us what you're driving today.
My old Ford GT40, which I've had for over 20 years now. No, it's great to be out here. The last time I was here was in 1987 with Mario Andretti, race engineering him. So it's great to be back. Really nice atmosphere out here. I've really enjoyed the weekends. Did the prehistoric last weekend and now here.
This is the great thing about the Rolex event, that people may not realise. You are, incredibly busy in Formula, like I say, but, at the heart of all of this, you're a fan the same as everyone else. You love getting behind the wheel of these classic and historic cars.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, for me, it's very different to the day job. It's a bit of fun. It's driving rather than engineering. I think it helps me in my day job a little bit, though, understanding kind of, feeling the car and then being able to translate what the drivers are saying. So it's really enjoyable.
Yeah, really enjoyable. And events like this are going to be becoming more and more important as we move through the technological era that we're going towards, electrification, hybrid technology, all of these things. Keeping these cars running, it's more important than ever, isn't it?
It is indeed, yeah. No, and I think it's great. It's a tribute that classic racing out here is so strong. Classic car scene. Came to Sausalito for a few days before we came here, and there's a little classic car meets all over the town, so it's lovely. It's a good atmosphere.
And just one quick one, I got to ask you, having a fantastic season with Red Bull, what have the other guys got to do to catch up with you this year?
I'm not telling them. Thank you very much.
All right, lovely. Thanks, Adrian. Enjoy your drive. Let's have a little roll, shall we? Should we have a little walk and a talk? Because there's a man at the front who's a pal of Adrian's, in actual fact, Jared Lopez, in car number 27. He's got 260 cars in his collection. Jared, I just got to get a quick word with you. We're just chatting to your pal Adrian, but you've put your car in the front row of the grid, and yet you've never driven here before.
Yeah, no, I've never driven here before, but the track flows quite naturally, so it's a lot of fun. It's tricky, but it's super nice. I was quite surprised that I grabbed pole position.
And this car that you're in, there's a quick story about it. Just talk to us about the Le Mans film, because you'd have to be pretty eagle-eyed to have spotted this one before.
Yeah, because it actually ran this way in period, and then it became a Porsche 917 for the Le Mans movie with McQueen, and it was bought out of the production company and re-became what it was initially. But yeah, it was both a Lowland and a 917 at some point in time.
Super stuff. Listen, Gerard, I've got people just sort of waving at you. There's a man holding a 4 or 5 minute board, so get your helmet, get your gloves on. Thank you for talking to us. Good luck. Go well out there. What an exciting grid this is then for this next selection of cars that are going out. We've got Adrian Newey lining up in Ford and GT40. Red Bull and Ford already getting their match up there. Gerard here going out the front in just... an hugely historic and important car. But the great thing is, chatting to Gerard a moment or two ago, is all of these cars in some cases are priceless. Some of them are indeed just, there's only one of them in the world in some cases. But you watch this one. They're going out. They're going to get wheel to wheel. They're going to be racing. These guys haven't come here just to put on a show. They've come here to be the show. So, Johnny, this one is going to be really, really exciting. I think I'll hand back to you because it's about to get very noisy down here. And there's a chap over there holding up, I think, a 2-minute board just over my shoulder. So what a great start to the event, Johnny.
Absolutely, Kev, yeah, and doesn't get any better than the GOAT in my mind, Adrian Newey. What a story, and what a name drop there. I mean, he's been a class act and been part of the world champions of the likes of Lewis and, of course, Verstappen more recently. He's going to be taking on the challenge of Ford, which is really interesting, the future looking so bright. But to have him here is so exciting, and I think it's a part of historics that is not forgotten, that's the wrong word, but it isn't given, I don't think, the gravity that it should be. The designers of these cars and the way they go about the innovations, Adrian being absolutely, will go down in history as one of the greatest of all time. But we celebrate that as much as we celebrate these beautiful pieces of art, and I'm glad to be joined here in the booth by a man who helps put it all together, Barry Tupke. And first of all, I don't know how you and your team do your job, because this is no uncertain undertaking. It's got to be precise, it's got to be right. You're dealing with very wealthy folk, let's be honest, who are kings of industry, or an Adrian Newey, who is absolutely one of the most respected people in motorsport. Not an easy undertaking, but one I know you enjoy.
Absolutely. I mean, this is automotive Disneyland for all these people, for our guests, our drivers, and they come from all walks of life. Like you said, they're captains of the industries and things like that, but they're here to have fun. Our job is to make sure that they're having fun, that they're out there enjoying themselves, enjoying their cars at a safe speed for all the guests to enjoy, and they get to drive them at speed. I mean, it is just an absolute crazy environment that takes an all-year planning, but we just absolutely love hosting everybody here.
You know, and I know Adrian is a huge fan of doing this sort of event because it takes him back to his roots. I mean, he pretty much, graduated with this in mind from university, and the rest is history, as I said, in Formula One terms. But he's also been interested in yachting and motorcycle racing. I've seen him at MotoGPs many a time, looking very closely at the fins and the wings and the aerodynamics of that. He is an absolute study of design and what makes things fast and efficient.
He's also like, I refer to Dan Gurney and Phil Remington when I visited their shop all the time, always tinkering. Adrian's the same way. I think he's always tinkering, always looking at what's the next thing to make it a little bit faster, more efficient, and that's what makes Adrian Newey, I suppose.
Yeah, and it harps back to where here in California, those tinkerers, those people that took those European cars, Dan Gurney included, Parkinson Specials, you name it, Hoffaker, the names of people who were like Adrian, who wanted to sort of, what if we did this? And how could I make it lighter? And what if I took the headlights out and made it into help the brakes?
Absolutely. That's what the car culture of California, especially the Southern California car culture, when Carroll Shelby was developing his cars, it went out of Venice, out of the airport, and as you see on the movies and things, I mean, that all happened. I mean, they were all looking for the power, looking for the design and the speed. And here we are at the Rolex Monterey Motorsports reunion, seeing all the efforts of these great legends and what is happening out there.
Beautiful, absolutely gorgeous. This is Reunion Group 2, and these are the FIA Manufacturers Championship from 1961 to 1971. An interesting era because you had so much going on. You had Can-Am, you had this. Trans-Am was starting to really make a name for itself. So there was a lot of competition, but the drivers and the manufacturers' interest in this particular worldwide was huge.
Oh, absolutely, and especially with the Can-Am. where absolutely no rules existed.
Right.
And to see these cars rumble to life back here in Monterey, and we have a great group, and we have Zach Brown with his ex-Dan Gurney car. So, I mean, it's just history in motion that we just so enjoy. And the caretakers of these cars, because they are just the caretakers. These cars are going to go out longer than anyone else. Hopefully that we continue to keep them on track, keep them running, and that they're not just put away into museums or become history pieces that people look at, oh, that used to run. We love the history. We have the Ragtime Racers all the way up to these groups. Really sharing history in a motorsports museum coming to life, really.
Yeah, and when you think about what's gone on this week, where people are going to auctions or going to concourses and just looking at these cars where they're not running, to actually come here for the weekend and actually see them on track must be so special.
Oh, absolutely. Just, even if you don't buy a ticket, I'm not suggesting you don't buy a ticket, but even if you don't buy a ticket, you can still go through the streets of Monterey, down Carmel, and you see some of the most amazing street cars running around that you just don't see anywhere else. The Bugatti Veyrons, and it's just an absolute eye candy, and I get my goosebumps up when I see these cars when I'm just driving around, and these people are driving them on these public streets, sharing them in a safe manner, and we just love bringing all these people together. They love being here in Monterey. We have our morning cloud cover, and so all the people from the Southwest and the East Coast, they love it here because they can actually walk around and not have the heat. And people really enjoy it, and they share their cars with everyone and just have a blast.
We're looking at Gerard Lopez behind the pace car at the moment. Gerard in a T70 Lola from 1969. Lola, Ford, and cars from all over the world. Brazil, Switzerland, got drivers from all over the world as well, from the UK, from obviously California. Even Luxembourg represented, Switzerland and Brazil. Fantastic. And this must be the highlight of the year every year.
It really is. We work all year long on this, and as the director of heritage events for this event and Porsche Rennsport that's coming up, it's really, it's a passion. It's a love of what we do. And I left for about 3 years ago for just about 7 months. I came back, and I came back for the cars, but really it's about the people, the drivers who are here. They're here to have fun and share their cars. They love talking to people. They love putting kids in their car seats, taking pictures and things like that. So there's so much to do, more than just a static car display. We're rolling, and they're sharing their cars. You can hear them out on track of making some beautiful, beautiful music. And it's just a celebration of motorsports, and we just absolutely enjoy having everyone here.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know whose final decision it is, but there's always, I've been doing this event a few years now, and each time you tweak the groups by a year or here or a year there, or try to, in this particular event, we've had a Trans Am celebration. We're celebrating Corvette's 70th anniversary, McLaren's 60th, of course. So you're always looking at how to, if you like, emphasize a particular mark.
Yeah, absolutely. That's kind of the cornerstone of the events, having a featured mark or a celebration. Last year was the celebration of the kickoff to the 100th anniversary of Le Mans. So working with the gents from the ACO was fantastic. And we're looking at not just next year, but we're looking at about 5 years down the road of kind of reimagining what this event is to keep it fresh so it doesn't become stale, keep new cars coming in. And as you mentioned, we have cars from Switzerland, Luxembourg, Brazil, of re-attracting the international entries. Obviously, coming out of the COVID, transportation costs, car parts, and things like that has put kind of a detriment or a dent into a lot of people's travel schedules. But they're starting to come back. This year is a good return to that. And so we've got a lot of plans going on, and we start planning 2024 in earnest on Monday. As soon as the checkered flag waves here and the transporters leave, we're already meeting.
Yeah, it doesn't surprise me. It really doesn't. It does take a village, and it does take a year at least to get this all together. Here we go then. Group 2 underway for the FIA Manufacturers Championship from 1961 to 1971. And it is Gerard Lopez leading the way in that Lola with a bunch of Fords behind him as the pace car pulls off. And what a beautiful sound that is. And this really was an era of innovation, as you say, where not anything goes, but it wasn't far off.
Absolutely. Now you have so many technical rules and things like that. Look at Formula One, IndyCar, and everybody. But these are unbridled cars and the designer's imaginations to go as fast as you can and have the endurance to compete. And but I can't remember who it was that said. That was Colin Chapman. We don't mind the race cars falling apart after they cross the finish line. So
yes, I've talked to Brian Redmond many times about some 917s he got into that were sometimes a little bit rattly, shall we put it that way. That was Ray Gregory there in 44 from the UK in a 911S, just making a move there into second place. But he's got a battle on his hands. Look at it, side by side up towards the corkscrew as Lopez continues to lead. Down the hill they come. What a wonderful sight this is. And the number 9 holding his own, that's Alex McAllister. And I'm guessing that's part of the McAllister dynasty, right?
Yes, it is. Chris is a fantastic guy. He owns some beautiful cars. He loves to share them as well. And just a class act.
And that's the other thing about historic racing, particularly in the States. And I know so, obviously, at Goodwood in England. It's the same guys meeting every year. That's what they enjoy more than anything. Yes, it's racing the cars, but getting back together with the people who have like mine.
Absolutely, the camaraderie among the drivers. They want to share their car, they want to race their car, but they also don't want to abuse their car or do any damage to their car or other drivers. So safety in the cars are always our topmost concern. But the way they drive them out here right now is pretty special.
Yeah, I wouldn't even want to estimate what the worth is here on this peninsula in this week.
Yeah, but I see the Dave Hagen in the Porsche 910. Beautiful car.
Is there any cars, while I've got you, because we're looking obviously at this particular group too at the moment, but are there any special cars that you want to point out to an audience that may tune in for the weekend and say, wow, I had no idea that was going to be there?
Well, we have not run the Can-Am cars in a few years, so that's always fun. And also we brought back the Formula 5000.
That's the one I'm looking forward to.
That is very cool. Zach Brown brought out the ex-Mario Andretti car winner, so he's got that racing. It's just, they make noise. They're great drivers. A good contingent of them are from Australia and New Zealand. So they ship their containers with their cars in, made it over to Monterey because they love coming back. And but your point is, we do shake it up a little bit. We want new groups, and we're going to be changing a few groups next year. We're always going to protect and preserve the Ragtime Racers and the pre-war things as well, because this is one of the few places in the world that run those cars. And so we always want to keep that alive. Oh, coming around the turn 11
How close
there.
do you want it? I mean, we say that we don't want to hurt any of these cars, but they are not holding back at all, are they? I love this.
Now, they do go at it a little bit. There's Adrian coming by.
Yeah. Adrian Newey. And just crossing the line in the GT40.
Plus, we just did the repaving of the track surface, so they're learning. When they first went out, the grip is completely different than what they had expected from previous years. So it's a little bit faster, a little bit grippier. So they're still learning a little bit, but they're going at it here.
I did stupidly, when I saw that Adrian Newey was part of the event, think, oh, what would he drive? And then, of course he's going to drive a Ford. The managing director of Ford is here this weekend. I wonder if they're going to have a quiet little meeting to see how the future looks.
Maybe. And there's some other special guests coming in on Saturday as well that they're flying in just for cars, talk to a few people, and then fly back out.
Brilliant.
But it's a pretty special place when you walk around and see the legends. Yeah, we have our Grand Marshal Ron Fellows here this weekend, and we've had Jackie Eakes and so many legendary people. Tom Christensen's here as well. He's doing some program with Audi, retiring the R8 on track tomorrow.
They won't retire him though.
No.
Yeah, he's busier than ever.
He's busier as ever. I mean, and what a handsome young man.
I know, it's annoying, isn't it?
It absolutely
I'm hoping he's going to come up here because I'm going to remind him I met him when he was a curly-haired, well, he still is, a curly-haired 20-year-old at Formula 3 in Macau, but all those years ago. So, yeah, no, Tom Christian, absolutely a legend of Le Mans. 9-time winner. It doesn't get any better. And I think that's the beauty, Barry, of what all of this is about. I just mentioned or alluded to Ford coming back into Formula 1. We've got our own Ford engines and a lot of the cars that are going to be on display here and racing here in our Formula 1 group. But, for the cynic, perhaps, tuning in saying, well, what's the point? Why would I be interested in this? Is that, yes, you have the history of the automobile here all the way back, in this case, to 1927, and in the ragtime even further back to 1912 and 1910, and yet it's relevant today. Adrian Newey is at the top of his game, and Max Verstappen is there because of this man.
Yeah,
and I don't think that's overemphasizing.
Yeah, no, I mean, your path forward is your history, and certainly in motorsports, you've got to look at your past and see what worked, what didn't work, and how to tweak it, and that's where we keep going. But I do want to say, all of the people who are coming here or watching here, the Corvette anniversary display is amazing. GM brought 6 cars from the Heritage Museum in Detroit, and 3 of them have not run in probably 10 years or so. They took 3 weeks to get those cars fired up, the Surf 1, 2, and 3. So they're out on track doing exhibition laps as well.
Yeah, I'm excited for Corvette because, again, there's a company, they've got their E-Ray coming, and, you know, it is not stuck in the past at all. And it's almost, the only other car I can think of is the 911 that has had relevance in so many decades.
Have you seen the E-Ray down in the...
Yes, I have.
That is a pre-production, so that's why it's being used a little bit gingerly. But, yeah, they wanted to bring it out and celebrate their history.
So, yes, it's very much a look at the history of how we got here, but also just touching now and again on the future of what all of these manufacturers and marques are all about. Some are still here, some aren't, but there are evidence of the DNA, if you will, in every car that's here.
Absolutely, and each one has a unique story, and that's one of the things about this event also is the advisory council really vets the cars to make sure that they do have provenance. They're the real deal. They're not just replicas or continuation cars, which we do not accept. So these cars are the real deal, and looking around the paddock and you see the names of some of the drivers that have piloted them in the years past. Does the car make the driver famous, or does the car make the driver famous? So,
good point. Yeah,
it's kind of always fun to find out.
Well, what I find certainly in Formula One terms is that you tend to get that amalgamation of the best car and the best driver because it just seems to be that way. You very rarely get, somebody driving the top car in Formula One or sports car racing that isn't equal to the match or able to push it to its limit.
Oh, absolutely.
You're looking at one of our Brazilians out there, the number 40, that's Alan Turpins from Sao Paulo in that 911 TR from 1967. As he heads up the hill. And we also saw Dave Hagen a moment ago from California in a 1967 910 Porsche as we look down the corkscrew. A lot of people, as always, in their RVs making this week fantastic holiday here in August. I know that it's not sunny yet, but when the sun does finally come out, it'll be glorious.
And I hear there's a hurricane off the coast of Mexico, so it's
lovely.
People are talking about this going, uh-oh, what's going on? But our weather's going to be beautiful.
Well, you'll just have to do another week, Barry. No problems.
Yep.
They'll all stay.
Instead of Monterey Car Week, it'll be Monterey Car Month.
Yeah, I like it. Well, there's a 55 911. That's Matthew Goetzinger at the wheel, number 36. And it's still Alex McAllister out front, Gerard Lopez in second place, Remo Lips in third position, and Dina Perez in fourth, Ray Gregory in fifth, and Adrian Newey, who we spoke to just before the start of the race, has dropped now down to sixth place, just ahead of Jonathan Rosenthal. John Goodman, Dave Hagen, who I just mentioned there, ninth position, and Alan Turpins, the Brazilian we saw in the number 40, he rounds out the top 10. But it's not about who's where. It's about enjoying it.
Yeah, absolutely. We do not award race winners in this.
Yep.
So there is no first, second, and third prize. We award the spirit of driving, the camaraderie, the car preparation. So we have a number of awards, but first place, second place, third place does not play into it.
I'm always interested, given the week that is the Monterey reunion, generally speaking, with the auctions and so on, how many of the cars that get auctioned here at Pebble Beach end up as part of this event?
Well, it's interesting to look at the auction catalogs. I go through them every year, and the provenance or the race history of some certain cars accepted into the Rolex Monterey Motorsports Reunion. So it is a calling card. It does provide value. It also ensures that or helps ensure that the car does have authenticity and provenance. So if we accept it, it's a privilege to be here. We don't accept all the cars, obviously. We had to decline many cars because they don't fit the parameters, or we just have too many cars in a group. We pared it down to 400 cars this year. At one point,
that's the total.
At one point, we had 610 cars in the paddock, and realized that's about 200 too many. So we prepared it down to 400 to make sure that each car is the actual car, the real deal, and to also make the paddock breathe a little bit, to have our guests enjoy the experience without being crammed into their pit space.
It's an incredible number. Just to reiterate that, Barry Topke, who is, of course, part of the organisers here for the weekend here in Monterey, over 400 cars out and about for the weekend as we take a look at the 07 of Jeff Weissert of Fullerton, California, and that beautiful 911T IMSA GTU. Pedaling around in that 07. What's been the reaction to the resurfacing? Because I'm sure that's been well appreciated.
I've heard very good things. No bad comments. There's a few new lines that people are taking. We had IndyCar out here about 3 weeks ago doing some testing with Firestone, and they were very slow at first, kind of checking the surface out. By the end of the session, after a 4-hour session, they were just 1 second off the track record, and they were not pushing it. So when IndyCar is here next month, they're expecting the track record to fall.
Yeah, I can imagine. Which is great because, I mean, for those that love to follow the history, there are those that go straight to the lap records, aren't they?
I'm just watching the screen here, the closing time right there.
Yeah,
the closing
amazing,
speed was just incredible. And that's the other thing that we look at for the groups is the speed disparity.
Yes.
Some of these groups are great. And we have our chief steward and our stewards of each group talking to the drivers to make sure that they understand and make sure they're looking at their mirrors. If they point out, don't move off the line. Be as safe and courteous as others. Again, not here to win a race. That's just a beautiful car right there.
It really is. Remo Lips, what a great 9, the 1969 Ferrari. Making an absolutely glorious sound around the hills of Monterey. And the number 9 of Alex McAllister in that Ford GT40.
They do go at it.
Oh yeah. Well, these two, especially these two, have been going at it the whole time in this group too. They'll be out again. And like I said, if you don't see the car that you love immediately, we will be showing this group again, as we do with all the groups later in the weekend. So stay tuned. Get a look online at Monterey Reunion and have a look at the schedule. We'll put it up on a graphic now and again, so we've got a chance to see when your favourite cars are coming out. But really, I think it's just time to sit back and enjoy, quite literally, the history of motor racing.
Sometimes I'm running around, very focused, but there's a few times I'll just stop along the fence line and become a fan for a moment, and to kind of watch these glorious cars and the sounds of these engines just go by. It's like, oh yeah, that's why we do this. You get stressed out, you work hard, but it is all about having entertainment and joy of sharing these automobiles with everybody.
And I often get told, with electric cars now becoming the thing, combustion racing is gonna, it's not gonna carry on. I say no, and this event proves it. 400 cars?
Absolutely, and they're the right cars too.
Yeah.
And we're looking at a variety of groups for next year. Like I said, we're going to shake it up a little bit. We want to reimagine the event just a little bit because we want to keep it fresh and people coming back. Our ticket sales were very strong, and our walk-up and Mission Gate sales are very good too. So, people come out here. It's not that expensive of a day trip, and enjoy this music.
Yeah, and truly celebrate what is one of the great tools of the 20th and 21st century. Let's face it, without the car, how would we have advanced as a humanity? I mean, I know that sounds very heavy, but at the same time, this has been something that has been part of everybody's life.
Can you imagine this event if they're all electric vehicles?
Right. Very different.
I don't think very many people would be here. It'd be a different thing. So hopefully, through the years, as we evolve with the groups, we can continue to do this, and people still share their cars.
Yeah, and people forget, and it took me a while to kind of put my head around. Electric cars were around back in the early days.
Very true.
These BMWs, they crack me up. I love them. Not quite as fast as that number 19 of Remo, that Ferrari 312P.
I believe that's the car from Switzerland.
Yes. Ah, right. Yes, it is, yeah.
Yeah, this is one of his first times driving that car here. So I was in touch with him a while back, and I said, can I enter? And I looked at the photo of the car and looked at the history. It's like, oh, yes, please.
Yeah, no kidding. Absolutely priceless, of course. As the checkered flag does fly then, and it is Remo Lips that takes it across the line.
An absolutely stunning, stunning car. And well driven.
Yeah, beautifully driven. And like you say, I think the awareness is the key. What would scare me would not be driving the car myself. It would be being aware of who's around me, because you've got professional drivers. It takes, I mean, you can't just throw anybody in one of these cars.
I was actually offered to drive a Cunningham Corvette up just for a photo shoot. And I was looking at it going, I don't want that responsibility.
No.
No, thank you very much, but no thank you.
Yeah, I can well imagine.
No, very clean race, exciting, great passing.
Barry, before I let you go, good luck to you and your team, but just a mention for the volunteers, many hundred, of course, involved in the preparation and the running of this event.
Absolutely. We have the Laguna Seca Volunteer Association that have been around for, it's a new organization, only 3 years old, but the gentlemen and ladies who are part of it have been here sometimes up to 40 years. They just absolutely love coming out here and being a part and behind the scenes. And some of their jobs are not glamorous. They're in sessions. They're taking
early
waters over places. But we could not ever hold this event or any of our events here at Laguna Seca without the volunteers. Absolutely not. They're a great group, and they come from all over. We have some people coming down from Idaho, and they're just a wonderful team, and they make this event and all of our events go. We have a small team on staff of only about 35 people, so it takes an army. And as you can see by the photos, we have to build a little city here.
Yeah, no
the Haggerty Marketplace has to be built, with all the tents and everything, and it's not an overnight process, that's for sure.
I can imagine. Well, listen, Barry Tuckey, who is the Director of Heritage Events here at Laguna Seca, thank you for coming up. Please encourage anybody who's interested to come and share their stories with our audience worldwide. We thank you for tuning in. We thank you for putting on this amazing event each and every year. We're going to take a short break from Laguna Seca. The reunion continues in 2023 after this. Welcome back to Laguna Seca. It's the Monterey reunion weekend here. The sun yet to come out, but if you look in the distance there, that fog or mist is starting to dissipate. Can't see the sea just yet, but you will later in the day. But that's how it goes here at Laguna Seca if you've ever been here. Sometimes it's even mistier than we had this morning, but it's starting to clear up. And certainly not misty-eyed, well, he might be by the end of the day, is Kev. What are you up to, Kev? What's going on down in the paddock?
They did here some years ago for the TransAm.
Lovely, thanks, Johnny. Well, I'm down here now with a man who is very important in these parts, President and General Manager of the WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna Seca, John Narigi. John, great to see you. Thanks for stopping by. You're a busy man, but you've also been very busy since we last saw you at this Rolex event last year. Tell us just some of what's been going on here in California with this racetrack.
Yes, we finally resurfaced the track completely. We took out the old 50-year-old start-finish bridge and added a beautiful bridge that is ADA and golf cart accessible, quite a bit wider, major ramps, and I'm happy to report too we found a wonderful sponsor in Mission Foods who came in and sponsored a good portion of the bridge construction. So we've been cleaning up Laguna Seca. We've done quite a bit of painting. We've dressed up this event once again, kind of take off from what we did last year. And we're very proud. We're proud of the direction that Laguna's going. The monies was just shy of $20 million for the big project. And Monterey County definitely stepped up, the Board of Supervisors on a 5-0 vote, and the Parks Department, which made it all possible. And we're thrilled. We're really looking ahead for the future. You know, the rest of this season is we have the Indy Championship coming, and then, of course, we have the Ren Sports Reunion that we're proud to be the ones that were selected to have that world-renowned event right here in Monterey County.
Listen, John, you've done an awful lot of work, and the place does look fantastic. One thing that really impressed me, because I was following you on your social media, the speed with which you got all this work done. The old bridge came down, the new one went up, and the track was laid. I was watching this on Instagram, and I'm thinking, they are going to town here, and you did it quickly.
Well, we did. It was supposed to be a 5-month project, Kevin. It ended up as being 8 months because we had the atrocious storms here.
Of course.
And we had to start and stop, and it was... The bridge was up, but the track was a challenge given the weather conditions we had and the age of the infrastructure of the facility, which meant drainage, underground engineering, all had to be redone. But we got it done, and we're thrilled. It's been open, well, August 28th, we've been open for 2 months on the track.
Listen, tell everyone well done from us, because we were impressed watching all this. But what a place to have to renovate as well. 1957, the Pebble Beach road races moved from the roads to the track, and you just keeping the history alive. And that's what this event's doing as well.
Yeah, and that would be August 6th, 1957. And so this place is now 66 years old. Excuse me, yes, 66. And I love telling people this because I was born August 6th, 1957, one day prior. So maybe it's a little bit about fate, I don't know, but it's been a good run so far. I'm going into my 5th year operating, and the team here is awesome. The volunteers are awesome. Our Reunion Advisory Council, couldn't do it without them. The future is very bright for Laguna.
Yeah, it really is, and bright for this event as well. We were just chatting, nearly 400 drivers have made it out here. It doesn't get any easier keeping these cars running, but nearly 400 people have done it, and they're putting them out on track, and they're racing them.
Yes, and these are, we brought the numbers down from previous, the way it used to be done, with just 400, because they are all authentic. They go through tech. These are the cars, and this is how they ran the last time they were on a racetrack. And I think that has really impressed a lot of the people, very much impressed the long-term participants. I've talked to some, they've been coming 15, 20, 25 years of this event. And if they're happy, we're happy. We're doing something right, I think.
Listen, you're doing it right. Well done, John. Thank you ever so much. I'm not going to take up any more of your time. Johnny, we'll hand back to you. But, John, thanks so much for talking to us. The next couple of days are going to be great. So well done to all your team once again.
Thank you. Thanks, Kevin. Appreciate it.
Love. Things are happening down here at Laguna Seca.
Yeah, and you know what? With this new resurface, John just mentioned some of the, the bridge and et cetera, et cetera. Those things have been needed. I used to love the old tower across from where we are in the commentary box, but no, upgrades were needed, and they have been done. $20 million spent, and of course resurfacing this absolutely fantastic track. But of course, for the real racers in mind, they'll all be looking for track records. And Barry was just informing us that we reckon that the Indy cars will definitely start setting lap records in the coming weeks when they come here for the first time after that resurface. So very, very interesting times and a great future ahead for Laguna Seca, and long may it continue. Because, of course, remember that as we take a look at some of the hot rods that have driven here all the way from New York, amazing, absolutely amazing sight. And they are parked at the moment anyway, just by the Rolex clock in the back of the paddock, right by our commentary position. I saw some of them this morning, and as you can see, preparations being made last minute. It can't be easy to drive a car for 5 days and then take it out on a track and expect it to be just perfect. No, they've got to get it there. Host of BMWs in the background there, a man guarding his Porsche with his life, as well I might if I had one. But don't forget, this pursuit, this history of speed here in this part of the region began back in the early 50s when Phil Hill, in fact, Ken Miles, Carroll Shelby, those kind of guys, Richie Gunter, all came to do the Pebble Beach races, and they were around the woods on the roads in the early 50s. So before Laguna was built, there was racing here, and it was with names like I've just mentioned. So this had a storied history in this part of the world way before Laguna itself was built. The Laguna Seca, meaning dry lake, and it has been a pilgrimage for the likes of those on the hill up there for many a year. Getting a close look at some of these hot rods. I took a look inside this particular one earlier this morning, and the detail is absolutely fantastic. And they've been describing their journey from New York right across to California over 5 days. And there's a look inside. Look at that, beautifully done. And the idea of these hot rods is to basically have the basics of the silhouette, not so much a silhouette, but certainly as many parts as you can possibly get from cars of the 40s and 50s, but then create a hot rod, as it were, that has this wonderful, immediate, attention-seeking look to it. Well, we've got more attention on the track in a few moments. We're quiet at the moment here at Laguna. We'll take a short break. I can see the sea. I can see the bay. It's finally clearing up here at Laguna. But from the drone, we will say adieu for a few minutes, and we'll be back with more racing on track. Stay with us. Roger that. Welcome back to the Rolex Monterey Motorsports reunion for 2023. That roar you hear, that beautiful sound, is the sound of Group 3, 1927 to 1955 Grand Prix open-wheel single-seat racing cars. Yes, when men were men, and no question about it, there were some brave peddlers of these particular cars, and I've got one with me. In fact, Ned Speaker is alongside me. He's just been out in Group 1, but is very familiar with these cars and, of course, this event. Ned, delighted that you've had time to come up here, still in your overalls, looking great and resplendent. First and foremost, how is it out there?
Well, the track is a little cold.
Yes.
So it's a little slidey, and I think that's why they're doing two warm-up laps.
Yeah.
So, but it's great. The track is fine. The new track seems to be settling in nicely.
Now we're looking at Group 3. You were out in Group... What were you racing in Group 1?
I was in Group 1 and Group 12.
Okay. But you're familiar with these particular cars?
Yes, I am. Right. I have driven one that was used to be in this class, a 1932 Alfa Romeo P3.
And what's your love, passion for this? And is it, I'm sure, long term?
Well, I've always loved cars, and going back in history when cars were real cars and not electric motors, I just love them and have been interested in the racing part of it for about 20 plus years.
Where are you from?
I'm near Menlo Park.
So you're a local, but this must be, and I had Rick Rawlins up here who's out there at the moment in his Bugatti. He said this is like Christmas morning to me. You know, it's so special, and it is that camaraderie between all of you. It doesn't matter what you're running or what you have or what you don't have or whether you have a one car or a collection of 30. You've all got a like mind, and I guess this week, this year, is the one you look forward to.
Oh, yes, because it's one of the greatest collection of historic cars. I think the only thing that rivals it is Goodwood in England, which I have had the pleasure of driving in. Just fabulous. It is probably the premier event in Europe, but this event is the premier event in the United States.
Yeah, and it's no question, being a European, it's funny, we are fascinated by the muscle cars and by the American culture and by IndyCar and so on and so forth. And we've always had a love of the Indy 500 and Laguna Seca. I was just saying earlier, you know, I did a lot of bike racing back in England, and to see Laguna in its glory in MotoGP and World Superbike was glorious, and IndyCar, of course. But the tracks excite you, and now we've got COTA. And American racing and that amalgamation between what we're looking at here, mainly European cars, but you can see the beginnings of how both American and European had their own ways of going about it. I mean, some of the cars here, I mean, this was real tough men racing, wasn't it? You show up on a Friday or a Saturday and, you know, it was prize money, but I mean, it was a lot of pride and a lot of bravery.
Oh, no kidding. Bravery is right. The safety equipment then was minimal, and that's why many people had a problem health-wise.
Yes. So do you spend the whole week here? Do you go to the auctions and sort of live the whole thing? Or
No, I don't. I've been at this for quite a long time, and I don't need to buy any more cars. I don't. I'm going to be here 5 days this year.
That's plenty, yeah.
Normally I do the prehistorics and then the historics, but this year I decided just to do the main event.
Like I said, cars from 1927 to 1955. So as Rick Rawlins was telling me earlier, he's in that Bugatti you see there, just going through shot actually, and yeah, I mean, quite a disparaging sort of abilities or power to weight ratios with these cars given the ages. But that said, it's a nice field because you can see how the cars develop bit by bit over that time. There it is, number 11 of Rick Rawlins.
Yeah, I would put my money on Paddon's Dowling in the ERA. I've known Paddon's for years. I've driven with him and against him. He's a very talented driver.
Yeah, I first came across Paddings at Monaco, at the Monaco Historic. And yeah, he's a regular feature there, as he is worldwide. And he is, without doubt, one of the big proponents of historic racing. And I think one of the most respected drivers out there.
Yes, clearly you're respected, very talented.
I
drove with him at Monaco, as a matter of fact.
How was that?
I had it gets your full attention, of course.
I bet.
You don't want to make a mistake in Monaco. I drove my Alpha, 32 Alpha there, and it was riveting. It was wonderful.
But again, just like here, they don't hold back, though. I mean, we've seen some major incidents there as these guys are really putting these cars through their paces as they were in the day.
Well, and I think what's happened, too, is these professionals, even ex-professionals or retired or are now driving at a lot of these events. So people that own nice cars will say to a professional, please
drive my car.
Please drive my car, yeah.
Well, I get that, and that they obviously want to see them at their glory because a lot of the owners may not have the ability to really put it through its paces, and they want to see it, in top form, so to speak. So away we go then, and it was Luca Maciescu. How do you pronounce that?
I don't know.
Maciescu, but Rick Rawlins in the number 11, Terry Sullivan, and Hugenholtz. There's the number 2. Of Kurt Engelhorn in that Maserati 250F. And that Maserati really was, I remember I had a picture of one of those on my wall as a kid, but very distinctive. They look almost slow with how bulky they are, but they were powerful.
There's Paddens, wonderful.
In that A-Type, 1934 ERA.
Hans Hugenholtz is quite a driver, too. He's from Belgium, I think, or Holland, and he's very involved in great cars.
Yes, you're absolutely. Well, he's down as California, but he's in that 1950 Talbot T26. We just saw him go through the shot a moment ago. Yeah, you've got some big names out there. I know as well as people like Paddington, and you've also got Charles McCabe out there as well. Max Jameson. Names that I've seen unfamiliar at historic events around America, if not around the world. Do you enjoy taking and going to events around the world?
I enjoy driving in great venues. I've driven all over England. I love Monaco, love Goodwood, and I love meeting the people. I've also gone down under in Australia and had a wonderful time there. The drivers there are so welcoming. Yeah, so I've been around, but since COVID came, it's been on the back burner.
Yeah, no question about it. I spend a lot of time in Australia and New Zealand, and I'm amazed at the historic scene in both countries and their passion. We've got Formula 5000 coming up, and the amount of 5,000 cars in Australia and New Zealand is amazing.
Yes. Yeah, well, the British colonies are very keen on cars.
Not surprising, Paddington Dowling off to the races. He's well ahead already as we take a look for the first time at the big number 39 of the Alfa Romeo from 1939. That's Conrad Stevenson at the wheel. And he is wheeling it too. I love to be able to see our cameraman do a great job of closing in on the hands. I always hope that somebody wears either white gloves or day glove gloves, because I love to see the amount of input. People don't really give credit to the amount of input, even in these older cars, that you need to put in just to keep them in the line that you want.
Yeah, correcting while you're in the turn to get the best possible exit is very important.
Do you develop a style with each of the cars from a different era? I mean, do you kind of look at the way the cars were designed and built, or at least get a feel for it? Because they're all very different, right?
Very different, yes. I mean, my two cars, my short wheelbase Ferrari is truck-like, on this track because it's so heavy and it does oversteer quite a bit. It's got a lot of power, but in the turns, it's very hard to handle.
And I'm sure you've got to remember, if you're swapping cars, if you're in different groups, braking points differ hugely.
Everything is different, yes.
Yeah. Well, we're watching Group 3 in action for the first time of our reunion for 2023. I'm delighted to welcome Ned Speaker who is racing in a couple of groups, already been out on track in the newly surfaced Laguna Seca. But this is the perfect setting, isn't it? I mean, there's some great tracks in America, but Laguna kind of has it all, doesn't it?
Oh, it does. I mean, just being in this area with the Carmel and all the events, it's a wonderful thing even for non-drivers, because from golf to shopping and so on, it's magical.
Ryan Mullen there in the Talbot T26, 1938. A little smoky, but A-OK. Coming out of the Andretti turn. And you can see him leaning into it. That's another part of it. People forget, like I said, I've done motorcycle racing. You can see the physicality of these older cars. You really are not just wheeling it, you are physically moving your shoulders and arms, your upper body, to get the car around.
Oh, you're wrestling that steering wheel, yes, especially with those front wheels as large as they are. You really have to work it to get it around.
Let me ask you something. Obviously, when you see and talk to modern drivers like Dario Franchitti here this weekend, for example, they talk about how a modern race car is very twitchy and doesn't give you a lot of time to react if you're too fast, you're oversteering, you're understeering. What about these older Grand Prix cars? I mean, how much give do they give you? How much feedback do they give you?
Well, they give you an immense amount of feedback. And of course, with the modern cars, you're going much quicker, so you have less time to correct if you have a problem. With these older cars, you have a little more time, but you can get in bigger trouble because of the lack of responsiveness.
And what's a complete no-no in a car like this? I mean, I presume it would be easy to put the power down too early and quickly spin it.
Yeah, coming out of a turn, if you do put the power down, the rear end can go out on you because it's got such a heavy power-to-weight ratio.
Right.
That can happen, and of course, open these cars. I don't know. I'll bet half those people out there aren't wearing seat belts because it's determined that you can. It's safer to be thrown from the car.
Yes.
Because many of them you see don't have roll hoops, and you don't want to be trapped in the car. But you know that's these guys are all experts, and you see that infrequently.
You know, it took me a long time to understand why these early 20s cars had such long front ends, because the engines were almost effectively taken out of aeroplanes, or at least that's where they began in terms of development.
Yeah.
And so you'd throw in an aeroplane engine because everybody wanted power and speed. But then you had to fit it into a chassis, and this number 16 is a good example of it. A huge chassis, and the engine taking up most of the car.
Two-thirds of the car, the front is engine, and I say you never get in the car, you sit on it.
On it. That's a very good way of putting it. That's a beautifully prepared car. I love the fact that he's got the little hood there to cover the passenger seat. Very nice. Railton doing about its business. Light Sport Tourer from 1935, and that's Ivan Zaremba at the wheel, currently in 9th position. Paddings Dowling is up the road from McCabe and Engelhorn, as you mentioned. Very good driver himself. There's Luca again in that Bugatti, 1928, 37A that. And I love the way the wheels...
They bow.
They bow there. So how, in terms of setup, What are the main things you would want to get right to make it a comfortable ride?
Well, clearly the tire pressure is huge, and having the right tire pressure so you can get the proper grip and slide, that's a given, and that'll a lot depend on the temperature of the track and the weather, the outdoor weather. The gearing, of course, is huge, but in these old cars, it's very difficult to change the gearing. And you don't just pop in a new set of gears for one track because they're difficult to change. So,
and how much and how hard is it to keep the parts? And obviously, you mentioned gears there. That's something that's going to go eventually, especially if you're using one particular gearing a lot. Wear and tear, obviously, it's a piece of metal, obviously, When and how do you get the parts, and is that the hardest part of keeping these things?
Well, internet has been a wonderful
I'll
blessing because, for instance, in my old Alpha, I needed to change the pistons, and you can go on the internet and find someone that has done the pistons, and instead of making just 8 of them, he made 30 of them, and so he has them for sale. So we were able to find many parts on the internet that heretofore would have been very difficult to manufacture yourself.
Well, Paddings Dowling is doing exactly what ERA, English Racing Automobiles, wanted back in 1933 when they formed, back in Bourne in the UK. They wanted a car, British prestige car that could take on the likes of Maserati and Alfa Romeo. And I think, no question, that ERA had their time in history, but they certainly achieved what they set out to do. And you could almost argue that these were the Formula 2 of the day in some of the aspirations of some of these cars that were built at that time. Oh, and Paddings is coming in.
Oh, my.
Ooh. Now that's interesting. So obviously he's felt something. And Paddings, as we said already, a very, very experienced historic racer. He would not push a priceless car if it wasn't right. So we look at Matthew Cobb in the Delage D6. Another beautiful example. The number 46 from 1946.
Well, that's too bad for Paddings because he is such a skillful driver.
And that's his car. He owns that car.
Oh, yes.
Finished 3rd in Monaco in 1936. So, as you can imagine, he's probably thinking just a little bit about that. If something wasn't quite right, let's get it right for tomorrow. Huh?
It looks like someone else.
Somebody else, yeah, it looks like Matthew's slowing down as well. These close-ups are great. You really get to see them wheel and like you say, that little input here and there.
Well, the cameras are doing a wonderful job.
Yeah. Well, I work with these guys a lot, and motor racing is their passion too, so that they want to get as close to the cars as possible.
Seems back out on the track now.
Yes, so interesting. So, yeah, whatever the problem was, he's given the lead to McCabe, but he's back out on track. So I guess he was just slowing it down. And now he's going full tilt. Because there he is, look, under the Mission Foods Bridge, little wave to his competitor there, but Paddings Dowling now hooning into Andretti curve.
I wonder what happened. He must have sensed something off.
Do you see anything through those mirrors? It always must look like a...
Everybody has to use the mirrors a lot more than Paddings.
Yes, that's a good point.
Paddings is looking forward.
Loves his racing. Now this R2A.
How many laps do we have left here?
4 laps to go, so just under 4 laps on this track. And wonder, you're looking if Paddings can catch him, right? You never take the competitor out of a racing driver. That's what I love.
Yeah.
Everybody says, "Oh, we're not looking at the times." Oh, we're not. Yeah, but do you look at your own times in a particular car to see if you've improved?
Well, I used to when I was much more competitive. My age now is making it. I'm not nearly as fast as I used to be, and I just enjoy being out there.
But I have to say, and this event is a good example. It seems to be a good recipe for health to race these racing cars because. You know, I look at people like Travis Engen in that Audi. I mean, boy, Charles Nurburg, these guys have been doing it a long time, and boy, do they love it. And, they jump out of these very, very fast Le Mans winning cars, and there they are.
It does keep you young.
Yep.
You've got to stay on it. Stay in good physical shape.
What gets harder as you get older? I would have thought the muscles on the neck, for sure. Well, McCabe's also in an ERA from 1936.
Is that Charles?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he's in the R6B, built in 1936 as a 1.5-litre Bentley boy. Dr. J.D. Benefield raced the car twice back in the day. And the car was then raced in Sweden as well as the British Isles. took a win at Donington Park and at Brooklands in 1939. So a storied history for that particular car.
It's funny we don't see any Alpha P3s in this. There used to be several of them in the area. Peter Giddings was a real fan of those and was an excellent driver. John Shirley had one. I've had one. And we used to get 2 or 3 on the grid.
When you started out doing this, was there a particular car you coveted or wanted to get and drive, whether you actually owned it or not? Just something that you sort of long to get your hands on?
Well, I was enamored. My first race car was a D-Type Jaguar,
nice,
which was a huge mistake because they make them for Le Mans for a reason.
Yes.
They are big, fast cars, heavy, but using them at Laguna Seca was very challenging. And then I moved over to a Formula Junior, which is an open wheel car which has 1100 cc's, and that's the greatest to me teacher, is having a open wheel formula car like that, and you're racing with similar cars. So that was I think my real teacher, along with a Lotus 23. Wonderful cars, good power.
Yeah, everybody that talks about the Lotus 23 absolutely loves it, and kind of tells everybody that it's a surprise because it's far more nimble and faster than it actually looks.
Oh yes, it is a very nimble car, and if you've got the right tires on it, you can run some very good lap times.
Well, we're watching Group 3, our first look at the 14 groups that we've got at the reunion this year. We are celebrating 70 years of Corvette, and we'll get plenty of time to get down in the paddock and learn more about Corvette's past and present and future.
Boy, Paddens is doing a good job.
I know.
So is Charles McCabe.
Yeah, at the moment you've got McCabe and Dowling, Engelhorn's up there as well. He's moved up to 3rd place. Nathaniel Green now up to 4th, and Brian Mullen up to 5th as it stands. Conrad Stevenson, just 2 laps to go, so we're winding this down. Stevenson, Lyon, Zaremba, who we've had a look at in that number 16, already in 9th position, and Makeyuescu, I'll get it right eventually, before the weekend's out, in 10th position in the number 31, Makeyuescu. 1928 Bugatti he is driving. Car park starting to fill up here, and the grandstands at turn 4 or 5 starting to get their position. Nice place to sit there. You get a good gear change through that right-hander, and you see them coming out of Andretti and into that inside part of the Laguna Seca circuit, past the dry lake, as it's called, or past the lakes. They've got water in them now. Here is Paddings Dowling about to start his last lap.
The crowd won't be as heavy today as it will be tomorrow.
No.
The Quail event is taking place today, but I think tomorrow will be the highest attendance here.
Yeah, that makes sense. Lest we forget, there is a whole host of other events. I'm going to go through some of them later in the day that we don't get to see from up here in the hills. But as you say, a lot of the people come here to those Quail events, to the concourse, and so on and so forth, the auctions, and then, like you say, finish off their weekend by coming here for the Saturday event.
Yeah. Well, and then the Concours, obviously, on Sunday.
Yes.
And I think the organizers of this event made a good decision not to have the races on Sunday and compete with the Concours.
Yeah, I think that's good. They've got stuff going on here on Sunday, a hill climb, but yeah, you're right, absolutely right. I think it was a smart move. Love the goggles.
Well, you've got great TV coverage here.
It's beautiful to see these cars. I wish there was a little bit more sunlight glinting off them. There will be as the weekend continues, but it's a great circuit to film at. You get shots like this where the cars appear and then dive down the 5 flights, 155 feet that is the Laguna Seca corkscrew, the famous, if not one of the most famous corners in motor racing, right up there with Eau Rouge and many others. But the corkscrew has its own special place, and I'm sure you've been down there a few times going, oh, I got this right.
Yes. Oh, yeah. Yeah. You
really can't see, can you?
No. It's a blind, but it's once you get the oak tree target.
There you
go. You see it.
Checkered flag waves then for Paddings Dowling, and no surprise that he got off track but got back on track, and as soon as he did, he was powering his way back to the front ahead of Charles McCabe, who took second place, and Kirk Engelhorn about to come across the line in third. But well done to Paddings Dowling here in our Group 3 cars from 1927 to 1955. These open-wheel single-seater cars, the early Grand Prix cars. And we'll be getting some Formula One cars of the non-turbo era, much more modern, coming up later in the day. I'd be really interested to talk to Adrian Newey about some of those, but he's a busy man. He's out there racing Fords at the moment, so but we'll try and nab him again. Kev's already had a quick word, but it's great to have people like Adrian here.
Oh boy, yes.
And Gordon Murray, and several others are here. I mean,
sure.
We forget, like I said earlier, the designers of these cars and the innovators of motor racing have just a bigger part to play as anybody else.
Well, it is fun that Jim Farley, CEO of Ford, is running a couple of cars, I believe, too.
Yes, I wonder if he and Adrian will have a quiet word about the future. Ford, of course, going to be with Red Bull in the coming years. Will that amazing story of Red Bull Formula One continue? We wonder. Well, certainly if you look at Ford's record and you look at Red Bull's record in Formula One, you'd have to say yes. So well done to Paddings Dowling. My thanks also to Ned Speaker coming in here. What else are you said Group 12?
I'm in Group 12 with my short wheelbase Ferrari. But that's, as I say, those cars are much quicker, and I'm out there for just getting some track time.
Fair enough. Well, thanks, Ned. Thanks for coming in. Please encourage any of your friends to come up and join us. We love to hear the stories. We love to hear why you love these cars so much, and to be part of this event and share with our audience worldwide this very special Monterey Reunion 2023. We'll take a short break from Laguna. We'll be back with more after this.
Thank you, Jonathan. Pleasure.
Thank you, Ned.
Defying nature. It's what defines the all-new 2024 Corvette E-Ray. The quickest Corvette ever, with 0 to 60 in 2.5 seconds. An electrified all-wheel drive that handles all 4 seasons. A supercar of contrasts. It's everything you never expected. One like none.
Welcome back to the Monterey Reunion 2023. We're waiting for the sun to pop out, but I'm glad to say the mist has drifted across the peninsula here in Monterey. A beautifully newly surfaced Laguna Seca track to celebrate this history of motorsport. We look high above the corkscrew as the car park's filling up now, and as Ned Speaker was just saying, there you can see that in the hills there, the coast just behind the top of those hills, and that was one of the reasons for coming here. This was an old military base, and so therefore noise. They used to have a gun range here, and so this seemed to be the perfect location. It's had its intricacies in the past, though, because obviously there's some very wealthy and beautiful houses on the hills, and many interesting folk live out there, including my good friend Wayne Rainey. But let's go down to my good friend Kev, who's down there in the paddock. Kev, what have you got right now?
Lovely, thanks, Johnny. Well, I have found a man who knows all about some of the most gorgeous-looking cars that you'll see here. The ones that me and you were talking about a little bit earlier on, Rolling Bones. And Dennis Varney is the owner of the car that is behind me. Dennis, talk to me just about how these cars came about and how come you own this one.
Well, the fellas that started this thing, the Rolling Bones, a Ken Schmidt and Keith were two guys who are hobbyists, and Ken was an artist, a oil painting artist, and loved hot rods and decided to stop doing paintings and went in to start building cars. And I ran into their cars when I was racing at the Salt Flats. They used to come out and they were just beautiful cars. They sat so right and they just looked the period. They had soul. They were you just felt like you wanted to go up and pet the cat, you know, kind of thing. And so I met him one day and I said, you know, I'm going to build a car like yours someday. And he says, well, we'd like to go into business. And so I said, okay. And they started building me a car, and we've had a 23-year relationship. And Ken now has passed away, and but the show is still going on. And all these guys drive all the way out from New York to the Salt Flats every year. And we just came there. I drove from the Salt Flats to here, and we just enjoy these cars. They're a lot of fun. You can lay on them, you can touch them, you know, and they're all different. Every one is different. They're all pieces of art. They're not cars, hot rods, you know.
What I love about this is you're taking the history of the hot rods, the post-war era where guys were just cobbling together bits and pieces of cars that they were getting from the junkyard, from the scrapyard, and putting together these incredible-looking machines. And effectively, you're now doing the same thing, but with a modern spin on it, you know, breathing new life into old parts.
Yeah, it's a recreation of what happened after World War II. The fellas came back from the service. I'm 80 years old, 80 and a half, and most of them are all, you know, up in our age, but we love driving them. You own one of these cars, you're 18 years old. You see a girl going down the street, you rev your motor and you get excited, you know, and she gets excited.
Speaking of revving your motor, we're going to try and do this. We've only got one camera and we're going to test the technology here. But I think, Dennis, if you hop in around that side, let's start it up. Let's see if we can hear it, yeah? Come on, let's do that. So I'm going to come around this side and hopefully we'll won't lose signal on the mic and everything else when we fire up. But let's see what we can do. Because if you can hear this. So I tell you what, Dennis, just point us through some of the dials and bits and pieces that we got up here, because it's a beautiful looking thing inside.
These are all off different kinds of cars in the 40s or late 40s. The switches are off airplanes with the little ivory ends on them, and the steering wheel's a Lincoln. Now, you know, in race cars, you always have a little string to know where heads up is. So I got some with a little blue string with a little red trim on it, just to give it a little look, you know. The seats are from a reproduction of an airplane seat, but the seat covers two of the reindeers of Santa Claus gave up their occupation and came with me, Splitzer and Donner. So you're sitting on Donner, I'm sitting on Splitzer.
Listen, I tell you what, shut the door. Let's do a quick little circle in it, because it sounds great, but we got to see this thing running, haven't we? So, Johnny, I'm just going to do a quick little lap here with Dennis before we come back to you, just around the... listen to this. This is amazing. I cannot wait, Johnny, if you can still hear me, for when these go out on track. It's going to be excellent.
Well, I could hear you, that's for sure, but it's been taken over by the roar of these engines coming out as we get ready for our next action on track. And it is the 55 to 1967 production large displacement cars. Well done. Oh, good old Kev Harris. He doesn't hold back. And I'm delighted to be joined here in the booth by Gay Zazarin. I got it right. I'm going to put you with some headphones on. And Gay is from down under.
Yes, I am.
From Australia. Tell us where you're from and what you are up to here.
I'm from just out of Port Macquarie in New South Wales, and we're over here racing our Formula 5000. Have been here since May, racing Indianapolis, Mid-Ohio, Road Atlanta, and now these two events here at Rolex.
I'm really glad Formula 5000 is part of the ticket here this weekend, because we don't get to see them enough.
No.
And I've spent a lot of time in New Zealand, not as much time in Australia, but the reverence for 5000, and of course in Australia they've redone a new 5000. Let's talk about Nathan Herney, who's a former champion and now in Trans Am here in the States. But the interest in 5000 has been long and history, hasn't
Yes, in Australia.
Your part of the world,
Yeah, it's very high. It's what most people grew up with. So consequently, it has a huge following and brings in the crowds to any event we race at. So yes.
And you, I mean, it must be quite a. I mean, to try to come here and race that long at all these different circuits. That's a big undertaking.
It is. It's a huge undertaking.
Who feeds the cat?
I don't have one,
there
thank heavens.
But you enjoy it, and
yes.
like I said, and I would have thought coming to America, given that really America was the place where 5,000 really took off in terms of prestige anyway. I don't want to take anything away from the other countries, but it was the names and the engines and the power and the muscle, if you like, of those cars that really, in my opinion, rival Formula One.
Yes, they do. We've been very lucky. Even our car, it raced at the inaugural Long Beach Grand Prix in 1975.
Wow.
Our car originally came from the States. We took it back to Australia. So all cars have a real history from the US. And it's good that we can bring them back here and put them back on display here and show them.
It'd be nice to get your opinion. I mean, I'm a Brit, you're an Aussie. I've been to Goodwood. I'm sure you've been to many events in Australia. How do you find the American racing historic scene?
It's different. In Australia, we're very, very strict on our historic category.
Yep.
We must run the vehicles as they ran in the day. In other countries, even here in the US, they're a little bit more liberal, but you learn to adapt to each country you're going into. So
yeah, I guess everybody's got their own nuances in terms of rules and what can and can't come in. I was talking to Barry Tupker, one of the organisers here of the event, and just talking about how they started with 600 cars and we're now down to 400, having to turn down 200 cars. Must be awful.
Heartbreaking for the people that want to come and race when you've planned a whole season around it. Yes, it's got to be heartbreaking.
Well, you're joining me for Group 10, and this is SCCA production car, large displacement. We've had the smaller displacement cars out earlier, from 55 to 67. So I'm sure quite a few cars that you'll recognise out here. And some beautiful Corvettes, and of course we're celebrating 70 years of Corvette. And I was saying to one of the Americans earlier that, I don't know about yourself, but we grew up sort of not idolising, but we were excited by cars that we didn't know much about when you were growing up in Australia or in England like I did. The TransAm series, as we're seeing some of the cars from there. We've got Jaguars out there, but those, an E-Type I saw an E-Type everywhere.
Yeah, got one of those at home.
Yeah, there's one at the pub, And so when we saw a Corvette, we were just like, wow, and there was movies made about it. It was cool.
It was, and I've just purchased a C8.
There you go. Oh, wow. Okay. Thoroughly modern Millie alongside me. I like it. No, fantastic.
Yeah, so.
And what do you think of it?
Oh, stunning. Yeah. Absolutely stunning.
Have you seen the E-Ray?
Yes, I'm not a fan of E-cars.
No. But if anything's going to make it, that thing is
it has
to drop.
It has some definite goes, yes.
Well, here we go then. The group lining up, and Ali Kogan leading the way here from Philip Kadori, and Jim Farley, the head of Ford, out there doing what he should be, which is racing a Ford. And great to have Gay alongside me to enjoy it. And it doesn't matter what your speciality, yours is Formula 5000, but just to be in this paddock with so many luminaries, but also just some people that share the passion for this sport.
All the cars are just magnificent, and they're all prepared beautifully. So it's lovely to see them all out there racing.
What's the hardest part about going from venue to venue and preparing the cars and being prepared for the unexpected?
I think the big thing for us is when you put the car in a container, it has to be ready to race before you leave Australia. So it's got to be ready months in advance. Once you get here, you have a few limited, problems. We had an issue with a valve spring broke after Indianapolis. Okay, where do we get it fixed? So you're relying on...
You're in the right place.
Yes. You're relying on people to have contacts, and which we did, and we had some great support and great help. So you rely on the locals an awful lot.
Yeah, and I think that it sums up the, if you like, the locals, but it sums up the fraternity, doesn't it?
The camaraderie.
Nobody was going to turn around and go,
No.
nah, I'm not helping you.
No.
They're
Exactly.
more than happy to help because
Yes.
they know that you share their passion. And that's a big part of all of this.
It is.
There's a massive fraternity here that I hadn't really, until I started following historics, given, you know, an understand. I hadn't got a full understanding of how worldwide it is, how both small and big at the same time, if that makes any sense.
Yes.
But it is a community that is cliquey in its own way because it's not for everybody.
No.
But boy, the people who are involved,
Got a flag
oh,
out.
we've got a yellow flag out.
Yeah, a
It's
safety
shame.
car.
So let's hope there's nobody stricken out on track. That's the number 86. Right behind the safety car. That's Philip Cadori leading the way. Ah, that's what it is. It's the 26 that is parked up on, sadly. But just on
Disappointing
the
for
corner,
him.
it just looks as though he's just gone wide, I think. So
Yeah.
luckily, hopefully, no harm, no foul, as they say. So we're under caution, our first caution of the day, incidentally.
That's good.
Yes, very good. So 26, that is John Lindvesti from California, and that's 66 Shelby GT350. So, yeah, very, very, very special car. He doesn't want to harm that in any way. And we've been talking about Carroll Shelby, but do you have a sense of the history as well when you're part of, you know, you've got your own interest, obviously, in the 5000s, but do you kind of spend time learning more about other categories?
We do, yes. I mean, a lot of the owners have different cars and run in different categories.
Right.
So it's nice to know what other categories they're running in, what their history of their vehicle is, and everybody has a story, and the stories are magnificent. It doesn't matter what category you're in. The history of the car will always rise to the top.
What's the process? Do you ship your car?
Yes, yes.
And how long does that take?
Anything from 7 to 9 weeks, depending on where it's unloaded in Asia and then back in.
Put an Apple tag on it, make sure it's...
Yeah.
I know that sounds silly, but I would. I'd be like, where is she?
You can actually follow the ship. They do
There
have
you
tags,
go.
yes. But it is a nerve-wracking process
I'll bet.
because, like all containers,
You never
they
know.
can fall off. Yes.
Yeah, I moved all my furniture over, and you're right. I followed that ship. I was like, that's everything I own.
And it's a lot of money involved.
Yes, exactly.
So you want to know where it is.
So tell me again, how long does it take?
7 to 9 weeks, but ours was just under 7 weeks, and ours came into Long Beach rather than, so it's going back out of Long Beach back to Australia. The others, theirs all came into San Francisco to Oakland, and they'll go out of Oakland. So it just depends on what's easiest for your shipping company.
Yeah, I did Macau for many years, and just the logistics of bringing cars from Australia, from all over Asia, from New Zealand, obviously from Europe, modern and historic, and just an amazing logistics.
Yes, it is. And everything's got a slot in,
Yeah.
time-wise.
Well, as you can see, they are extricating or about to extricate.
Yes. He must have got stuck in the sand pit well and truly in the kitty litter.
Philip Cadori in that 63 AC Shelby Cobra. And no question that is a typical example of how Carroll Shelby worked with AC and came up with the Cobra. And so the British and American minds thinking, well, you know how to make a good nimble car. I know how to put a big fast engine in it.
Oh, yes, he certainly
Let's go
had.
racing, and the rest is history, as they say.
He knew how to do that, didn't he?
Yeah, and I'm amazed how they've managed to keep alive that Shelby logo to the point now of even trucks. I mean,
Yes.
They've managed brilliantly to carry on the Shelby name of both efficiency, power, and excellence, really. I think
Yes.
that's the best way I can put it.
Yeah, no,
So,
it's brilliant.
really cool.
Yeah, no, it's
So,
excellent.
Yeah, very impressive. So then, we're under caution at the moment, and that's because one of our lovely cars, sadly, the number 26, that's John Lindsay's Shelby 66, has gone off. But we don't like to see them go slowly, but we're getting a good look at it. I'm here with Gay from all the way in down under Australia. But don't think for any minute, just because they are at the bottom of the earth, and that's a rude expression, but just because they're down under does not mean that they're... In fact, I would argue that there is a bigger passion for historic racing, or at least a connection to that.
It's massive in Australia.
I've spent a lot of time, more in New Zealand actually, but I do get the feeling that, you know, when I talk to racers who are from Australia, they say, I just wanted to get off Australia and see if I could make myself something. And that's why Bruce McLaren and so many of the Kiwis now, Webber, all these guys, they wanted to prove themselves on the biggest.
Exactly. We had a lot of Australian 5,000 drivers.
Absolutely.
Kevin Bartlett, specifically Vern Schuppen. All those guys that had to come across, had to leave Australia and come across here to race or go to Europe and race, but really put us, in the figure of the world, Okay, yes, we are good at this, and we can do this as well as anyone else in the world. So yes.
Yeah, and it was pretty fun to see Shane Van Gisbergen. I know a Kiwi, but a household name in Australia in supercars. But it was nice to see him come here and show the NASCAR boys what they do down under.
Yes.
Now, to be fair, he was in his own neighbourhood because street racing is what he does best.
Exactly.
But at the same time, I think it was, and the respect that he has both ways. I think he has a lot of respect, and I think last weekend where he was in a kind of what I would call a normal race,
a normal NASCAR,
still top 10, but great stuff.
Yeah, I'm a real fan of Scotty McLaughlin too.
Yes, of course.
So seeing him out there is really good as well, doing so well. So yes,
full jandle, love it. Yeah, we love having all the Kiwis and Aussies here in America, and I think there's no question there's a connection between American sport, American culture, and Australia and New Zealand, by the way they go about their lives, the way they go about their racing, and so every Antipodean that I hear says that America feels like home.
Yes, it's very simple.
So
yeah,
just one of those things. Well, Gay, I'm going to get our next guest in. They're coming in fast and furious. Thank you so much for coming in.
An absolute pleasure.
And by the way, after the first session of your 5,000, come back and tell us what happened.
Not a problem.
All right. Thank you for coming in. I've got another guest coming in a moment. So thank you, Gay. What number of the 5,000?
24.
24.
On pole.
Oh, well, we can't miss it. We're on pole for the 5,000. Thank you, Gay. Appreciate you coming in.
My pleasure.
And we'll see you soon. Hard luck in the Women's World Cup, but never mind. So Jim Farley leading the way, Jeff Abramson in that 64 Chevrolet Corvette powering around in the number 5, a beautiful sight and sound. And I am delighted to be joined here in the booth by Ron Fellows. Delighted to have you on board, first and foremost. Very special weekend for you, but for everybody. To have you here, but also for Corvette. 70 years, you had a big part in that, but let's first of all start with, we're looking at some fantastic Corvettes out there. I want you to talk to that. But just what does this event mean to you?
You know, given the history, as everything from Formula One, Formula 5000, Can-Am, obviously the big, all the sports cars. I mean, I grew up watching a lot of this as well, and so it's a huge thrill for me, and obviously, to be Grand Marshal here for the Rolex Motorsports reunion here at WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna Seca. It's an absolute honor, and I'm thrilled. And I'm just going to keep my eye on the number 57 Corvette, because that's a friend of mine, and I drove that car here last year.
Who is that?
It's Dave Roberts.
Okay, we'll keep an eye on Dave for you.
Yeah, it's a 56 Vet, very, very period correct. And I can tell you from experience, it has drum brakes.
Ha ha!
But Yeah, no, it's certainly the when you look at the history of Corvette, the racing that when they first went to Le Mans in 1960 and everything in between, and then really from the start of the 99 season and continuing, that's the era of the full-on factory Corvette racing program, and I was very fortunate to be part of it from the ground up when we, initially testing the first generation of C5R. We were slow and couldn't get out of our own way, but the great part and the fun part of that was working with the Pratt Miller team and obviously Corvette people, and taking the car, developing it, turning it into a quick car, a reliable car, learning how to finish long races, then learning how to contend, and then learning how to win. And the real breakout season for Corvette racing was 2001. We did get first win in the fall of 2000, but 2001 was really the breakout year with the Rolex 24 overall win. Got our first class win at Le Mans that same year, and numerous ALMS sprint wins as well. So.
You mentioned Daytona. I was lucky enough to follow Brian Redman around as he was Grand Marshal of the Daytona event, the Rolex, and they put them through his paces. I'll tell you. I don't know if they're doing. I don't know how busy you are, but it's all very well saying I'm the Grand Marshal. It sounds like a very nice thing where you wave a flag or make a few handshakes. But there's David Roberts.
There's Dave. Go get him, Dave.
There you go. But there's a lot to do, or they keep you busy. What have they got you doing this weekend?
It's mainly media stuff. We've done some video content. There's a couple of the C5Rs that I raced that are here, the 2003 C5R as well as the 2000, and that keeps us busy. I'm also driving the number 2. It's a 1987 C4 Corvette. An IMSA GTO car that my old crew chief from Corvette Racing, Dan Binks, Dan and his wife Sherry and their son Phil, they're all here, and Dan has restored this car. It's owned by Walter Owens, who used to race Trans Am back in my era, and anyway, Walter owns this car, and they just got it ground up, restored, and it's just an awesome piece. It's V6 turbo, so sometime this afternoon we'll be doing that.
Tell us about how you got into racing in the first place. I mean, you're synonymous with Corvette, and obviously your history with the mark continues to this day as an ambassador to it. But how did you first get involved?
Yeah, I had my uncle. This is back in Ontario, in the Toronto area. This is where I grew up, and he took myself and one of my brothers. He and I went to the Canadian Grand Prix at then Motorsport in 1969. So that was the first car race I went to, and I was absolutely I've said it many times, but if an 11-year-old can have an epiphany, I did.
Yeah. Well, no, I actually think that's a good age to have that, because those memories at 11, 12, whatever it might be, just as you're coming into being a teenager, you're starting to form your idea of what you like.
Yes.
Not what your parents tell you like.
No, exactly. Yes. I got plenty of discouragement, lots of encouragement from parents, but the reality check was, we, as a family, we didn't have money for this sort of thing, and that was the part that my dad continued to remind me of. This is really, really expensive to try to cut your teeth in. You ought to have a backup plan, and I insisted to him that I didn't need a backup plan, but
you had one after all, though.
Yeah. It all worked out. But I mean, it's not as easy as we all know in this game. It's a very, very difficult business to make a living at, but very, very fortunate to have spent the majority of my career racing predominantly GM products and mostly Chevys, from everything from NASCAR to World Challenge to obviously the IMSA and the American Le Mans Series, and
Yeah, it was pretty special for me to go recently to Detroit and see a Chevy come across the line winning from the back, I may add.
Yes.
Absolutely incredible, and it really gave me a sense of being in Detroit and understanding what that mark has been over the years, and you know what it meant to the folks at GM. I mean, very special.
Yeah, it's how I got Detroit. I actually was born in Windsor, just across the river, but I grew up in the Toronto area. But Detroit and the Belle Isle event in 1994 was a turning point for. I was actually racing for Ford at the time, and the Saturday feature being the Trans Am was the Chevy 200, which I won, and I met the head of Chevy Racing on the podium. And literally, that's how it started. He literally asked me. He asked me, "How do we get you in a Chevy?" And I said, "Give me a call." And that's
great.
Yeah,
I love stories.
Yeah,
See, that's to be honest. I'm so glad you come in today because these are the stories that we love to hear about. And I always feel hand-fisted a little bit trying to get people wrangled into the commentary booth because they're busy. You're busy. You're grand marshalling today. But it's great to hear these stories and how something as simple as that. You're on the podium. There's the head of GM. How else are you going to get an appointment with him?
And here we are, almost 30 years later, and I still have had a terrific relationship with Chevrolet on both sides of the border in Canada and in the U.S. obviously, and we've got. We're partners with Chevrolet and Michelin with our Corvette school, which is based at Spring Mountain Motor Resort and Country Club west of Las Vegas, so that every new Corvette owner gets a 2-day school as part of the ownership experience, and we've been doing that for 15 years. It's great, and I continue to be ambassador for Corvette and for Corvette Racing. So it's very, very fortunate. And my kids, that's pretty much all they know is Dad did nothing but race a Chevy.
Well, we're listening to Ron Fellows, who is one of our special guests. He's also the Grand Marshal here at the event here in 23. Delighted to have you on board as we celebrate 70 years of Corvette. And I was saying earlier, I just had an Aussie lady here, Gay, we were talking about the mystique of being from Australia and the UK and how, you'd see the films come out about Corvette and it immediately got Hollywood status as a car almost. Why do you think?
I think taking on and it continues to this day. You're taking on the Europeans, the European manufacturers that have the pedigree of sports car racing, and certainly when Chevrolet began on the journey with Corvette, it was a big task, but it was uniquely American, continues to be that way. But there's always something special about a Corvette, and they've done an amazing job over the decades. Marketing, initially in the '60s, the connection with astronauts and Corvette, and certainly what Le Mans has meant to Corvette, certainly in the last 25 years, but when you look at the Briggs Cunninghams and John Fitches and what they went through to compete, in the early '60s in Le Mans. I got to drive that car here in 2010, and I don't know how they ever went 150 miles an hour, 160 miles an hour in those cars. I had trouble at 50.
But what I love about the mark is the fact that we're here celebrating the history of it, 70 years. We've got representations both at the moment on track and all around the paddock. And yet there is also a doff of the cap to the future here in the E-Ray. And that, this is historic events, cars that we're looking at. But, everybody's still innovating towards the future. And I just thought, I haven't even seen that car run. But it just looks like a Corvette, as it should.
Yes.
And it is a very different Corvette. Some might like, some might not. But it really is true to the DNA.
Well, I think the mid-engine has been in the works for a while, and certainly coming out in 2020 with initially with the Stingray. This is a huge a huge step for Corvette to go mid-engine, and the response from owners and the like has been unbelievable. Like even at our school, for example, we're seeing an incredible number of first-time owners of Corvettes because of this innovative new mid-engine car and what they've done with it. And the new Z06 is off the charts good. And actually, the first time I got to drive a Z06 was right here last year. So.
Well, ironically, it does seem ironic. Jim Farley, who is well known in Ford names at Dearborn, in his Ford Cobra 1964 has just won in the 96. So that competition, Ford versus GM, continues here in 2023, and long may it continue. Ford coming back into Formula One.
Long may it continue.
Yes, it's long may it continue. Is there any cars you want to see? I'm going to let you go. I've got lots of people coming up, but you don't have a lot of time. You're Grand Marshal. But is there anything you want to have a look at, or is there anything that interests you or pricks your interest?
Oh yeah, no, what I grew up watching. I was a Formula One fan first, and certainly at Motorsport, which is the track that I went to regularly, it was Can-Am, Formula 5000, and Formula One was in that era of late 60s into the late 70s, and then when the Formula One race, the Canadian Grand Prix, moved to Ile Notre Dame on Circuit Gilles Villeneuve in Montreal in '78. Been there lots since as well. So I'm watching Can-Am, Formula 5000, and F1 as well as these big sports cars. But the Formula One and as watching Can-Am, Formula 5000, Formula One, that's really a cool factor for me.
Well, it's a cool factor for us, the audience, listening to your words. You're listening to Ron Fellows. Thank you for coming in.
Oh, thank you.
And feel
Thanks
free to
for
come
having
back. We got the whole weekend. We love to hear these stories, and we want to involve as many of you as we can, drivers and participants in this. You've been listening to Ron Fellows, of course, from Corvette, and a major player over the years, racing design, you name it, and now with race schools as well. My thanks for you to come in and enjoy being the Grand Marshal, and
thank
congratulations.
you very much. Thanks
again
for having me. Terrific.
All right, we'll take a short break here from Laguna Seca. Back with more after this. Welcome back to Laguna Seca. We've been here for much of the morning, and it continues here with some great coverage of these beautiful historic cars, part of the reunion of 2023 here in Monterey, and now, as they say in Monty Python terms, for something completely different. No question about it. Rolling Bones are out on track, and I'm here with John McIntyre, who has a big part to play, and we'll talk a bit of Trans Am as well. But first and foremost, let's head down to Kev and see what the latest is with him.
Lovely, thanks, Johnny. Well, in amongst all the noise down here, under one of the most impressive awnings in the heart of all of us, is the mark of Corvette, a mark that has been around for a long time, 70 years in fact, and I'm pleased to say that Phil Zak and Todd Christensen are here with me now, and they're going to tell us all about it. Todd, what a display of cars we've got here. Just tell us what's going on at the Rolex this year.
Yeah, I tell you what, we are so honored and excited to be here for a Corvette 70th anniversary. And what a display of cars. I mean, GM's brought some of our cars out, our Serves, the Chevrolet Engineering research vehicles, really the cars that started the C8 back in the 60s. But think of all the cars that the private owners brought out. We've got almost every vintage of historic race car, 2 of the 5 Grand Sports. You don't ever see those together. 3 of the 1960 Corvettes that raced at Le Mans. I mean, what an amazing group of vehicles here.
It's incredible, and that's just some of them. These are the ones that you bought. We've had 2 or 3 just, thunder past us in the background a moment or two ago. People are racing them out on track. But Phil, I'll come to you. 1953 in New York at Motorama, the company had an idea for a little car that they were going to bring to the market. And what were they thinking about back then? What was it all about?
Chevrolet getting into performance driving, something attainable for the customer, and you can see what that has grown into. At that point, too, it was new technology. It was fiberglass bodies. So really just driving technology in Corvette. And as we see right through here, the aura and the brand has just kept growing.
Yeah, it really has. Let's take a little walk and a stroll, because we've got to end up, by the way, at a car which is just up the way here. The new E-Ray is what we're going to talk about. But let's just walk, because we're coming up in a moment as well, Todd, past some of these vintage ones that are beautiful and shiny. We're going to see one that isn't beautiful and shiny that was racing for 24 hours not that long ago.
Yeah, I tell you, this is the car that won our class at the 24 Hours of Le Mans this year. So Ben Keating and everybody at Corvette Racing raced this thing for 24 hours, and we kept it. So this is what a car looks like after 24 hours of continuous competition. So excited to have that car here for everybody to see it in the flesh.
I absolutely love what you've done with this as well, because you said to me this has come straight off the track after 24 hours, but then you've actually sprayed a clear coat on it to keep it looking as it does.
That's right. I don't want anybody polishing this thing up and making it look pretty again. This needs to be preserved in its historical look.
Well, look, let's just keep walking, because just over behind where our cameraman is, there is a car that's polished up and looking pretty. And Phil, I'm going to ask you about this. Step forwards. We've got the all-new 24 Chevrolet Corvette E-Ray. Look at this lady here. She's absolutely spellbound by it. How about this?
So, number one, you start with the race car. The new C8, basically the proportions have shifted. The motor is over the rear wheels, which gives you the traction that you need for launching. And all that was developed with the race team on the track. But what you're looking at right now, this is our 6.2-liter V8, and it's coupled with electric motors up front for all-wheel drive, which is the first time you get that in Corvette. But the car is stunning. It's a fabulous, the speed is tremendous, and also it rides phenomenal. It's a fabulous car for the track or also for the road.
But Phil, I've got to just give you and your team some credit here, because you're global design director, is that right, or global head of design?
That's for Chevrolet, that is correct.
Well, but the designers behind this have done an amazing job. This is a beautiful looking car. Modern technology, but it's an instant classic as far as I'm concerned.
No, we appreciate that. The team did a phenomenal job on it, and part of the engine moving to the rear, our proportion shift. The occupant goes forward, really gives it an exotic look and feel. And then when you get into the materials on the inside, the leathers, the suedes, we've really upped the game on what we offer for Corvette on interior components. Carbon fiber, you can pretty much get it all.
Yeah, this is what I want to see. If we could just spin around and have a look inside, the tan leather and black interior on this is great. Todd, I'll come back to you, because for the guys that love Corvette and are going to get involved in a car like this, you've picked a great one to bring and put on display.
Yeah, well, listen, leave it up to Phil and the team to give us some beautiful colors. But yeah, this beautiful gray with tan interior is something that you probably wouldn't expect to look great, but it's pretty striking.
And also what we got here then is a 6.2 litre small block V8 engine, but helping that then, electrification. There's another 150 horsepower coming from battery and a motor.
Yeah, there's 163 horsepower in a electric motor that powers the front wheels. Yeah. So you add that to the 495 in the back, and it's a pretty potent setup for sure.
I think I read 0 to 60 in just 2.5 seconds.
2.5 seconds. This will be the fastest 0 to 60 of any Corvette.
It's phenomenal. But then alongside that as well, driver assistance technology to make this a daily driver. It's not just a race car.
Well, for sure. I mean, this is really could be a daily driver, a touring car, perfect touring car. So having all the driver assist and safety features are important to our customer, and it's important for this car.
Phil, let's spin you back around this way so we can put it behind us and then we get a nice view of it. But just to talk about the event as well, Phil, because you're a design guy, and when we stand here and look at all of these cars in front of us here now, just phenomenal, isn't it? Beautiful looking cars, and they all fit the era that they were, made in.
Yeah, no, it's phenomenal. When you go up, you mentioned the 53. Yeah. You start with the 53, C1, and you walk all the way back up here to C8. You can see the lineage of Corvette. They're always bold. They're pushing technology. There's the sound. It's a visual experience as well. So that's all wrapped up, and we think the C8 here is really the epitome of kind of where Corvette is, and we're going to really move this brand forward.
Yeah, you are. And what's also great is as well with events like the Rolex here, the enthusiasts are coming, and like I said, we got all these ones that you've bought, but there's loads of others that other people have bought, and looking after them and maintaining them and keeping them running on the track. That's what this is all about, isn't it?
Oh, exactly. And we've got a huge customer base that just loves Corvette. They come to these events all the time, and really we're just, with the race car behind us and with the production car here, there's a great tie into those two.
Yeah, there really is. Well, listen, Johnny, I think we're kind of wrapped up here for a moment or two. Todd, thank you ever so much for talking to us. There's a big crowd around the E-Ray, and Phil, thank you ever so much. Johnny, what do you make of that? The history of Corvette all under one awning, and the future, well, it's right behind me.
Kev, brilliant stuff. And yeah, I mean, we were just saying here in commentary, you know, the lineage is, you know, you can argue about the future of the motor car and where it's going, but Corvette have definitely dived in, feet first, carrying on the lineage and making an absolutely beautiful Corvette. And I'm joined here in the booth by Tom McIntyre. We're going to talk about Rolling Bones, but I do want to quickly talk about Corvette because obviously you know this marque just as well as anybody else. But when we see the past and the future here, what's your take on Corvette?
Well, I'm thrilled by Corvette, you know, and it's a real pleasure to walk around the heritage display, see the incredible history of the Chevrolet Corvette as well as a glimpse into the future. It's just phenomenal.
This event has gone from strength to strength since the 70s, and of course racing here on the peninsula since 1950, before Laguna Seca even existed. But since then, it's taken on a world of its own. Growing up in California, you must have been part of this event and also aware of how this has grown over the years. What does this mean to you?
Wow, I started coming here as soon as I had my driver's license. I asked my parents if I could leave and go watch the races at Laguna Seca, and they, of course, let me go. And then, of course, the following weekend at Riverside Raceway, you know, in the very, very early days, and I got to see all these Corvettes race, and very early on, I was able to even buy one myself and race it here in the Historics 63 split window. So it's been, you know, heritage of Corvette and Laguna Seca Raceway.
No question about it. During the pandemic, I worked with current TransAm Racing, and we decided to do a sim championship because we couldn't go racing. So we did a sim championship, and the sim guys were so clever that they reinvented Bridgehampton, Riverside, and we went racing with our modern field of TransAm Racers. Just absolutely fantastic. So I feel like I know a little bit about some of these, you know, older circuits. Sure. We went to Sears Point as it was then, and now Sonoma. But let's get to the Rolling Bones, because this does intrigue me. These cars have mostly driven from New York, am I right? All the way to California. That must have been amazing.
They've come from all over North America. We have one from Alberta, Canada, Connecticut, Pennsylvania, New York, South Carolina. And it's just incredible how these guys have all come together, guys and girls, I should say. We have a two-door sedan owned by Judy Watson, who is its owner and helped build it. So not only is it boys but girls as well, and it's a great fraternity of people who embrace this genre of early Ford hot rod.
What's been the reaction on the road?
Oh, the reaction is phenomenal. People just can't believe that we're out there on the highways in the middle of Nebraska.
And probably holding your own as well, right?
Oh, yeah. These cars are all geared, they'll run 90 miles an hour without a problem.
Amazing. Absolutely.
Yeah.
When I read it, it basically said that the idea, it's a hot rod, but you use as many parts as you can from the original 40s and 50s cars.
Oh, absolutely. And there really are very few modern parts on these cars.
Okay.
The only thing we do is put a overdrive so that they can attain highway speeds without overtaxing the engines.
And I read that also this method in your madness, driving some of these cars, you've got customers here in California who've been waiting to get their hands on these, right?
Oh, absolutely. Yes. There's people all over the United States, and in fact we've exported some of the cars to England, so they're pretty much worldwide now.
Well, listen, Tom, I want to talk to you about the TransAm Historics in a minute. We're going to take a short break, but we'll be right back. You've been listening to Tom McIntyre, who is going to be out and about later today in Historic TransAm, and was here talking about the Rolling Bones. Coming up next, it's Ragtime, but stay with us. More to come from the Monterey reunion. Welcome back. On track at the moment, Ragtime Racers in action. But before Tom McIntyre goes, I would be remiss if I wasn't to tell our audience about the car that you will be pedaling later in the day. One of my favourites, and as a Trans Am man, I don't know all my historic Trans Am cars, but I do know about the number 6 Penske. Tell me about it.
And it's just, when you sit behind the wheel of these cars, it's wonderful to feel the same thing that the original drivers felt. These cars are all restored to perfection. They're not copies, they're not reproductions, they're the real cars that you would have seen here between 1966 and 72.
Well, that coming up, and that is going to be a highlight for me anyway, and I'm sure some of the fans around the world watching around the world. My thanks for Tom coming in, and we'll see you later. Please come in afterwards. I'd love to hear how it goes on the new surface.
Wonderful.
And see if you put some extra quick laps in the old girl. But thanks for coming in. We've got it fast and furious as we turn our attention now to the Ragtime Racers. Going to tell you all about that. My thanks, Tom. Appreciate you coming in.
Thanks for having me.
So, as you can see, as I mentioned, we've got Ragtime Racers on track, and I'm going to introduce another man. Well, he's not really from the era, but he may as well be, because he knows all about racing. James Alder's going to join me in a moment to talk about some of these guys. But the Ragtime Racers is a very special group. And before we get down to the nitty-gritty, let's head down to Kev Harris. What have you got, Kev?
Lovely, thanks, Johnny. I'm down here with the man that makes the Ragtime Racers all possible, Brian Blaine. And Brian, it's great to see you once again. We've met on a few occasions now, and usually I'm dressed up like you. But look at what's going on behind us. You're doing the skit here where the car's late to the line. Oh, Beauregard, he's late again, isn't he?
Beauregard's always late, always late. You know, it's almost dependable that he's not going to make it on time.
But just tell us about what's going on, because basically one of your old-time racers here, they find a skunk in the gearbox or something.
Yeah, we find the skunk, and it catches on fire. He finds the skunk, takes it out, puts the car back together, and we've had so much fun doing this over the years. There have been a number of people who have taken cars apart, put them back together, but not running, and then back together running again with the engine out.
This is what amazes me, Brian. This car, you take it fully apart, you put it back together, you turn the key or press the button, and it just, fingers crossed, it goes. And it usually does go. But whose idea was this? And this in itself is a great piece of engineering to make this happen.
Well, Beauregard and I did this. We were a part of a local Model T club that was trying to break the world's record on taking a car apart and putting it back together. We decided, well, let's go one further. Let's have it running, take it apart, put it back together again, fire it back up. And we started doing this in front of the bleachers at race events. And it's been so popular that we just keep doing it. But the engineering of it is quite involved, because it's not a car that is just starting up for a few seconds. It's got full water, full of fuel, full of everything. We've actually taken it, and after we've done this, we took it around the Indy Oval. So it's a real running car when it's back together.
It is a real running car made of period parts as well that they're putting back together here. But let's just talk about the Ragtime Racers for a moment, because these are the cars from the early 1900s that were racing around tracks, all over the United States of America.
That's right. This is the beginning, and it's unfortunate, but when I started messing with these old cars 30 years ago, I realized that we'd forgotten about them. I was racing a Can-Am car. Who cares about these old things? And then I got hooked on them, and I found out that we've almost lost a part of our history. And so ever since then, I've been trying to get these guys to bring their cars out of their collections or out of their garage or out of the barn, get them running, and bring them out on the track so people can see them. And the key to this is we don't ever take these cars to events unless we can fire them up, run them around a track. We want people to see what it was like 100 years ago, racing cars.
And it's fantastic, and that is exactly what you do here at Laguna Seca. I mean, I've seen Ed Archer with his old Ford Model T over there race around here, and he's doing 60, 70, 80 miles an hour in a car that he's sitting up high and proud in, and you've got to pump those brakes to get them braking when you go down that corkscrew.
Yeah, when it comes to brakes, if you want to stop the car today, you better put the brakes on yesterday.
That's exactly it. But we're coming to the closing stages now of the skit here, where the guys have taken it apart and putting it back together. How many minutes do they do this in? Because it's a full strip down and then put back together, and then, like you said, it's going on the track.
Their record is 8 minutes and a few seconds, and I don't remember exactly, but they're doing pretty good today. They might break the record today.
Yeah, they might do. And what happens is, if you've never seen this before, if you're watching somewhere around the world right now, there's a whole sort of bit of pantomime, if you will, that the cars are going out to the track, and this one says, oh, it won't start, there's an issue. And then the guys strip it down, and they discover the issue, and it is a skunk in the gearbox that they find, isn't it?
Yes, it is. They find the skunk. And once they find the skunk, they usually toss it to the paddock marshal, which scares him away. And, of course, the paddock marshal is part of the show.
Yeah. And I think the great thing about this is, now I've seen this about 3 times now, 4 times maybe, but there are people who come to these shows year on year, and they don't know about it until it starts to happen. They think this is actually for real, right?
We've had some really interesting things. The first year we did this up at Sonoma, we had somebody come up afterwards and they said, we're making a formal protest because after you guys got this back together, they wouldn't let you take it on the track. Well, I told them, don't let him on the track. He can't make it around there. He doesn't have the fuel in the tank. But this person was so upset that they had worked so hard and they wouldn't let him on the track that they filed an official protest.
There you go. That is acting of the highest degree. That is with the pantomime. That is, art imitating life or something. But we're getting the stage now. The bodywork is going back on. But just a quick word about the event then, Brian. Like you said, it's all about preserving history. And when you look at these cars, these are historic, early 1900s. But we're getting to an era where a car from the 80s is vintage, and historic now as well. And we got to preserve all of them.
Yeah, and they're disappearing at a rapid rate. The real early ones just don't exist. Trying to find 20 or 30 of these cars that are actually in running condition and can drive on a track at speed just doesn't exist anymore. They're gone, and we don't want that to happen to the cars from the 60s.
No, exactly. And when you drive around the roads these days, I'm obviously in the UK, you're over here in the US, what we class as old cars, you don't see many old cars on the road anymore, which is a shame.
Yeah, and as a kid, we would try and identify every car as it went by. Nowadays, they all look the same.
They do. They're all out the wind tunnel. They're all like hybrid, or they're going to be electric. It's the way of the world. But like you say, they all look the same. But look, here we go. Let's just bring you around here, Brian, because the finale is almost upon us. The car was stripped down. It's been put back together. The skunk has been removed from the engine box or the gearbox, wherever it was. The guys are about to put the bonnet on. The moment of truth is upon us. They have done this in around 8 minutes, and I think they deserve a huge round of applause if this thing fires up first time. We talk about modern engineering, but look what you've done here with old engineering. This is going to go. Come on. Check a plug. Look at this, though. It did fire up. Come on, we got this. Go, 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 says Beauregard Speedwell. The guy's a little bit of a spray. Yes, come on, yes, yes. Right, listen, Brian, thank you ever so much. Car 13 rolls towards the grid, and you're going to roll and go and join our Johnny Green in the announcer booth and add some life to this. Is that right?
I'll be there in a quick 5.
He'll be there in a quick 5. There you go, Johnny. Brian is on his way up to you. What a great show, folks. How about that?
So, those magnificent men in their flying machines, quite literally. This is the great example. I love Ragtime Racers. This is just pure fun, and they have fun doing it, but there's a very serious connotation to it because you genuinely are witnessing a little bit of history here. This is how it was done. This is the likes of the Model T Ford of 1920, Mark Hart at the wheel of that one, and the Packards out there. We've got Nationals, speed cars out there from 1912. We've got a Hall Scott Model M from 1970. Tom Malloy's out there in that Locomobile Model I from 1908. Folks, this is where it all began, and this is where the technology that you see We just saw the most modern Corvette in the world in the future. Well, this is kind of where it all began. And two-seaters? Why two seats, you say? Why did you have to have an extra guy? Well, somebody had to start the thing, and somebody had to be the spotter. So the man who isn't at the wheel, or the woman that isn't at the wheel, is doing just that, using a balancing act as well as being the starter, the mechanic, and keeping an eye out for those. It wasn't pressurizing the fuel system. It wasn't until the Marm and Wasp went to the Indy 500 and put a mirror on that he did away with a passenger. And you can see that just ahead is one passengerless car. That's the number 9 coming through shot there. And a beautiful sight, absolutely gorgeous, and I really do enjoy these guys. They've been, that's a Franklin Desert Racer that's in action there, and the 21, that's a Hudson from 1916. So a real display and exhibition. This is not a race, this is just a little bit of fun, but some serious fun too, because you really do get the lineage. We've got cars that go back to 27 in our normal groups, but this is kind of an anomaly group, the Ragtime Racers, and they've been doing this around, as you heard there with Kev, around the United States now for quite some time, and they put on a real show, including that exhibition you just saw, and I'm just about to get rejoined by the same man. Here he comes into the booth. But I was just saying, you know, when this is an anomaly group because you're not actually racing, but at the same time, a very important group for people to understand. If I were bringing my little Larry son, of, let's say 12 years old, he'd never been to one of these events, I'd want him to see this and say, this is, you know, it's all very well being excited about the Corvette in the future. This is where it all began.
This is the beginning. That's right. And if we lose the beginning, then then where are we? But you know, you're talking about this, the cars racing. They're actually driving at racing speed.
Yes.
But they're not racing for position. They're not taking any chances because they're not wearing safety gear other than a helmet. And some of them are they're all amateur drivers. Some are pro.
What sort of speeds are we doing then?
Yeah. And
I've actually been in the two-seater at Sonoma in one of these, and I was amazed at the sheer speed that we were doing.
We have so much fun with, you know, I've raced everything from Formula One, Can-Am, Vintage, and it's a kick to have people walk up and make fun of the cars, and then I take them out with me. And I say, and after, when they come back in, they have a new understanding of what it feels like to go 80 miles an hour, you know, in a car that's like sitting in a lawn chair in the back of a pickup truck.
It really is, and it feels like that. You feel like you're in a no-suspension pickup truck, and you are hanging on for dear life if you're a passenger. But it's gleeful, it's joyful, it's absolutely wind in your hair fun.
Yeah, it's amazing if you think about it. I took the number 20 National that ran at Indy in 1911 for the Centennial. They let me take a lap around Indy's Oval in 2011, and that car supposedly did a 100-mile-an-hour lap back in 2011. And after they let me take it out, no other traffic, I did a 100-mile-an-hour lap around Indy. When I came in after 3 laps, I couldn't hang on to the steering wheel because the vibration made my arms numb. My eyes were bouncing around, my teeth were chattering, you know, from the vibration. And then I thought, when that track was brick,
yes,
in 1911,
can you imagine?
It was a 7.5-hour race.
I mean, you'd have to wear a gum shield.
Those guys were tough. You know, they were farm boys. They chopped wood by hand. You know, they climb in a race car. You know, I hate to say it, but I think a lot of the training that our Formula One drivers get nowadays probably would not be adequate for a 7.5-hour race in one of these cars.
I can well imagine. And what are they like to wheel? I mean, physically, I would have thought they're a handful.
They are. The steering is very, very heavy. So it's definitely a two-handed steering. You've got to have both a handbrake and a foot brake, and neither of them work worth a darn because they only work on the rear wheel. So you use them both simultaneously, and then you got to let go of the brake, grab the hand shifter real quick. So they are a handful to drive.
I mentioned that we're looking at the National IndyCar Model 40 from 1911, going through its paces there, and the number 20 just going up the corkscrew.
That's the car that ran at Indy in 1911, finished 7th.
It's amazing, absolutely amazing. And here we are, this many years on and we're still going around. That's what blows my head off. It's just that the fact that it's possible. I just can't think of another sport where this is the maintaining, the love, all the rest of it. The whole Scott Model M just passed through there. But is there a favorite? I was talking about how some of the innovations that came from these early cars, and I mentioned the Marm and Wasp, about how that was the first use of a rear view mirror.
Right.
And so, you know, you talk about the development, the history of racing, and how each innovation changed the sport and changed the automobile use by us, mere mortals. But these are important times for the development.
And, you know, 1 or 2 years back at the turn of the century was like 1 or 2 decades.
Right.
Because the innovations were coming so fast. The automobile was brand new. Internal combustion engines were brand new.
Not many people could get their hands on them
They couldn't get their hands on it, but I mean, the thought that you had cars experimenting with overhead cam engines, you had cars experimenting with different types of combustion chambers. Back then, nobody knew what was best.
Well, listen, we're going to take a short break. More action coming up. The Ragtime Racers will be in action later in the weekend. My thanks for coming in. Again, you're always welcome. We want to talk cars. We want to talk history. That's what it's all about here at the Rolex Monterey Motorsports Reunion. We'll be right back.
Well, how about this then? We are here on Trans-Am Alley, and it's a part of the Rolex Monterey Motorsport reunion that I absolutely love. Cars from 1966 through to 1972, and two men that know all about, and one man that needs no introduction, Mike Joy and Ken Adam as well alongside me. Mike, just talk to us about the era and talk to us about some of these cars. It's always one of my favourite exhibits at a show like this.
Well, and Monterey and the people who come here absolutely love these cars, because every group that runs in historic Trans Am, which is Group 8 here at this event, is the car that actually raced in, period. Now, yes, they've been restored and repaired, but they're not allowed to build the spec above how these cars were then. You had a 302 cubic inch engine. That's what you have now. The rear end ratios that were available then, the brakes that were available then, the intake manifold, everything has to be the way these cars raced. And we're on a racetrack. The group is self-policing. And Ken is our steward and also one of the upfront runners. So it just makes it really collaborative fun. We go out there, and I don't think there are more than a driver or two here that are concerned about winning. We're more concerned about entertaining the fans, putting on a good show, getting out on the track, and then passing, repassing, and just show the thunder and the fury that this series was back in the day.
Yeah, and that's exactly what it was. Thank Mike. The thunder and the fury. It does, shake your rib cage when these things goes by, Ken. But I mean, this was all about, like you said, each manufacturer had a car, and they were like, win on Sunday, sell it on a Monday, and that's what this was all about, wasn't it?
Exactly, and that's the fun part of the group. As you look around here, you'll see the famous cars for sure, but notice the independent cars. Those are the guys that wanted to have fun and try to beat the factory. And those guys, they still have a lot of fan base. My car was from Connecticut. When we go to Lime Rock, people still come over from the 70s who remember the car or worked on the car or helped on the car. So that the history is a whole big part of this group.
So as this class developed from 66 through 1972, John Bishop at the Sports Car Club of America wanted a professional series for these cars, not for sports cars, but for what they called sedans. We now know them as pony cars. So the rules were very restrictive. If you swing around and look at Tom McIntyre's Camaro here, you'll see it still has a full interior, except for the carpet and the headliner. Those inner panels and the door cards, those were all required. And this was as good as race cars got back in 1967-68. Side glass, the windows still have to roll up and down. Now this is how the series was in 68. Ken's Mustang is a 69, and he can show you what changed just from one year to the next.
Ken, let's go and have a look at this one, because like you're saying, great story with this one as well, but the changes year on year, we see it.
One of the kind of small subtleties that's really cool on this car is the pipes. See how they're built into the frame? They kind of outlawed that later, but it's a cool feature of the car. It's one of the features that kind of proves that this was the car. This car doesn't have the door glass because it ran later. Regardless, you had to meet weight requirements, so everything was kind of tried to be equal at the time. One cool feature on this car is these are holes for lights when it ran at Sebring and Daytona. So before radios, you would have either a green or a white or red light, and that would mean something to the pit crew. So that's kind of cool. The fun thing, the guy that run this car, the 45 came from their hopes of sustaining sponsorship from Colt 45. So that was a cool story that they told me after the fact.
And did they ever get that, you think?
They didn't, but actually I have a picture of the car. At one race, they actually did the font like on the bottle of Colt 45.
Colt 45, not the firearms, but the malt liquor that was popular back in the 60s and early 70s.
I love this era, and I love this alley, as I was saying to you. When you look along here, Mike, just the colours and the styles. I mean, I was a kid growing up in the UK in the 80s, but what I was watching on the TV shows back then, these are the cars that, I would have been seeing on American television, and they're just, I was drooling over these cars.
Well, I was too. In 1970, I was sitting on the hillside at Lime Rock watching these cars, and I was in the dunes at Bridgehampton and standing amongst the rocks at Briar in New Hampshire and at Watkins Glen, and got to see all these cars run in period, got to cover the events, talk to some of the drivers, and so this has always been where my heart is in racing, even though my job is in NASCAR, and I love NASCAR, but yeah, this is where my heart is. And to be able to be a steward of some of this history and drive cars that were actually part of that series back in the day It's just an incredible dream come true.
Yeah, and I tell you what, Ken, something I just thought of that you said before, what's interesting is these cars are still being driven and still being raced. In the case of the Javelin that's on the way over there, like you said, talking about the numbers on how many times that raced then and how many times it might have raced since.
Yeah, back there when the factory had these cars, they would race maybe 7-8 times, and they'd have new technology the next season and move on. That car's been raced several hundred times, and it's still hanging together. It's still winning.
And still winning. And this is the great thing as well, Mike. Some of these cars are one-offs, and, you know, guys like Ken look after them, preserve them amazingly well. But you guys do take them out, and, you know, you're giving them you're driving them anger. You're giving them a bit of a go.
Absolutely. I mean, you know, these cars go through a set of brake pads every couple of weekends. They'll go through more than one set of tires during the weekend. An engine gets about 50 hours before it has to be refreshed, much more like a contemporary race car. But I think the worst thing that could possibly happen to these cars is that they sit in a museum and gather dust. Our whole thing is about getting these cars out there. The sound and the fury, that's, you know, we're the 1 p.m. race on Saturday, right after lunch hour, right after the national anthem, and, you know, everybody flocks to the fence or into the grandstand because everybody has a memory about at least one of the cars that are here.
And as time moves on, it gets even more important, Ken, that guys like yourself and all the owners here do preserve them and do look after them, because we're not going to see cars like this ever again. This technology, the internal combustion engine, we all love it, but it's on its way.
And we love sharing the stories. And you see after our race, kids will come over that want to learn about the car. We let them sit in the car, climb on it. We'll let them start it. They go crazy. That's fun for us as well.
All right, guys, listen, thank you ever so much for talking to us. Mike, you said 1 p.m. out on track after the lunch break?
Correct. Right, 1 p.m. and I'll be in one Camaro. My son is in another, and there's nothing more fun than sharing this with younger people and bringing younger people into the vintage racing hobby.
Gents, it's been a pleasure to talk to you as always. Johnny, we'll go back to you. How about that?
Absolutely superb. Kev Harris doing the business down in the pits, getting to meet some of the luminaries, and I've got one with me now. Nothing better than a proper racing driver from California who knows a little thing or two about racing these sorts of cars and has had a storied history himself. Patrick Long joins me here in the booth. Welcome, sir. First and foremost, what is this event? I've asked everybody that's come in, what does this event mean to you?
Oh, spirit. There's so much story being told in the pits. The ambiance is up. We're in the backdrop of one of the greatest car weeks that has ever existed. There's a little bit of everything going around Monterey, but when it comes to the track and this racing event, the Rolex Monterey reunion has just been epic. It's been evolving over the years. I've enjoyed driving it in everything from a little 2-liter 911 up to what I'm driving this weekend, which is a 962, the Leighton House 962. So yeah, I love these groups. I love the stories that the sort of committee has really worked on in curating cars with traditional period history in the proper livery from that era. It's very, very pure. You're not finding recreations. You're not finding club racing cars. This is the legit stuff. And this group that's about to go green is one that I love racing. Lots of 935s out there.
And as a kid from Thousand Oaks, I mean, did you grow up having a passion? They're going to do one more. Because of the new surface, they're just giving everybody a chance to feel it a bit better. But did you grow up with racing in your blood, or when did you come to it?
Definitely grew up with racing in my blood. Nothing professional. No one was making a living at it. The closest thing was my grandfather owned a Flying A gas station in the mid-50s.
Okay.
In the hot rod period history of short track racing on the weekends and playing with hot rods during the week, going out to El Mirage and Dry Lake straight line running. And so I've grown up with it in my veins. I've been around vintage and racing cars all my life, and dragged to races like this. I grew up in Southern California going to Vara races and a lot of dirt oval short track racing.
Now, interestingly enough, for those of you, I'm sure most people know exactly who you are, but you've had a storied history from every form of racing, single-seated, sports cars, obviously, NASCAR, you name it. As a professional racing driver, are you amazed at the ability of some of these guys who aren't professionals wheeling these cars?
Absolutely. I mean, you look at the top of this grid, Charlie Nurburg, Cal Meeker, Bruce Canepa is usually out here, but these guys push these cars to the edge. Yes, they're leaving each other a little bit more room. Yes, they understand that the safety and technology of these cars is not what today's racing cars are, but they stand on the gas and they're fit and they're pushing to the edge of it.
Tell me a little bit about this group. As you said, you've been in this group before. You've raced in this group. What should our fans be looking out for? I mean, every car has got a great story, and they're all beautiful. But
yes,
is there any particular cars that you've either raced or you want to talk about to pinpoint something about them?
Yeah, 1972 to 81 FIA IMSA GT, GTX, GTU. There's a lot of GT-based class out here, but there's also some prototypes, especially up at the front. It's really about capturing that period of racing and what it was. And so you got a mixture of sports car racing, and you're going to see a lot of dicing up. We'll probably get into some lap traffic if we stay green. Obviously, the 935s are the cars I have the most experience with in this class, some RSRs as well. The 3-liter RSR, naturally aspirated, lots of tire, decent amount of aero for early 70s. It's a great car to drive, very docile. Much the opposite, the 935. It handles well in a straight line, but in the corners, you're working hard, you're playing with boost, massive turbos, and so you'll see on this green flag how, Cal Meeker goes out in front, and he's probably running a naturally aspirated, what is that, a Monta, yeah, it's a little bit different. He's obviously going to have lighter weight, big tires, nice engine, but aerodynamics. And then when you get to third, big monster Corvette, lots of horsepower, lots of straight line speed, but not quite as handy in the corners.
So away we go then. A beautiful sound as they roared past our commentary position. Alongside me, Jonathan Green, Patrick Long, delighted to have you on board. And as you say, the organisers really do know what they're doing in putting these 14 groups together, including the Ragtime that we've just seen. Very special, getting Can-Am and 5,000 out here, Formula One, self-included out there later today. Is there a particular group you enjoy racing more than any?
The 962 and GTP is close to my heart. There's so much downforce, there's so much performance out of the car. It's one of the few cars I've driven in my 3 decades where you never get 100% out of the car lap after lap. You really have to balance. It's got a delicate gearbox, H pattern, synchro box. It's really tricky to drive, but lots of horsepower, lots of downforce, and really test the driver.
We just saw the 53 of Mike Furlow going through in that Corvette Greenwood wide body there from 1976, and obviously we're celebrating. I had Ron Fellows up here in the booth a moment ago. We're celebrating Corvette 70 years here this weekend. Special time for them, both present, past, and future.
Yeah, Corvette, a big rival of mine in my Flying Lizard days.
I'll bet.
Racing GT here. I mean, many people have seen the YouTube video with Jörg Bergmeister and Jan Magnussen door banging all the way to the finish line at the end of a race that Jörg and I shared the Flying Lizard car. But Corvette has been a staple in GT racing since I started my career, and they carry so much fanfare, so much passionate following, and relevance. I think you've seen them, like Porsche, marketing and developing race cars on the track that have evolved into such a passionate following and subscription of clientele on track. So it's great to have their support. I sit on the advisory committee for this race, and we also try to kind of connect the dots on getting storylines of featured marks, getting support from OEMs, and this Corvette deal came together late, but we got all the right support for it, and it's really a special way to not only make it more obtainable and more story, more educational for the attendees, but also to get some great drivers like Ron and some amazing examples of cars out here to the Heritage Tent.
You mentioned Charles Nurberg. We just got a glimpse of him hooning round, and as you say, he's lost none of it. He might be getting up, the man from Dallas, Texas, he might be getting up in age, but he's in that Porsche 936 from 1980, and he's pushing it.
Yeah, that 935 is a beast of a car. I know quite a few people have put their hands on that car, and I've raced against it, and he's not left much there, but all tribute and all testament to Charlie's skill as well. Not only is he quick and aggressive, he's smooth, but he's also fit, and this isn't the only car he's driving. As you said, he's no young man anymore, but he takes his racing passionate. He always has a smile on his face. There you see him just cresting turn 1, followed by the Momo 935, and yeah, it doesn't look like he's pushing as hard as he usually does. I don't know if he's shaking some bugs out of that car or not, but I saw him running P1 at least on the first day in his Formula One car, the Williams, and yeah, a lot of diversity in what he has as both as an owner and also as a driver with the skill that he has.
What's the resurfacing like? I've been asking you a few drivers. Have you been out yet?
It's great. I was worried. That we were going to lose the character and the heritage of Laguna Seca or WeatherTech Raceway. And, it's great. They did a great job. Lots of grip mid-corner. obviously looks brilliant, but it's driving really well. Some drivers were talking to me about whether or not the grip offline was what it used to be, and it can't be much less than it used to be. I mean, the tarmac was pretty worn out, so no, this is great.
Ken Epsman from Santa Clara, California, and the Decon Monza out there. And we just also saw Martin Lauber in the 1976 911 RSR.
Yeah, Martin's been putting some great times in that RSR. That's an interesting car, a very early chassis, short wheelbase 911 chassis that all through its life was sort of updated, stretched, aero, widened, and just a lot of these Porsche cars lived many different lives in lots of different spec, and where they've kind of brought this car back and shined it up is a great time. There you see him just coming out of turn 11. Got a big engine in that thing. It's healthy. I've run with it, and he does a great job driving it as well. He's been giving all the RSRs a hard time, and I love it. It's a short hood, so definitely post 1973 as far as the spec of the body. We had that car at my show Luftgekühlt this year. It was a fan favorite, sponsored by Jimmy Dean Sausage, so it doesn't get much more Americana than that.
No, it doesn't. Now, you've raced all around the world. Where do you like racing? Is it at home here, Laguna?
Yeah, I mean, home tracks for me, Laguna Seca, Long Beach are big favorites, but I've raced the national scene in France, in England, in Germany, so got to race a lot of tracks that I had never heard of and many people hadn't heard of, and many favorites. I mean, in the UK, Oulton Park, the long Oulton Park was one of my favorites. Had some good successes at Snetterton, loved Knob Hill, love obviously the Nordschleife, Bathurst, Spa, epic tracks.
I just don't know, having done a couple of laps around the Nordschleife with some good drivers. I actually got around with a couple of professional drivers, but you know, I just don't know how you remember a circuit like that.
It takes a while. One day I spent 8 hours in the race car. I ate my lunch with my belts on, took my helmet off. I had one bathroom break, and just at about the 7 hour and 45 minute point, I was linking laps together, and that was after I had been to the track for a session here and a session there, and maybe even a VLN race weekend. But yeah, it just takes time. I mean, you'll see drivers there that don't race anywhere else, and they'll put it down. They really are quick. They know every single space, every single corner. But the tricky part about the Nordschleife is when it rains, when it's night, when there's a car upside down in a local safety zone, and you've got to push hard right up to it. It's a war zone of a racetrack, if I'm allowed to say that anymore these days.
I think that's fair enough.
It's pretty wild.
Yeah, no question about it. Yeah, I mean, that green hell, as they called it. Richard Goldsmith in that Decon Monza from 1976. And yeah, definitely pushing on in these. Mention the new uplift or facelift for the track. Some 20 million spent as we look at William Connor in that 1980 Porsche 935. 88.
Yeah, that car is a great car. I've driven that car. I've raced it a couple of times here. Chip Connor's a great friend, a guy he's a passionate sort of socialite here in town as well, successful businessman, and puts on great cocktail parties at his amazing Oasis in Pebble Beach. So every once in a while I get a phone call from him, and it's like, hey, I need you to jump in and drive this car and tell me what it's doing. So I'm like, twist my arm, you know, MoMA 935. It doesn't get much better than that. But that car's just recently had an all-new drivetrain from Porsche Motorsport North America in Southern California. They're getting the bugs worked out of that, and Chip's got that and a great Trans Am car from the class that they just interviewed with Mike Joy. So I loved racing that car last year, hammer and tongs with Bruce Canepa. But yeah, this class has a little bit of everything. I love the diversity of it, and there you see it. You get all different types of cars making lap times in different ways. I think there's two MoMA 935s, so there was at least slated to be two 935s out there with Alan Turpins as well.
That's right, Alan Turpins is out there. Just trying to see where he is out on track. Yeah, I don't think, Bruce Canepa sadly not making it out there. Must have been a mechanical of some sort, or he's not here yet. I'm sure he'll be out there. Robert Canepa also here this weekend. Watching Group 6, Patrick Long helping us along with this fantastic group, and so exciting. 2023, it just feels like a new era in many ways, with Laguna Seca stepping into the new bridge, new track, but these absolutely storied cars. And there's a 1973 RSR. As a factory Porsche driver, does it amaze you that the history of Porsche in racing alone, I mean, I don't think there's a marque that has ever been as successful at all forms of sports car racing.
Yeah, it's in the DNA of the company. I mean, when you think about where the original conception of the company and the product was in the mountains of Austria, and looking for that sports car that was agile, it was light, it was efficient, and that carries all the way forward to today. But I think it's been very clear that the Porsche family and a lot of the people that have led the company are racers, and it's not just marketing, but it's track to street, technology transfer. Of course, there's branding, marketing, heritage, all of that, but at the same time, when you look at GT cars, prototypes, successes at Le Mans, more overall wins than anybody, it's not just 911s. There's so much Porsche running through these paddocks and through the history of sports car racing and all the like. But these RSRs are incredible to see.
Yeah, and growing up in England, I hadn't realized until I came to California just how much of Porsche was imported here and how successful it was back in the day. Literally taking on the muscle cars and winning. And that kind of obviously continued into IMSA and so on and so forth, but of course Le Mans, story, history, etc. But I hadn't realized the love, the passion that the Americans have for Porsche as a brand and a mark.
Yeah, and if you think about the geography, I mean, Southern California especially, but also Northern California, lots of topography, lots of elevation, twisty canyon roads, and then Detroit's making these huge muscle cars and battle wagons. And so I think when military men were serving over Europe and jumped into an English car or into a Porsche in Germany and had these ripping little emotional cars, naturally aspirated, visceral and emotional, and started bringing them back over here. I mean, when you look at the Max Hoffman story of importing Porsches very young and early into the East Coast, and then those cars making it to the West Coast, there's sort of been this Hollywood love affair between Porsche and Southern California, and I think good weather also helps the case. Top down, of course, the Speedster has kind of made its name starting here in Northern California, if my history is correct. So, no, it's been there all along on the street side. I think when I started with the company in 2002, the stat was something like 13% of sales worldwide for Porsche were just in Southern California alone. So it's a big market, and I've learned about the geography.
I think that would surprise a lot of people.
Yeah, it's incredible. Just seeing the back of Cal Meeker heading into the corkscrew, that Lola is on rails, and I think he's pretty well out front now.
I think he's gonna roll this one, no problem. He's gonna be well ahead. Cal Meeker doing the business.
28s around here is moving in a Lola, and certainly no safety for the driver in that car, but Cal keeps himself fit, jumps into a lot of different stuff, also racing a Formula One car this weekend, and I've had some great battles with him. I was running Long Beach this year in an FW07 Williams, and Cal was keeping me honest in the first race. He gets on it and it comes out with a smile. He said he just did Le Mans Classic this year for the first time and had a lot of fun.
Do you do the Le Mans Classic as well?
I haven't done that event yet. I'm looking to get the right opportunity. There's a few bucket list events since I retired from full-time racing at the end of 2021, where I've always talked about Le Mans Classic, Goodwood Revival, which I'm signed up to do this year and very excited to go for them. I've never been to the event, let alone drive it.
I'm sure there'll be a few quite willing to let you have a go.
Yeah, I'm excited.
James Davenport, but Mika doing a brilliant job, and in fact I've got him down at a 1:26.3 as a fastest lap, so he is absolutely hooning around this track at the moment. Fantastic stuff. The new surface helping him. James Davenport in the Chevron. Looking at him, number 28.
Mike Sweeney's been pushing hard. Mike is a good friend, great driver, and a guy that does a lot of professional spotting in IMSA these days. Works with the Lexus teams, also done a lot with Mike Schenk and the Acura program, and I've been running into him in the pits. He's pretty passionate about getting every single millimeter of racetrack and every 10th out of the cars, and I love seeing him behind the wheel.
Currently in third position then as we come to the closing stages of Group 6. Here's our leader, Cal Meeker in the 1:15, doing a brilliant job so far and really has put down a display of racing like no other. James Davenport in second place as he starts his last lap now, and Mike Sweeney, who we were just speaking of, in third at the moment. Mike Thurlow just behind in fourth place. Charles Nurberg, who we had a chat about a moment ago, in fifth at the moment, and Alan Turpin's in sixth. But it's all about Cal at the moment in the 1:15, heading home.
Yeah, I see that Charlie Nurberg originally had entered a Porsche 936 in this class, if that's correct on the program, but obviously he's running his 935. It's nice to have a few legendary Porsches to choose from if one might have an issue. I saw a shot earlier of Ranson Webster as well and love that pink and white 935. He's a great guy and super passionate. I know a few more of these Porsche guys than I do some of the other cars, as you heard about. My slip up on Cal Mika early in the race, but yeah, those cars are just.
Listen, there's 400 cars out here.
Yeah,
I'm hanging on for dear life. I can tell you, it's pretty impressive.
I don't envy your position.
Well, and you know what was interesting? I was talking to Barry Tepka earlier, and you say you're part of the committee. I had no idea that something like 600 cars apply, and you cannot have 600. You just couldn't control it. So we're down to 400. That seems incredible at its best. I mean, so it's a hell of a task to get this race going.
It is, but it's not just about filling the grids up. The cars have to fit that bill, as I mentioned early on. They want to show the very best sports car examples out on the racetrack, and they also are really tough on driving standards. You have to belong to this race, and you have to behave. They want to protect the drivers. They want to keep these cars clean, and yeah, just a brilliant job with everything on the organization side so far that the track has done. But congrats to Cal on taking a pretty easy win there.
Yeah, the Lola T294 of Cal Mika at the wheel in the 115, taking the checkered flag and pretty much making it look easy out there. It certainly isn't. James Davenport coming across the line now in second place, some 20 or so seconds behind, but a great run. Mike Sweeney in third. And in fourth place, Mike Thurlow and Charles Nurburg. Rounding out the top five, Alan Turpin sixth, and then Joey Bollard in seventh, Ken Epsman eighth, Martin Lauber in ninth, and rounding out the top 10, Ransom Webster. My thanks to Patrick Long. What time are you at? What are you running?
We're about, I think, 4 o'clock, 4:30, Group 13. I'm driving the green Leighton House 962,
I know
starting
that car.
from pole, and got Travis Ingen to my right side in an R8 with probably about 20 years newer of a race car, but
that should be fun.
An epic lineup of about 30 years of prototype history all together out there. So yeah, the big boys, we run later in the day, so hopefully the sun will be shining when we go out there.
Look forward to it. My thanks to Patrick Long coming in here, and looking forward to seeing him out on track from pole position in that Leighton House. We'll take a short break. More action coming back from the reunion after this.
Thanks.
well, look at this. All of these cars themselves are works of art, but one man who knows about doing exactly that, turning them into a work of art, is Bill Patterson. Bill is responsible for the event poster, but then more than that, Bill, you're responsible for all kinds of motorsport posters and motorsport pieces of art. And the thing that's impressing me about this, just tell us how long this has taken you to do this.
I'd say I'm probably 35 minutes into this, more or less. It's, you know, these things, doing this style, I like to try to get right at an hour.
That is incredible, and an hour. And let's just talk about this for a minute, because we're going to wander inside. You have a passion for motorsports, you have a passion for skiing as well, but motorsports, and you love drawing cars. You like creating movement in your images.
Yeah, so when I first decided that I want to do this as a career after being an architect, I got very good at basically recreating a photograph, and I thought that was pretty spectacular until I realized it was just sitting there. So then it was like, okay, what's wrong with this? What is it? Why does this piece not making me happier than it should be? And I realized it's about making it move. And so ever since that, I've been trying to make myself, when I realized if I go really fast in a practiced way, I can end up getting the motion and the emotion that I feel about watching these guys and wanting to be in the car. In fact, don't tell anybody, but it's always me driving the car every time, whether it's a Formula One car or a Le Mans winner. It's always me.
And what you're drawing here, you got, I'm guessing, a Stingray. You got a couple of Corvettes here.
Yeah, this is a Corvette weekend. It makes sense to do that, and these are fantastic. I think this is a '67. I don't even know my Corvettes that well, but and that's a C2 and a C5, maybe C6. Anyway,
well, let's talk about a Corvette that we have seen, because it's up here on the wall. This huge one. This is the Le Mans car that we saw just a while back when we were chatting to the guys from Corvette. That's incredible. How long does that one take you to do?
Oh, that one took me a few days. That one is a much more studied piece, and I ended up probably doing the background like 3 or 4 times. And I typically like to just start and go, and if I don't like something, I change it on the fly. A lot of artists lay things out perfectly and then just simply sort of paint by numbers, for lack of a better word, whereas I like to try to build it as I go and tweak and move as I go, but trying to maintain that loose, free motion style.
Now you really get the motion and the emotion, as you said, and people are going to see this all weekend long, because this is the event poster and this is what's on the front page of the program as well. And how did it come about that the guys from Rolex, the guys from the event, came to you and said, Bill, can you help us out and do something for us for the event?
Well, actually, I've been very fortunate to be the artist here at Laguna Seca for most of the last 18 years. So I've been doing a lot of these for a lot of years, and it's become a very natural thing to interact with the track here and everybody on the staff. I've been doing it for so long, they kind of know what to expect, and I know what they want, and so very often it doesn't take us long, and I love being that guy, believe me.
Yeah, you do, and what I've enjoyed when we've been just standing around chatting, people like coming up and talking to you and watching you do it, because I wonder if we can wander inside, madam. I'm going to slide past you. I want to just sort of come and have a look at some of these. Some of the ones that really sort of get the movement for me, like you were talking about this. When you look at this, you can tell the cars are moving. It looks like they're leaping out of the page, doesn't it?
And I love telling stories too. I'm a big fan of the sport, so I love those 3 cars were so significant to the sport, and I love combining those things that you'd never actually see on a track. I can get away with stuff that photographers can't, and I like to try to take advantage of that little trick in my bag whenever I can.
And also what I was just about to sort of come to before we wandered in, people are enjoying watching you do the painting. You're out front and you're doing these things in 30 minutes or an hour or whatever, but that's part of the thing for you, isn't it? Putting on the show of actually doing it before someone's eyes.
You know, I'm kind of a show-off, yeah. I don't think of myself as an extrovert, but, you know, one of the great things about doing stuff live is people just ask me, gosh, aren't you nervous up there? Well, actually, the audience is behind me, so I'm just painting. I just get lost in what I'm doing up front, and I enjoy watching it happen. I'm watching this thing come out of the canvas, and I'm enjoying it as much as anyone, and I realize people like to watch it. That's cool too. I love that.
Brilliant. So how many do you think you'll get done over the next couple of days while we're live out front? Are you going to be a busy man all weekend long?
Well, I'd like to. We'll see how busy I get. Obviously, the number one thing is to sell here, so I've got to do that too. Plus, I want to get out and see the cars. I'm a huge fan of all this stuff, and I know a lot of the drivers and love the brands that are running here and the histories, and I get to enjoy I want to absorb as much as I can. A lot of the fuel, in effect, that I absorb by being here and observing, I will be expended in the studio later. Yeah.
And some of your bigger pieces, like you say, they take you many, many hours to do. a few $1,000s. What are we looking at here?
Yeah. So the Corvette piece in front, I think I've got $4,000 on that, which I think is pretty reasonable for the amount of time I've been doing this. Somebody asked me years ago when they saw me do a live painting, they said, "How much do you want for that?" I said, "Oh, $3,000," and they said, "Well, how long did it take you?" And I said, 40 years. So you pay for that too.
Yeah, exactly. It's not just owning the mallet, it's just putting the time in to know how to use the mallet.
That's exactly right. There's a story, yeah.
Exactly. But if people haven't got $4,000, $25 or $50 gets them a print for the poster.
So the official poster is $25, and I'll have those available on my website at billpatterson.com. And then I've got prints that start at 70 or start at 50 and then 75 and then all the way up to reproducing, for example, the MotoGP piece up here. That's actually a reproduction on canvas. That's not the original. So I can do any I can reproduce on canvas or paper or any conceivable size. So yeah, I love being part of the motorsports world.
Well, listen, I tell you what, the motorsports world really enjoys having you here, that's for sure. Listen, Bill, thank you ever so much. And look at this, as while we're chatting, the crowd has gathered outside. They're all just looking at that going, wow, it's amazing. Yeah. There are people coming from all over. Bill, we'll let you carry on. Johnny, how about that? Are you any kind of an artist up there in the commentary booth?
I've been known as an artist, but not one from the commentary booth, no. Yes, maybe down in a pub somewhere they describe me as such. But no, I have a Bill Patterson print on my office wall from this very event. Big fan. I've watched him work. He is absolutely amazing. He is at so many of events, at motor racing events around America. And yeah, absolute joy to see him working and continuing his work. And those originals are worth every penny that you pay for. If you're a motor racing fan, you need a Bill Patterson, that's for sure. Now, talking of real artists, here they come. Group 7, as we finally get a chance, and I'm excited by this, and I know the organisers are. Can-Am from 1966 to 1974 and 63-68 USRRC. Looking forward to this because this was such... we're celebrating Trans Am's history, we're celebrating Corvette's history, we're celebrating so much of those important eras of American racing, and Can-Am stands out head and shoulders as one of the most exciting, frightening, thunder-creating noises. It was when McLaren, and you've just seen 4 go through shot, really made a name for themselves, especially Bruce and Denny Hulme, Bruce McLaren and Denny Hulme, the Denny Bruce Show as they called it. They came to Can-Am and took on the best, and the Canadian-American Series was just very special indeed. And we've got examples of so many of them here in Group 7, from Lolas to McLarens. We've got the odd Huffaker Genie as well, a Mark 1 out there. Obviously the Lola as well. We've got an M8D from 1970. And we've also got a 917 PA from 1969, Gunnar Jeanette, who has made a name for himself in historic racing here in the States, particularly races all over the world, as Gunnar, based in Florida. And yeah, he's always a regular here, and looking forward to seeing him pedal around. So they're doing the obligatory 2 laps now of warm-up, and the reason for that is because it's a new surface, everybody wanting to just make sure they've got their line of sight, so to speak, because it's a lot smoother. There are a few different lines than before, slightly different, but as we heard from one of the drivers earlier today, they're not saying that Laguna has been changed in any way after that resurface. That was a worry, obviously. It always is when you redo a surface. You spend a lot of money on giving an older circuit. Since the mid-50s they've been running here. So putting a new surface on is always an interesting time. So we're getting an extra lap of pace car, get the tyres up to temperature and understanding of the grip and level of grip here, as also the day starts to heat up as well. The sun is now starting to pop out over the clouds. It started off, if you just joined us, with a rather muggy day with a little bit of mist, as always is the case here on the Monterey Peninsula. But we were just seeing Gunnar Jeanette there in that 0 Porsche 917 from 1969. Leading the field around behind him, the 25 of Chris Springer in a McLaren M8F. And of course the CEO of McLaren here this weekend, Zach Brown, although ironically driving a Formula One Williams, which is ironic, but not in his mind. He owns it, and he is very proud, as well as Corvette celebrating their 70th year. McLaren, of course, celebrating their 60th year. Bruce McLaren, I would have thought, would be very proud of what McLaren has achieved in all forms of racing. But in many ways, while a lot of people know Bruce and McLaren as a Formula One team, what they did in Can-Am was spectacular, to be quite honest. And they really brought this championship by being some of the best drivers in the world alive, for sure. So, forming up and getting ready to roll. What can Chris Springer do against Gunnar Jeanette? Jeanette, one of the younger drivers in Historics and a very, very good peddler. Also got Australians from Kent Town. We've got Granton Perryman. He's driving an M1C McLaren from 1967. Great to have the Australians here. And we've got the green flag waving for Gunnar Jeanette, and he does just that, guns it over the crest down towards Andretti for the first time. And the McLaren's following him on. And this, one of the early 917s, and of course, looking forward to getting some words of wisdom. Charles Nurberg has just joined us here in the booth. Delighted to have him on board. I've watched him race. I'll let him catch his breath because he's just rushed up here. My producer has hustled him in, as she should. But great to have him on board because he's just literally popped out of the car. He was in the last group pretty much. But a name that is familiar both to me and to historic fans around the world. Charles Nurberg, welcome to the commentary booth. Welcome to the Rolex reunion yet again. An event I know you love and have a lot of passion for. First and foremost, how is it out there?
Well, the track's got new pavement. It's kind of rubbering in. It was pretty diabolical last weekend, but there's a few more grooves out there now. 1 and 2 are still. You got to pick your place in 1 and 2. All in all, I mean, the grip surfaces, I think it's coming in really well.
I just mentioned that actually while you were coming up. I was just talking about the fact that why we're doing 2 pace laps, for the simple reason that the new surface doesn't catch people out, but there are nuances. There always are. There's going to be bumps or bumps that have gone now that you probably were used to going, oh, this is my braking point. Suddenly it's disappeared. You might get grip that you didn't expect to grip in certain places, and you might be able to go deeper in certain places. Is that something you found?
Yeah, I think in general, the old track was the old track, and it was just, I think this is okay to say on the air, it was smooth as a baby's ass.
Yeah.
And, so it's, everybody was ready for a new surface. I think, frankly, everybody thought it would be quicker right off the bat than it is, but it is definitely quicker, and it's definitely it's definitely rubbering in, and I think it's going to, I think it bodes well for the future of Laguna Seca for sure.
As we look at Zach Brown in a McLaren finally, he's going to be in a Williams later, but I was just explaining the Bruce and Denny show as it was back then. Bruce McLaren, of course, the owner and inventor of McLaren Racing, went to England, made his fame, Formula One, we all know the story. Zach now running the team. But it really was Can-Am that, in some ways, to a bigger audience where Bruce McLaren really made his name.
Yes, well, you're going to have to shut me up periodically. No,
not at all. You're here to talk.
I'm old enough to have a lot of stories.
Come on.
My dad actually bought the second McLaren Elva customer car that was built.
Wow.
It came into the States in '67, and he had a fella driving with him at that time, Joe Starkey, who won the A Sports Racing SCCA National Championship at Daytona with the car, and my dad raced it some, and so my history with McLaren goes really way back to the beginnings of the customer cars, and so I have a real fondness for McLaren. I actually, in this race, one of the cars out there I used to race when I was in my 20s, and it's the car that Chris McAllister, my good friend Chris McAllister from Indianapolis, is driving, and that was a team car, and we bought it from Commander Motorhomes and raced it for several years. And I got some more stories about it, but you probably have some other questions.
Well, I mean, you just kind of put your finger on it. I mean, this is a fraternity like no other. These are your lifelong friends out there.
Yeah, absolutely. I've known Zach since we raced in Formula Atlantic together in the Pro Atlantic Series back in the early '90s. So, these guys, we go back a long way, and we don't give each other a lot of quarter on the racetrack, but we're really good friends off of it.
Charles, you've raced so many different cars. Is there anyone that you really had to just like get out of the car and go, what the heck have I got to do to get to muscle this thing around, because I don't get it yet? I mean, you'll get on top of it eventually, but is there been a historic car that you've gone, wow, I've got to do some homework here?
Well, the M8F was a big step up when I got into it, so I have to say, I mean, the power was ferocious, the acceleration was ferocious, and so that car definitely got my attention every time I got in it. It was obviously a well-designed car. It was very dominant in the Can-Am series, of course, until the Porsche Panzers came along. But it was a good car. It was just, it was ferocious. I think Zach told me that Mario Andretti told him that these were the only cars that he ever drove that just never stopped accelerating.
Yeah, that's probably no word of a lie there, for sure. Well, the field's starting to spread out, and Gunnar Jeanette is off to the races. Alex McAllister out there in second place, and Chris Springer at the moment in third. We saw a quick shot of Zach Brown in a McLaren in fourth position, and Dan Cowdrey in fifth position. Nicky Grillo in sixth. Is it Grillo? We've got
Yes.
Nicky and Richard out there, yeah. I recognise the name from many races in historics.
No, I was given Chris credit for Alex's driving. My apologies, Alex.
Yes, it's Alex who's ahead, yeah, at the moment. How do you, I've seen you race at many an event, how do you see this? Where does this fit, this particular event, fit into the world of historics in your mind?
I haven't done the Silverstone Classic. That's something I'd like to do. I've done the Monaco Historics a number of times. I've done the Goodwood Revival a number of times. And a lot of, I've been very, very fortunate to do a lot of great racing overseas as well as here in the States. I would say this is this. You always get in trouble when you say things like this, but what are they going to do to me? So, I would say this is second to the Goodwood Revival in terms of,
which is high praise in itself.
Yeah, it is, and the Goodwood Revival, of course, is the Duke's personal mission, and so you have one man at the top. Writing the script and just, his vision, his knowledge carries that thing, and makes it what it is. I think the Rolex Motorsports Reunion is a little bit differently. It's a little different in some ways, however. How do I say this? We're still colonials in the eyes of the British. You're a Brit, I
am a Brit.
Yes. So I'm a colonial.
I know exactly what you mean, and you put it very well and succinctly and typically Britishly, actually. But you're right. There is always been, let's put it this way, a rivalry between the Brits and the Americans. Yeah. One built out of pure respect, I may add. Yeah. But there's always been a belief that the Brits and the Europeans just kind of knew what they were doing, and what are the Americans with their big muscle cars and all the rest of it. Yeah. That has changed, let's face it, over the years. Yeah. Look at Formula One now. We never thought we'd see domination by Americans, and that is really where we are now.
Yeah. Well, I'm sorry.
But, I know I was about to finish that by saying, and Ford are coming back. Things have changed.
Well, you know what? One of the things that people sometimes don't realize is, you can go, if you're based in England, you can go to any race on the continent, with essentially a half a day travel for the car and the transporter. Now, if you want to go to the south of Spain, to Jerez or Estoril, or in Portugal, of course, or Barcelona, Catalonia, that's maybe a 2-day trip. But here in the U.S., if you're on the East Coast and you want to come to this event, you've got to commit, essentially, if you're going to abide by the rules of transport, you've got to commit 5 days each way for your guys and your crew. And it's a monumental effort in this country to race all over the country. It's very hard to do. It takes a lot of time, a lot of money. And so that's the one thing that I think in a way slows down vintage motorsport in the U.S. is it's just difficult for the same group of guys. You know, in England, you know, I've been over there, you know, and done 6 or 7 races in a row, and you're racing against the same people. You know, okay, maybe that's over an 8-week period, but I mean, essentially what I'm saying is there is more competition in that there are more events more readily available to more people, and so inherently they get more track time, and there are a lot of good drivers here in the U.S. and a lot of guys go over and do well overseas, and but you know, there is truth to the fact that the fields are sometimes not as deep, and I think it's largely logistics due to the geographical nature of the U.S.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, there's no question, and history shows it in terms of how racing grew in Europe. You really can do a Formula 1 or a Formula 2 or a Formula 3 test on a Monday at Alton Park, head up to Snetterton, or head down to Snetterton, test some more, or get your sports car out, get on the ferry that night, and be in Spa by 7 o'clock the next morning. And that was the truth for a John Surtees or you know, many others, Jackie Stewart, you name it. They all did that. They would race Formula 1, Formula 2, and sometimes sports cars all in the same week.
Yes, it's you know, I was very fortunate to get to be friends with my hero Dan Gurney.
Fantastic.
When we bought the Eagle Mark III GTP car, before it came for auction, I called them. I knew them only in passing, but I knew Kathy Wida, who's the gatekeeper, and I said, Kathy, you know, I'd like to talk to him about the Mark III, which was an incredibly historic car. You know, won Sebring overall twice, held the lap record at Daytona for sports cars until 2 years ago. Anyway, blah, blah, blah. And listening to Dan talk about his years of racing in Europe and the travel and how that worked, it was just fascinating. Yeah, now that's a long time ago now, but you know, but it was really, it was just fabulous to hear about the racing circus, if you will. They used to call it a circus.
Well, and it is true. I mean, even in modern Formula 1, I've seen mechanics carrying, you know, like you get to the belt to pick up your little bag, and there's somebody got a complete engine or whatever it might be. It is that small. It's like, I mean, when you look at Europe, it's like racing only in Massachusetts. But every circuit you can you can think of is within those confines. America geographically, and I have to say, as a Brit, not moving here until I was like 18, I hadn't realised the vastness.
Yeah.
I live in Texas right now. I mean, it takes 3 days to get out of it.
Where in Texas?
Austin, Texas, baby.
Oh, you're in Austin. Okay, well, I'm just up the road.
Oh, right, there you go.
Yeah, exactly.
Yep. Oh, you're in Dallas, yes. Well, I went to college in Dallas. There you go. So it's a small world.
Yeah, I always get a kick when my friends come over from England the first time, and they say, well, you know, I want to go see the Empire State Building, and I want to do this and this in New York, and then the next day I'd like to kind of run over to, I'd like to run to Niagara, and then the next day, I'm going, and then finally, they've gone from coast to coast in 3 days.
Oops. Now, that is Dan Cowdrey in the Lola, T70, parked up.
I believe he's facing the wrong way.
He's not in a good position. But he's out of harm's way, I would say. But more importantly, he's got he just went on at the corkscrew, didn't he?
Yeah, he did.
He turned it round.
Yeah.
And he's out of harm's way. That's more important.
Yeah, he's doing a very good job of paying attention and coming on in the right way and in the right place.
Have you driven one of these?
Well, let's see.
917.
Actually, yes, I have a 917K actually, one of the Gulf Wire cars that we'll have out at Rennsport.
In the Gulf Coast?
Yeah, it was a Gulf Wire car in the day. Actually, it won the first ever race for a 917 with Joe Seifert and Kurt Ahrens at the Osterreich-Ring. And that was in the rounded body, and then Gulf, John Wire took it over, put the K body on it. I haven't driven the open top cars other than in testing. I've been fortunate to a friend of mine, John Stafford, allowed me to drive his 917-30, which was truly a fearsome beast.
I think Gunner's trying to make sure that he gets his fastest lap on this new surface. He's absolutely flying. 127.3. He'll be happy with that.
That's good. Yeah. Gunner's quite the pilot.
Yeah, I've got to know Gunner over the years from historics, and he's well known in Florida, obviously.
Yeah.
And a very good driver.
He's getting in a lot of time this year because they're running the GTD. I think I've got my terminology straight. The World Championship GTD rounds. So he's a good shoe always and getting a lot of seat time and doing well this year. 4th in class at Le Mans, I believe.
Yeah, interesting times. I mean, I've been saying all day, this is an historic event. We look back at the history, but so much of today we've been talking about the future as well and the present. Corvette was celebrating 70 years, and here they are with their latest edition. And it's absolutely in the DNA. And even Adrian Newey, Zach Brown, these aren't people from the past. These are people from the absolute present.
Yes, yeah. Well, it's Adrian's here driving his GT40, and I was talking with him last night, and I said, "How'd you get that car?" And he brought up our old buddy Harley Cluxton.
Okay.
Harley ran Mirage cars at Le Mans, was a very successful Le Mans entrant, and Harley's a personality unto himself, for those of you who know him. And I asked Adrian, I said, well, when you got that GT40, did it have a 50 caliber mounted on top of it? Harley likes to, I probably better not say what Harley likes to do, but he's a character and a lot of fun to be around. So Adrian's really likes the track. He said last night, he said, this is a very technical, tricky little place. And I said, yes, it is.
Oh, no question, especially in a high-powered car like that. No question about it.
Yeah.
Well, big luminaries here. My thanks to Charles Nurberg, who's enjoyed, I'm sure, watching Gunnar Jeanette take the checkered flag as he did there in the 917. Brilliantly done. The 1969 version of it. Coming in second place, Alistair.
Yeah, good on Alex.
And Chris Springer in third. Zach Brown getting up to fourth place.
Excellent job, Zach.
Well done.
Yeah, very well done.
And holding off the likes of Nicky and Richard Rio, that's not a bad effort. Greg Hoff and Dan Cowdery, 8th. Brian DeFore in 9th position, and Brian Blaine, he's coming in here later today in 10th position. Well, Charles, what are you heading out in next?
I'm out in the F1 car at whenever I'm out, like 2 something, but I think I'm actually in to see you again if you'll have me right after lunch.
My friend, you are more than welcome any time in the weekend. And by the way, if you see any of your pals, send them up. We want to hear the stories. They don't want to hear me talk about nothing. They want to hear the stories of the reunion, and if I can be a catalyst to get you guys talking, that's fantastic.
Well, your knowledge and your commentary is always very enjoyable, and it's a privilege to be up here. And so I'll shut up and get out of here.
Go and get your overalls on and show. What Formula One car are you in?
It's a 1981 Williams FW07C.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
It was a Jones Reutemann car.
Okay, and Zach's in another one.
Yeah.
Thanks to Charles Nurberg. We'll take a short break, and we'll be right back after this.
40 years. We are inside 5 minutes before we get underway.
Welcome back to the 2023 Rolex Monterey Motorsport Reunion. I'm Kev Harris, and you join me live down here on the pre-grid for Group 8, 1966 to 1972 historic Trans Am cars. When these things start up in a moment, they're going to shake my ribs, and you will feel it all the way through the TV screen. Lining up on pole for this one then, because don't forget they are racing them, is this man, Josh Faber, and his Chevy Camaro. Josh, just give us a quick word. You're lining up on pole. What's it like here at Laguna this weekend?
So much fun. Hopefully we're going to have a good race.
Listen, you're driving a historic sports racing car here. You've got millions of pounds worth of car behind you, but you're going to give it a go, aren't you? You're racing.
Absolutely.
What? They're starting up. I tell you what, Josh, good luck. We'll go for a little stroll. Come this way because you got to see some of these. That is deafening. We have an AMC Javelin lining up in number 2. A Boss 302 Mustang lining up. Car 16 then is lining up on 3rd. Now this is hands down one of the noisiest and most colourful array of historic sports cars that you'll ever see. Down here, one of 2 AMC Javelins is being driven by Bill Ockelham. We'll have a quick word with Bill if we can. Whether you hear me, I've got no idea, but I love these cars. Bill, how you doing? You're lining up, I think, in about 5th or 6th, but I reckon within a lap or 2 you'll be right up front.
Sorry, I couldn't hear you. I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
You can't hear me. He can't hear me. No one can hear us. He's got to start up. It's incredible. We can't hear a thing down here, but you can probably hear me because I guess this is working. Hands down, folks, when you come to the Rolex, this class, these Group 8 cars are like nothing you've ever seen or nothing you've ever heard. I think, Johnny, we're going to have to go straight back to you because I'm deafening myself with this one. But I tell you what, oh boy, am I looking forward to it.
Kev, you're doing a sterling job. Kev Harris down there in the pits. I think he's having a good time, you know. And I know this is going to be fun because I'm a Trans Am man through and through. And looking forward to this myself. I cover the current Trans Am series. And this is the series that began pretty much when I began, 1966. And it's been going ever since. It's the longest road running series in America is Trans Am, and it continues apace today, and it's sort of getting back to some of its former glory now. Some of the young NASCAR drivers, some 15 and 17-year-olds coming to it on their way to NASCAR as we look across the peninsula, but a host of different cars. Dan Gurney, a name synonymous with this kind of racing, and I am joined by Charles Neerberg once again. And while he doesn't race one of these cars, he's all too familiar with them, as every American racing driver is, because, I mean, the combination of the late 60s, and I would put a point on it, 1970, here at Laguna Seca, some would argue that the first race of the season here was the height of Trans Am. All the manufacturers, Roger Penske, international names, the money was here, the girls were here, the racing was hard. Am I right?
Manufacturers were into it big time, and you had Parnell. You know, you had Dan Gurney, but you had Parnelli Jones, who Dan said was probably the best teammate he ever had. You know, Dan actually is so humble. He said that Parnelli actually taught him stuff, you know, about driving these cars. And of course, you had just, you know, everyone else, you know, out there just hammer and tongs. It was high-stakes racing and a lot of commitment on the part of the manufacturers.
But what was it, do you think, that captured the imagination as much as it did? Because in some ways, when you look back to 66, it was somewhat of a risk to start a stock car, or was it a championship? Given that NASCAR was already established, you've got Can-Am, you know, doing what it was doing. What was the magic sauce?
I think the magic sauce was these were every young kid's dream cars in America.
And affordable.
And that was the next thing I was going to say, Jonathan. They were affordable, and of course the hot rod parts suppliers came out, you know, in force with these cars, and so there was, you know, the cars were affordable. They were modifiable by guys in their backyard garage, and this was road racing as opposed to NASCAR, which was still, other than Riverside, you know, which Dan Gurney dominated. You know, other than Riverside, it was, you know, it was road racing on all the best tracks in the U.S. and the racing was ferocious. It was, you know, they ran I think it was a 2-hour race at Green Valley Raceway in Dallas, where you're not far from there now.
Exactly, yeah.
And I saw that race, and I keep talking about Dan Gurney because he was my hero, but he also was so successful, and he won that race at Green Valley, and he told me it was the toughest race he ever drove. He had no water in the car. It was almost 100 degrees that day. He said he was driving on muscle memory the last 15, 20 laps.
Wow, that's amazing. That really is. Well, let's just put it in perspective. We're here at Laguna Seca. Squint your eyes a little bit, maybe go to black and white for a second, and imagine what it must have been like in the mid-60s and early 70s here. Surfer was all the fashion. The Beach Boys were high. McDonald's just introduced their Big Mac in 1967, 45 cents, a bargain no less. And the Jumbo Jet came out in 1968, and PBS started in 1970. It was all happening here in America, but the talk of the town was race on Sunday, buy on Monday. And as well as the kids, the manufacturers got into this because of that reason.
Well, to show you the commitment of the whole thing, you had Holman and Moody, and you had Bud, building cars, and Bud Moore building cars, and you had Jim Hall from Chaparral fame running Chevrolets. And then of course AMC upped the ante by getting Roger Penske to prepare and race the Javelins with Mark Donahue, and I mean we're talking the biggest of the big leagues at that point.
I think that's another side of it, is that when you get Roger Penske for his fame, you also get Bud Moore with his NASCAR backup and knowledge and know-how and fame. And then you bring the likes of Donahue and Gurney and so on, and Vic Elf and many more.
And you did have some privateers that were, very keen drivers and, able to prepare the cars well. And so there were really big fields, and there was racing all throughout the fields.
Yeah, and it really was no holds barred, was it? I mean, there were other racing forms where, they say Robbins racing in certain, but these guys really went hell-bent for leather, didn't they?
Oh, yeah, it was great. Probably one of the leading privateers was a guy named Warren Agar, and his car is out here in the field today, I do believe. It's an orange 1970 Camaro, and I actually, after I got my racing license in a Lotus Super 7 that I prepared when I was, in the machine shop at engineering school, I got a chance to drive a Camaro for several years, a 1970 Trans Am prepared Camaro. So these things are, they're heavy, but they handle well, and brakes are probably the biggest thing you have to kind of get used to if you're used to a modern car when you step into one of these. The brakes were definitely, not up to par with the weight and horsepower of the cars.
Mike Joy, a name very synonymous with racing here in the States, has done, I don't know how many years at the sharp end of broadcasting here in America. He is an absolute purist when it comes to racing these cars. Mike Joy, a name that many, many people know and have listened to and enjoyed over the years. He's racing with his son, Scott Joy, and they're both in Z28 Camaros. And a very special moment. We heard from him earlier with Kev, and, to race with your son's got to be so much fun, and to race these cars especially. Mike said he was at all the famous courses watching these guys from the sidelines back in the day.
Well, you had George Fulmer, and and his brother Mike is here racing this weekend, and it was. Sam Posey. The list. Yeah. I feel bad leaving people out because, we got Dorsey Schroeder just stuck his head. He doesn't know anything about Trans Am cars. What's he doing here?
Well, we talk about legends. We'd have a whole Legends a day, I think. We do welcome one of the legends of Trans Am, and of course motor racing in America, who, by the way, has got a busy job at the moment because he's carefully and choreographically organising this lot. Are they behaving?
No. Absolutely not.
Looking forward to this, though? It's always going to bring back some memories, right?
Yeah, and it's a fan favorite. These cars make a lot of noise, a lot of thunder, and everybody loves the way they look.
All right, guys, listen to that roar as the Muscle Car Mayhem takes on Laguna yet again in 2023, taking us back to the late 60s and early 70s, where this was the thing of the day, without a doubt.
I got to give a shout out to my buddy Josh Fiber, who's on pole here and leading the race in the University of Pittsburgh Camaro. Josh's dad, John Fiber, is a longtime vintage racer, and Josh is, turned into a very fine driver and doing a nice job out there.
I just asked Charles what he thinks is the magic that made Trans Am so special here in America and made it stand out as it did. What do you think?
Well, you know, originally I think it was the battle between the American manufacturers.
Yeah.
You know, it was a keen interest that you could have a car in your garage at home that, you know, was just like these cars on the racetrack, and so you pulled for your favorite. And the names back then were quite spectacular also. The guys behind the wheel, they're fun to watch. A lot of sliding around, a lot of finger banging. You know, it's always been a great series.
You know, and I was just saying, you know, I'm involved in the current Trans Am series, and you know, it obviously isn't got the manufacturing backing that it had, but it still has something special about it in today's form, and the racing is just as good as it ever was, in my opinion. And it's now starting to attract the young kids and the NASCAR up-and-comers, and that again gives it a new chapter to kind of get stuck into.
That could, in fact, be its salvation. The fact that the NASCAR has taken a keen interest in it, and they're putting the developmental kids, and they are kids, behind the wheel to, you know, learn to drive one of these cars in TA2. And TA2 is exactly like the Xfinity, or it's very, very near what an Xfinity car is.
I was at Nashville a couple of weeks ago, and we had Brent Cruz, a 15-year-old Toyota development driver who is leading the championship, and there was an autograph session, and I kind of sort of poked my head round to the crowd waiting, and I said, you know, there's a couple of, oh yeah, we know who they are. I want to get his autograph. So, you know, it's starting to happen again. People are realizing that these kids are going to be Xfinity. They're going to be NASCAR drivers of household names, like you guys were in the day.
It's amazing. I was the youngest driver ever in the country to get a license. I was the first under 21-year-old driver. I was 18 by 2 days in 1971. And so that was the first under 21-year-old child, I'll call it. But now they're 13, 14, 15,
I know.
You know.
And driving big muscle cars like this, straight out of karts, it amazes me.
I think they may have some power steering these days. What do you think, Dorsey?
Yeah, you know, the TA2 car, to its credit, it does have power steering, but it does still have a 4-speed gearbox, H pattern.
There you go.
You still have to use the clutch and the thing. And,
there you go.
You know, so you have to learn to drive it. It's not all mechanically operated by a computer like so many other cars are now.
Absolutely.
What was the key to setup then?
You know, during my era, the key was being able to keep for 100 miles the tires under the car.
Yeah.
You know, we actually had a 100-mile race, but we had probably 50-mile tires. So you had to have a good feel for the car and understand the fact that the car is getting lighter at the back as you burn the fuel off. It's driving off the rear tires, so you're losing grip from that also. And just having a feel for the car and not abusing it.
Yeah, it's a good point. It's all very well being spectacular and getting sideways all the time, but if you run out of tyres, you can't do it for very long. Jim Haig at the front at the moment. Josh Fiber right behind him in second place as the field starts to spread out with that muscle car sound. Again, echoing through the hills of Monterey, an absolutely resplendent sight and sound.
Got Ron Fellows in town this weekend, too.
Yep.
Ran Marshall and is driving a Corvette. And then, of course, Ron and I were teammates, and then we were dire adversaries. You know, he went to work for Chevrolet. He's known as Mr. Corvette. Well, I was Mr. Mustang. So we had quite a go. Tommy Kendall and I were running Mustangs. You know, a bunch of guys on the Chevrolet side. It was a good battle, it was.
And it must have been nice or exciting when you have that backing. And I wouldn't say money was no limit, but, you know, there was money in the racing, and that was not always the case in a lot of series. That you were always scrabbling around to hope that the series got going. You had the numbers, but in this particular era, you know, 66 to 72, this was at its height, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I think in the late 80s, early 90s, the money was quite a bit bigger. You know, the time that we spent here was big paydays at the time. It's not that way anymore, sadly, for the guys that are coming up to it now. They got to write the checks themselves in most cases. You know, we were getting paid good amount of money.
Yeah. Any particular cars that stand out for you or you have fond memories of?
I raced, you know, against some of these cars several times. I love the fact that you got Mike Joy here and his son Scott, and that they, you know, they're running in this series. Of course, Mike's voice in NASCAR, and his son Scott and him with the two Camaros put on a good show, and they're having a really, really fun time. They've had to work pretty hard this weekend, though. Scott's lost a head gasket early on, had to rebuild the engine, and I mean, it hasn't been smooth sailing.
And don't think for a moment that these are replica painted or anything else. In most cases, these are the exact modification to a nut and bolt that raced in the day. Yeah.
Yeah. They're very authentic cars, and there's some engine components that probably have better lifetime now than some of the stuff that was available in the day. But they've kept the specs consistent with the history of the series for sure.
How's the new surface holding up? So far, so good, everybody says.
I'm very impressed with it because when I got here, they had already had to do some repair work, some sealant work, and we were all really afraid that this weekend would take its toll. It has not. Held up quite nicely. Everybody I've talked to, Charles knows better than I am. He's been out there in some fast cars, but I've heard no complaints with the grip.
Yeah, no, it's coming in for sure.
Ken Etzman in third place at the moment, as through goes the 23. And a good field in this Group 8. A very, very strong field.
Yeah,
lots of different cars and different manufacturers.
Yeah, you got a lot of really good drivers there. Kenny and Chad Reynaud helps get a lot of guys with the cars, and John Hildebrand, he's got a pretty famous son, running in the IndyCar ranks. So there's a lot of good history out there too.
Well, that seems the way in motor racing. Father and son seem to follow each other's footsteps.
Yeah, there you go.
Well, guys, I got to get back to it out there. I wanted to come in and say hi.
I got to do one thing before you go.
Yeah.
Dorsey may not remember this. I only did one ever pro Trans Am race. It was the Grand Prix of Dallas in 1995, and Tom Gloy, who Dorsey was driving for, gave me a call, and he said, "Hey, I know you've been doing single-seaters, but how'd you feel like doing a car at the Dallas Grand Prix?" Well, I couldn't avoid that. And you were talking about maintaining tires. I did the first session, and it was wheel spin city. And I said, "Tom, I got to see Dorsey's throttle trace and his brake trace." And I spent 2 hours after the first practice memorizing your throttle traces and how much throttle I could use off of each corner so I could keep the tires under it. And
back when I drove for Jack Roush, Lee White was the crew chief back then, we'd go test somewhere, and he would let me run for 3 days. We'd try this, we'd try that. And then at the end of the test, he would put a set of stickers on. And he goes, "Now go out and show me how fast you are. I want you to drive as fast as you possibly can for as long as you can, and then come back." And he goes, "I want a track record out of this." So I went out there and I butchered that car and ran it as hard as I could, and I made about 3 laps when I came in. And he said, "What are you in?" I said, "You said to come in when I was done as fast as I could go." He goes, "Well, why can't you go any faster?" I said, "There's no tires left." He goes, "And that's what I had to teach you." He goes, "When I tell you," he said, "if I just told you have to conserve your tires, it would mean nothing. Now you know if you drive like that, you got 3 laps."
That's
and
great.
That's how he taught me.
That's a great story, because that is as true today in Trans Am as it ever was. Yeah,
it was good.
That was
I'm going to be out there watching for bad boys, and you guys have a great
All right,
time.
Dorsey, keep them in control. I don't know how you herding cats. Dorsey Schroeder, the new job you've got, harder than racing.
Thank you, all the fans out there. Keep watching.
Thanks, Dorsey.
Take care, Dorsey.
Great to have a legend on board, and of course, very much hard at work. 400 cars to wrangle this weekend, and great to have him just for a moment up in the booth to talk about some of the days. But a great story that epitomizes everything about Trans Am. Sure, you can go hell-bent for leather, but you're not going to be there at the end of the race.
Yeah, it was pretty amazing.
So we're looking at 71. That's John Fudge. John Chip Fudge from Oklahoma City, a big character in the 1970 Camaro, and a restaurateur. And a great, he's already been a winner earlier in another car, I think, this weekend. So good to see him out there as well.
Looks like Josh is out there holding his own. Looks like he's got fastest lap right now. That's nice to see. Josh and I share one other thing. We're both alums of Dartmouth College and engineering graduates there. So I'm proud he's putting his engineering knowledge to good use out there.
Yeah, very true. Very true indeed. Yeah, and it made me think about with Adrian Newey here this weekend and Gordon Murray, the guys that are on the other side of the fence, if you like, back in the drawing board, literally back in the day, designing these things and trying to work out what would make the difference. And even in these stock cars, the stories are legend of them dipping them in acid to make them lighter, to try to get them through scrutineering. I mean, just wonderful stories of how to take these stock cars and strip them completely.
Well, you know, when you got the Bud Moore and the Holman and Moody influence, then you had every bit of knowledge that came from bending the edges of the rules in NASCAR applied to these cars. So it was a whole new, you know, I would have to say it was a bit of a wake-up call for the sports car boys, you know, and it was definitely advanced the craft, you know, when you took all that NASCAR knowledge and applied it to a road racing car.
Yeah, you mentioned that AMC, or we talked about that AMC Javelin that Ken Exman is driving. We take a look at the 77. That's Richard Goldsmith in one of the Dodge Challengers.
The Dodge Challenger team came on strong. I'm blanking for the I'm having a serious senior moment on the drivers in the day. I think Sam Posey drove a Challenger, and I'm trying to remember who his teammate was. I'm embarrassed to say I can't remember.
You can't remember every driver that.
Maybe you have it there.
No, I'm just looking at the Sam Posey Challenger that's also out there. Sam Posey, and built by Dan Gurney's AAR shop, campaigned by Auto Dynamics during a thrilling and highly competitive season. Sam got 4th in 1970 in a Dodge Challenger. But he was a youngster back then, in his mid-20s.
He was. He was, you know, doing some time in Indy cars and doing some time and, you know, a lot of time in Trans Am. And, you know, I think one of the things that's, you know, I was always inspired by, you know, by the Jim Halls and the Dan Gurneys and the people that were engineers as well as drivers. You know, that was my inspiration to be an engineer, was to be able to understand what these guys were doing and understand how cars went together. So, I love the, you know, everybody thinks these cars are super straightforward, and they are to a degree, but if you were running up front, you were development.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Motor racing is one of those things where, you know, you get to a point where you're half a second, maybe 3/10, 2/10 off, and then suddenly to get that extra 10, then you're talking, you know.
Yeah, you're at the steep end of the curve at that point.
Very much so.
Yeah.
So much so.
Yeah, it's the learning curve gets exponential.
Yeah.
And
look at that Boss 302 from 1970. Steve Efitmu at the wheel as we continue to watch Joss Fiber going about his business in the 19, leading the way at the moment from Miller. Arthur Miller in second place, and Ken Exman in third, and then Peter Clute in fourth position.
You know that car that Josh is driving, it was the University of Pittsburgh Camaro, and they, you know, being from Pennsylvania, of course, they did get some backdoor assistance from Roger's team. Because this isn't, you know, Josh's car is a little earlier. It's a 69, and Roger didn't take on the Javelin program till, what was it, 71 or 2? I can't remember exactly. So there was some backdoor help, but again, it was engineering students that were helping to work on the car and helping to develop the car. So it was really, really a cool effort.
Robert Kaufman there from Charlotte in the 1970 Pontiac Firebird. There you go, confirmation there of the number 8 in all white. It's interesting, growing up in the UK, you know, when people say Trans Am, we always think of the Pontiac Trans Am because, of course, that was the model. We saw it, you know, in all in the movies and so on and so forth. But, of course, then our eyes were open to what was the Trans Am series. I'm really liking this new surface, and especially from above, you can see you can almost see how smooth it is. Especially like turn 10 here.
Yeah.
It always, you know, it was almost off camber, wasn't it?
Yeah, and also they've added a few little extra areas of runoff, and I think a lot of people, at least I am, trying to figure out what part of that extra runoff you can use and what part just really, actually, it looks like you can use it, but it takes you offline for what's to follow. So there's a little bit of a learning curve going on with the new surface and kind of where there's some extra pavement now, and does that really help you go faster, or does it actually suck you into thinking you're going faster when in fact you're slowing up?
Well, just looking at this corner 10 here, it was always tricky, and it's deceptive. You see it from above much more than you do when you're on board, actually, and just how much of a right-hander it is and how you're coming into it downhill.
Yeah, it dishes in and then it levels out as you come out, so it if you get too far off the outside there, you can go for a wild ride because it slopes off quite dramatically. And the turn before it as well, turn 9, is probably, it seems fairly innocuous, but it's actually one of the tougher corners on the track to get right because of the way you have to turn into it and the fact that it slopes off at the exit as well. It's a very, very technical corner.
Well, here is our leader, and I'm glad he's wearing the Day-Glow gloves because we can see him working the wheel.
There you go.
It's my mate Adam Andretti, who obviously races in Trans Am at the moment. He says he's got a pretty wheel. And that you can see.
That's a nice phrase.
It is, because and he explained it to me. He said it's an expression that not that many outside of the racing world know, but it basically means that when you're not fighting it, when you're not muscling the car around, you're controlling the car with deft touch, and that's what he calls a pretty wheel.
Chad Raynal prepared that car for Josh, and I think Chad Raynal's out there running. He's running quite, he's running up there right now. I can't see exactly where he is, but he's doing well. And the only reason I bring it up, coming out of 5 there, that last time you could see Josh riding the rail, he was able to go over the crest on the exit of 6 and have really nice grip and handling as the track slopes off, but there's still good pavement there. That's the car's really got to work well to be able to do that without upsetting the rear end of the car.
And again, the drone has given us another perspective on turn 11. I always knew turn 11 was tight from my motorcycle days because it always caught out people on the last or penultimate lap as an overtake. But you see how tight it is from the drone. Same with Andretti. It goes on for a lot longer than perhaps you first think. And it's only when you actually physically go around you go, oh my God, it's still going.
This drone coverage is spectacular, I must say.
Yeah, it's added a new dimension to racing for sure, and we're really enjoying it. So, checkered flag is out, and it is your car, or effectively the one that you're interested in, Josh Fiber, who gets the win over Chad Renault and Peter Kloot in 3rd position in that number 63. As we look at the 2nd place, number 64 coming across the line now. And that's a good run by Chad. San Jose, just up the road in his 1969 C28. Well done, though, to Josh Fiber. We heard from him briefly at the start, but give us the hang 10. But a great look at a little piece of American racing history there, and these guys are out a lot at lots of events around the USA. Historic Trans Am is alive and kicking. They're often the same cars, but there's quite a depth of cars out there now.
It's great, yeah. They're cars from all over the country and a lot of them, and so they do put on a good show at more than just the Rolex Monterey Motorsports reunion.
Well, you've been listening to Charles Nurberg, who is going to be out again in a Formula One car, I believe.
Yes, sir.
Looking forward to that. Tell us again what you're running. And,
it's a 1981 Williams FW07C. It was a car that Alan Jones and Ricardo Patrese shared in the '81 season. Probably should have run the World Championship, but they had a little bit of misfortune. Couldn't back up the '80 World Championship, but then.
Alan won it in '80, and then
Alan won in '80 in the B.
That's right.
And they probably should have won in '81, but woulda, shoulda, coulda.
Yeah. Very privileged to have met Alan Jones, and his son Christian actually raced in Asia for a while.
I remember that.
GT races.
Absolutely. Jonathan, thanks so
much
for
again,
having
Charles.
me.
Go steady out there. Don't get fooled by that new surface. Don't be setting track lap records. We'll let you go and get your overalls on. Thanks again for coming up, and you're welcome all weekend. Please do come up.
Yeah, my pleasure.
Share some more stories. We love it.
It's great to see it from up here. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Thanks for all your great comments. You reminded me of things from my youth I'd long forgotten.
Well, there's a whole dinner to be had on that.
Cheerio.
Cheerio. Right, there you go. Trans Am's historics from 1966 to 72. An absolute trailblazing time for Trans Am. And as we look high above the Laguna Seca circuit, we'll take a short break. And when we come back, more action from the Monterey Reunion 2023.
Now is the moment to plan your trip to Monterey County.
Welcome back to California. The sun is out, the cars are on track. It doesn't get any better. Surf's up down the way, but we've got racing going on of a fantastic nature, both old and new. We've got some new ones in the car park and some old ones out on track, as it should be. But they are just as fast as the modern cars, it seems, as we look down the famous corkscrew and down the famous front straight. Mission Foods, part of the WeatherTech Raceway as well this year. We're looking forward to Formula 5000. I've got a very special guest. But let's head down to Kev Harris again. He's been beetling about, as we like to say in England. What have you got, Kev?
Lovely, thanks Johnny. We're down here in the paddock as always, and it is very noisy. But if you want to talk about history, and if you want to talk about where this all began, it is right here. And Rob Manson from the California Specials, we've just been having a great chat about all of this, Rob. 1950, the Pebble Beach Road Races, that's how all this started.
It did indeed. It's a pleasure to talk, and it's a pleasure to show you the California Specials. These are cars built from 1947 to 1955. They are specials in the sense that they are unique. They each were built by somebody who wanted to go sports car road racing. He didn't have any money, could not afford what at the time was a sports car, a Jaguar XK120, which is right behind us, or an MGTD or TC. So they built their own. And they built their own from the same scrap yards where surplus war equipment and pre-war Ford parts were readily available to hot rodders who were also building cars during that same period. And they used the speed equipment that the hot rodders were developing for their purposes. The cars were built all over the state, and they were built by individuals who had something to do with World War II, but when they came back, they were working, they had 9-to-5 jobs, and they had time to do sporting activities. They looked around and saw that there was a new sport that no one had really seen before in California, and that was European-style road racing. They said, well, gee, I could build a car that will go as well and will beat a Jaguar XK120 or an MGTD for a 1500cc or less motor. I can do that, and I can afford to do that. And so they did. And what you'll see here, we're going to take a little trip, and I'm going to talk about a few of those specials.
Yeah, we're talking about, because behind us, like you say, you got the Jaguar there. That was for the wealthy guy. We hadn't seen those cars. They were built in Europe to come over here to the US to sell them over here, but not everyone could afford that. So then they're making their own to compete alongside that.
That's exactly the case.
Let's go and have a look. Let's have a little stroll. 543.
All right, this one is the prototype. So if you look at this car, what you see in the Baldwin Payne Special, which was built in 1946, is an English sports car. It had cycle fenders, it had a long hood, it had a short tail, it was a two-seater. It was an English sports car, but what it is a California hot rod. 1932 Ford chassis and running gear, Ford flathead motor. This is the prototype. This is what the press in the day, in the late 40s, said, wow, that is a hot rod sports car. So that's what you're looking at, the Baldwin Payne Special.
And then when we come to car number 3 over here, the cream coloured one, now this is interesting, Coventry, England, the Jaguar engine, the Jaguar car here, but a bit of history in this, because this one on the podium in the early days of the road races here at Pebble Beach.
This is a Jaguar XK120 originally. It was one of the first alloy-bodied XK120s imported to California in 1949 in this case. It was very well looked after by its original owner, Don Parkinson, who was a racer and who was Phil Hill, our first American Grand Prix champion. It was his brother-in-law. So Phil Hill and Don Parkinson had alloy-bodied XK120 Jaguars. This is one of them. Phil Hill's car, the black one that we saw behind us, very similar to that. That isn't Phil's car, but it was black, and it won the first Pebble Beach road race. This car was second, so the two brothers-in-law.
Listen, Rob, this is fantastic, all these stories, and chatting to a guy like yourself is great because you can tell us all of this stuff. But something that people won't have realised is that where we're stood here at Laguna Seca, it was the Pebble Beach road races that were the precursor to the road racing here at the circuit itself.
Absolutely. So these cars were, and this one is maybe one of the most famous of the first cars to race in the forest in Pebble Beach. When a couple of people decided that, gee, we got all these guys around with MGTDs and new Jaguar XK120. Why don't we get them all down to the Monterey Peninsula for a social event, and we'll get a track that will lay out on the public roads in the forest in Pebble Beach around the lodge. Why don't we do that? Well, the Pebble Beach people thought that was a pretty good idea. So in 1950, that was organized, and it was one of the very first European-style road races on the West Coast. 1950 was the first year of those, and this was one of the first ones. So what happened? Well, guys came down from San Francisco and Burlingame and parts north and brought their Jaguars and their MGs, and those were the grids. They filled up the grids and they raced around. The same weekend, the Pebble Beach people said, well, gee, we're going to race on Sunday, so what are we going to do on Saturday? And so, well, why don't we have a car show? So they had a car show. They used new cars, and that was the origin story, the garage myth of the Pebble Beach concours. That's when it started, both the concours and the road races the same weekend. So what we have is 7 years of road racing in the Pebble Beach forest till 1956, and the creation of a sport. We had 30,000 people coming to those events. When the last event was held in the forest, there was a demand, and as a result, there wasn't a whole lot of risk to build a permanent circuit. What we're standing at is the Laguna Seca Raceway that was first raced on in 1957 as a result of that history.
Listen, Robert, it's fantastic talking to you, and that racetrack that was founded in 1957 is getting noisy once again. So Johnny Green, our race announcer, is waiting to start talking about the next cars out on track. I'm going to stick around and have a little bit of a chat to you a little bit longer, and maybe we'll catch up with you again tomorrow. But for now, Rob, thank you ever so much, sir.
You're more than
You're welcome. A gent. Very, very interesting stuff. Johnny, what do you make of all that?
Well, that pretty much puts it all in perspective, doesn't it? And also it marries what we've been talking about all day today, as Enzo Ferrari famously called us Brits the garagistas. Well, the guys making the specials here in California, where I'm sure looked on the same way. But it doesn't matter. If it gets you around and it gets you there, it's all that matters. And we turn our attention now to something I've been looking forward to, Formula 5000. I'm delighted to welcome to the booth Bud Mueller, who is, one of the doyens of historic racing here in America, if not around the world. But Bud, great to have you on board. I've seen you at so many races, but never had the chance to get you in the booth before now. But you love this. You grew up loving this. I was reading about your love for the Ferraris as a kid, and that was the first thing you sort of said, I got to get one of those, right? So tell us about your love affair with this sport.
Sure. I've been a Ferrari fan forever, even when I was a kid. Got to see the guys race at Silverstone when I was a teenager. Got totally hooked on Formula One there. So being a Ferrari guy and loving Formula One, the best combination is to get one of those Ferrari Formula One cars. So bought my first one of those back in 1996.
What was it?
That was a Ferrari 312 T5 X Gilles Villeneuve.
Oh,
and lovely car. Enzo called the T4, which looks very similar, called it ugly until it won the championship, and then he loved it.
Yeah, not so ugly after it wins. Formula 5000, though, another amazing championship worldwide. A lot of people kind of think of Formula 5000 as an American championship, but when you look at the conglomeration of different Formula 5000 cars collecting around the world, whether it be New Zealand, Australia, Asia, and here in America, this championship stood out because it was just pure muscle car racing in terms of a similar single-seater format to Formula One.
Yeah, they put big American V8s in the back of these things. They're noisy, they produce a ton of power, and the chassis is about 1,250 pounds at the minimum, and so they're lightning quick. You see a variety of cars here with some with the high wing from the early era, others that almost have no aerodynamic devices, it looks like. But they are awfully quick. Being open wheels, of course, it's a little dangerous, but these guys have hopefully gotten to know each other pretty well and respect one another. That's the big thing in these cars. If you don't know your competitors, you don't think of them as a person, but just as a car, it can get ugly pretty quickly.
Yeah, and I think what amazed me about this particular series and the era that it was, that it attracted some of the great drivers from around. We were talking about Trans Am and how it did the same. But, you know, guys that were either on the cusp of Formula One or at the height of their game in sports car racing. And I think of people like, you know, Jody Scheckter, obviously Formula One, Brian Redman, Patrick Tambay, again Formula One, Alan Jones. You know, these are guys that all took part in this championship. And yet that showed immediately the respect that these cars were given. Yes,
and they are almost as quick as Formula One cars. They accelerate faster but corner slower, so they're really a premier machine.
Well, once again, Zach Brown out there again, the CEO of McLaren Formula One, and I think there's nothing like walking the walk and talking the talk, is there, really? There's instant respect when you go and race the cars that you both own and are passionate about, as well as taking the one weekend off probably a year. But how many races, historic races, do you do a year? Because you're a busy man. I see your name on the timing sheets a lot.
We do probably 10 to 12 a year. Used to be doing quite a few in Europe, but it just gets to be almost every other weekend, and that's quite a challenge for family time and everything else.
I'll bet, yeah. You've got a big family. I guess they have to be supportive of your racing. They had no choice. But I guess I was reading about you, kind of like you just mentioned, Silverstone. You grew up in an era that I grew up in, effectively, which is around the late 60s, early 70s, and close to places like Silverstone, where, like I said, we kind of take it for granted. And you know what I mean when I say that, is that Old Park was half an hour up the road, or Silverstone, or Brands Hatch. It wasn't hard to do that, whereas, you know, here it's a lot bigger and a lot harder to do that.
Exactly, yeah. Silverstone was just the local racetrack in many ways.
And you didn't know who was going to show up to test.
Exactly. Everything from the F1 guys to club racers.
So what have we got out here today in this Formula 5000 Reunion 9 group? We've got lots of Lolas, lots of McLaren chevrons. We've even got an Eagle out there. Anything you want to spot out and
certainly
make a note of?
Certainly I know Zach pretty well, and he's triple teaming things this weekend between Formula 5000, his Can-Am car, and then in our Formula One group as well. Bruce Leeson is another guy that I know. He's driving an older one of these, 1969 McLaren M10B. But he's running in 6th at the moment, so he's keeping up with the earlier car, or the later cars. Right?
Well, I mentioned what an international flavour for Formula 5000 managed to occur over the years, and we've actually got an Australian out there who took the pole. I had his wife up here earlier in the day, and that is Paul Zazrin of King Creek, Australia, in a Lola T332, and out front he is. And Chalmers going about his business, coming up the hill. What's the hardest part? I mean, everybody talks about the corkscrew, but I bet there's other nuances that you have to get right in terms of putting in a quick time here.
Yeah, the corkscrew itself is very slow. You have to get your line right. It's pretty simple to be up there and just point it. There's a particular tree you point at, and if so, you'll be straight down the hill.
Yeah, they'd be hell to pay if they move that.
Yeah, exactly. Or have a fire or something. But to me, corner 6 is always a good challenge.
Yeah.
It's downhill and then shoots uphill, a lot of compression. So you got to get that one right to get the run up the back straight.
Yeah, I got to say, because it's also a key corner in terms of drive. If you don't get that right and you lose drive there, that could change. That changes the whole flow of the lap, right?
Absolutely. Yeah. 5 and 6 together are both challenging corners.
Bruce Leeson in a 1969 McLaren M10B, beautiful car. That is beautiful.
Bruce drives an Audi sports car as well in vintage events. So interesting to see him go back and forth between a closed cockpit and an open cockpit. I respect the guys that can drive both types of cars.
Yes, no question about it. I always say to drivers like that, yourself included, it must be hard when you step into a different marque and a different car with different brakes and you're on the same track. It's got to be a bit of a mind meld to get it right.
It really is. In fact, I've done a lot with the Ferrari F1 Clienti program. My son-in-law has an XX car, and I would go back and forth between those two, and it would be totally screwy for me because the braking points are different, the acceleration is different, and if you think you're in one and you're actually in the other, it can be awful.
Yeah, no question. So we're looking high above this Laguna circuit as the roar of Formula 5000 is back at Laguna Seca. It's great to have both Can-Am and Formula 5000 here this year. And as well as we'll have a race for Formula 1, which Bud is going to be in. What are you racing today?
I've got an FW08 Williams that was Keke Rosberg's championship car.
Oh, wow. What a wonderful thing to race.
Yeah, we've got some great cars out here. Zach's is Alan Jones's championship car. So, yeah, great history in all of these. We've got a Mario Andretti car. I mean, you name the F1 driver from that era, somebody's probably represented.
You know, it's funny. I do current Formula 1 on the radio on Sirius XM, and I'm often reminding young American fans, hey, guys, Williams were the bee's knees at one point. And likewise McLaren, you know, how the mighty fall in some ways. Obviously, Zach's now turning around the ship big time, as are the Dorrington Capital people at Williams. But, you know, you forget, everybody has their era, you know, and I think about Adrian Newey and Ford's conglomerate. I mean, it's full circle there. I remember when the Jaguar team kind of handed over the reins and says, we give up. And Ford moved out of Formula 1. Jackie Stewart took it on at first, then it was Jaguar. But it comes around, goes around in Formula 1, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's great to see the teams survive. You know, there's some now that have had 3 or 4 or 5 different names, but great to see them still out there, and fortunes come and go. You can ask Mercedes, you can ask Ferrari. They've been at the top, been down below, and coming back.
Do you enjoy modern Formula 1?
I do. I follow it. I'm not a fan of the noise.
Yeah.
I drove a Ferrari F2003 GA with a V10, 930 horsepower. That makes great noise.
I think what interests me about what you do and your love for it is we as commentators will take somebody like Niki Lauda and talk about his amazing championships, or James Hunt, or whoever it might be. And I was with Mario Andretti a couple of weeks ago in Nashville, to drop a name. But it's only when you get behind the wheel of the very same car that they drove that your respect either goes up or down. And I'm sure, in your case, it's probably gone up with those Ferraris.
Yeah,
right?
absolutely. I mean, these cars, particularly those, I still call them modern cars because they have all the driver's gadgets and things. In fact, they're a little more driver-friendly than today's cars. But yeah, the raw speed that those cars will carry and the braking power, it's just unbelievable. So it's quite an honor to be in them, and really difficult to drive them quickly.
Yeah, I'll bet. What about maintaining them? I've been learning as the weekend's gone on just how hard and how, in some ways, easy it is to maintain historic cars if you know the right people.
Yes, my crew chief was on Mario Andretti's championship team at Lotus in
there you go.
So he knows these cars inside and out. The more modern ones, like the Ferrari 03 that I drove, have to be maintained by the factory. They just, too many things with not wanting to give away the computers and all the materials, and so you just have to use them, which is fine. They use that as an apprentice program to train up the young guys who want to move up to the traveling Formula 1 team. So everyone wins.
That was the number 7, Anthony Roberts from Napier in New Zealand in another McLaren. So McLaren having a bumper year, of course, given their 60th year anniversary, and I'm sure Bruce would be pretty proud of the history that he created. Sadly, not to see it through. Died way too early to Bruce, but certainly has made his mark on the sport of motorsport and continues to do so.
I love these high-wing old 60s cars. They just, they banned the high wings in Formula One. They probably banned them here in 5000 as well. Just a little bit too tricky when some of those posts would fail and the cars would just tip over.
Yes, what would Verstappen do with that in DRS?
Well, you may remember back in '69, I think the Lotus came out with that high wing, and it was actually movable.
Well,
it was the
yes, that's
hand version of DRS, and I think once or twice it got stuck, and the regulators said, nope, no more of that.
I think that's one of the things that you first get attracted to Formula One for the noise and the colourfulness and the glamour of it all. But like you say, once you get into the nitty-gritty of the competition and how people like Newey and many other innovators, how they looked, how that gurney flap, and these innovations that came along and made the difference to make you half a second, 0.2, whatever it might be, that's when you really start to appreciate it.
Absolutely, and in my case, with ground effects cars.
Yeah.
And Lotus did that with Andretti, and he ran away with the championship. And Ferrari followed in '79, they won the championship. And then unfortunately in '80, they were focused on their turbo car for '81, and they fell down to mid-pack. So these innovations, if you can jump on them at the right time, you can do pretty well.
Yep, no question about it. And we're watching the history of literally American motor racing here. Kurt Bennett at the moment leading the way from Miami in that Lola from 76. And Bill Hemming in a Elfin. Coming through. Bill Hemming in the number 11. Another Australian here in that Elfin. MR8.
So this is what's interesting to me. You've got people from different countries racing here. They probably haven't raced with each other much, if at all.
Good point.
And racing open wheels, as I said at the beginning, with people you don't know is a bit of a challenge.
Yeah, no question about it. You guys here in the States, week in, week out, as you say, 12 events. So and over the years, and you've done it many years, you know each other. You know who's going to be fast, who's going to be steady, who might be a little bit more aggressive than another, and their style of racing and how they go about racing. But as you say, I was talking to the Australian that got pole position. His wife came up here in Paul Zeisen, and he said, 8 weeks on the ship to get it here. They've raced at Indianapolis. A few parts went wrong, but the community did theirs. Found themselves in the right city to get a part for a 5,000. And so it's there is Paul. But I think is an exciting thing for them, and they're really enjoying the experience of being here and racing here in America.
We have maybe 80% stability in our F1 group, so it keeps it a close camaraderie. But every once in a while there's somebody new, and you've got to kind of let them know who's who and get them introduced to the group so that, again, everybody's thinking of them as a person and vice versa.
I had Patrick Long up here earlier, and he was like, I really want to, I fancy doing that. I've only retired a couple of years ago. I fancy doing the Le Mans. And I'm sure a lot of eyes roll going, not another one of these pros coming back at us. But it's joyful to see these guys, what they can do. You said that a lot of people get joy out of seeing the car that they own driven perhaps a little bit more on the limit than they're used to.
Exactly. And Patrick drove with us at Long Beach this year, and
he said he enjoyed that.
Was right up front. And in our F1 race today, we've got Dario Franchitti. So it's always fun to race with one of the pros and see how you do. The day before, in the first practice, I was second and Franchitti was third, so I was very proud of that.
Keep that score sheet.
I'm definitely going to frame that one.
Dario's a great character, and of course still very, very much involved in IndyCar, and is a great character. Sadly, his career came to an end too soon in many ways, but he had that big accident in Houston. But Dario is still very much a big character in any paddock, to be honest, and doing a great job continuing his role in IndyCar.
He's a great driver coach and team coach, does very well. I was on the grid in Nashville and got to chat with him a little there as well.
Glenn Richards from Auckland in New Zealand, another Lola T400. I do the Toyota Racing Series, another modern single-seater series in New Zealand, and of course that harps back to the Tasman Series And I was amazed at the amount of Formula 5000 and Trans Am. They have their own historic Trans Am series in New Zealand. I mean, I would never have imagined that. But
you know, it's so far away. It's like, how do they even get the cars there? But I guess once they're there, they stay, and they've got quite a few.
Well, one secret is, and I hadn't even thought about this, but there is a military base off the south of the South Island, just on the way to the Antarctic, which was an American army base, effectively. So they would bring their cars out when they moved out there with their families and said, oh, I'm not going to ship back my Shelby or my Corvette. I'm going to leave it here. So they kind of stayed. And the same was true of the Tasman series. They shipped them over, and the Kiwis and the Aussies would go, how much do you want for that? You know, you don't want to, you're not expensive sending it all back. It's an old car now. I'll look after it for you.
Yeah, it was the same for us. I did high school in England, and we had a 67 Mustang that was from the States, so the steering wheel was on the wrong side for you Brits. And that was the car I learned to drive. We left it there. Another family enjoyed it. I think it's probably turned over a few times since I was a kid. Oh, nice pass on the inside.
Nicely done, yeah. Getting past the high-winged McLaren. Beautifully done at the corkscrew. Classic overtaking at the corkscrew. We're enjoying Formula 5000 with the words of Bud Moeller, who will be out in action in Formula One in a beautiful Williams driven by Keke Rosberg, one of the few families that have had 2 world champions.
Yes, how amazing is that?
Graham Hill, Damon Hill, not too many others.
Yep, exactly. Looks like we have our checker.
Yep, and it is Kurt Bennett, who's done a really good job. In fact, he got into the lead early on, and he's taken that Lola 332 to victory here, ahead of Paul Sazrin, who is the Australian who took the pole, of course, and then it's Glenn Richards who took 3rd place and Tony Galbraith in 4th. And yeah, 122.9, that's pretty handy around here. What kind of laps are you putting in yesterday?
That's almost F1 territory.
Yeah, it is, isn't it?
I think Charlie Nierberg, who spoke here last, was 119. So
wow.
Those guys are awfully close to us.
What a great character, too.
He's a good guy, yeah. I've raced with Charlie for a long time. Did you talk a bit about his Bonneville Salt Flats experience?
Honestly, I didn't. I've not forgotten, but yeah, I'd like to, because that is his storied thing, isn't it?
Yeah, over 400 miles an hour. That's pretty crazy. Well, I applaud these guys for having a clean race, no yellow flags to stop the race or slow it down. So good job by everybody out there.
Well, Bud, if you don't know, because you can't see him, is in his overalls. He's ready to go. Thank you for coming in. Best of luck. Stay steady out there. New track surface. I want a new lap record. No.
Yeah,
just
nice
take
try.
it steady.
Thank you, Johnny.
We'll take a
Enjoyed
short
it.
break from Laguna Seca. We'll be back with more from the reunion after this.
Lovely, thanks, Johnny. How about this? Front row of the grid, a man who was with you up in the booth a little bit earlier on, Ron Fellows, Grand Marshal of the whole event. That's an accolade you haven't had before, is it, Ron?
I have not. No, thank you. But it's an absolute honor. And, to be here and represent the Corvette brand in the 70th anniversary and to be at this the Rolex reunion. It's awesome here. And I get to drive. I'm reunited with my Corvette Racing crew chief, Dan Binks. Walter Owens owns the car. This is the first time it's run. So we'll try to do Mr. Greg Pickett, who I've actually raced against. He's a little older than me. But, this is an awesome car. We'll go have some fun.
Yeah, you sure will. We're looking forward to seeing you take it for a spin. But what is it like when you get back in a car that you remember winning in, when you've been driving in 20, 30 years ago, whatever it is? What's it like getting back behind the wheel?
I mean, it's absolute. It's just pure fun at this point. And but there are times when I used to go, how fast? But no, it's awesome to get to drive some of these historic pieces. Last year, I got to drive Dave Roberts'. It was a car that was driven by Jim Swanson. It was a '56 Corvette, and it was also the same time I was trying the new Z06 for the first time. So I was going from ceramic brakes to drum brakes back and forth last year. So this is an awesome event, and I say an absolute honor to be here and representing the Corvette brand.
And 70 years of the Corvette, as you mentioned just before, that's what we're celebrating. And in 2024, they're launching a new one, the E-Ray. I know you haven't driven it yet, but just give us your thoughts on that. I'm sure you've seen it under the awning over there.
Yeah, no, I can't wait to try it. Yeah, I'm really, really keen to see, how that performs in an all-wheel drive when you've got 165 horsepower of electric power at the front and the 6.2 in the back. So I hear it's awesome, and I can't wait. It's the Z06 platform basically, so it should be an awesome car.
It's a beautiful looking car. They've done a fantastic job on the design, haven't they? We were chatting to Phil and Todd from GM earlier, and what a great design they've done on that thing. It's a daily driver as well as it is a sports car.
It absolutely is. I've had the opportunity to drive both the Stingray and the Z06, and they are absolutely okay for grocery getting, but get the Z06 on the track, and it is absolutely awesome. They've done a magnificent job with the first mid-engine sports car for Corvette, and this is just the beginning. It's awesome.
Right, so coming on, I think they're going to put the board up and send you out in a moment or two. What's the game plan for this session, this race? Because some of these guys are racing, Ron.
Well, again, we're just kind of slot in. We're starting first, and we'll see what happens. It's as I said, it's a fun drive, and it's somebody else's car. So.
Yeah. Okay. All right, listen, we'll step back and we'll let you get your helmet on because I think probably we're going to be getting set to go. The man's about to hold up I think he's holding up a 5-minute board. He's kind of getting set and ready to go. So we'll let Ron do his thing. We'll take a little look as we have a little wander down here. Car number 3. Another Chevy Camaro. How about this one here? And then we roll down. Look at this. I mean, where were you between 1981 and 1991? Because if you're at home watching sports car racing on the television, then there's every chance that you might have been watching one of these, and you'll know the stories and you'll know what they're all about. Then we look at this, number 5, Pontiac Firebird. How about that one there? Absolutely super. Just continuing down. We're going to step back in a moment because when these start up, it absolutely shakes your bones. I'll tell you, it just goes right through you. And then just moving on there, look, one of the Ford Mustangs from the day. Car number 66, Motorcraft Quality Parts. Were you watching that one? One man who I'm sure would have had an eye on all of this when they were going wheel to wheel in anger is our race announcer, Johnny Green, who I think is standing by and getting ready to go. So, Johnny, we'll hand back to you. Great hearing from Ron Fellows once again, though.
Thanks, yeah, appreciate it. And yeah, no question about it. Ron Fellows was here in the booth earlier. Always interesting to hear what he has to say about some of the glory days of Corvette. And of course, we're celebrating 70 years of Corvette this weekend, and a very special celebration it is. And talking of special, I'm delighted to welcome Mike Joy into the booth, and a man who knows his racing, that's for sure, inside and out. He loved it so much he made a job of it and has done so brilliantly for many a year. But we were just asking, or I was just asking you where you first got your kind of taste for it. Lime Rock, right?
Bridgehampton in high school. We went there for a USRRC event, got there about 4 in the morning, dense fog, couldn't find the racetrack. Wasn't well signed then or ever. And finally we see an ambulance going by with its lights on, and we go, wow, some idiot must have gone out on the track tonight and crashed. Let's follow the ambulance. He'll take us to a track. No, he took us to an all-night coffee shop. That's where he was headed. And he had his flashing lights on because of the fog, didn't want to get hit. But he did direct us to the track. We pulled, there was nobody there. We pulled in, we drove around, we pulled up against a fence, and it turned out we were right at the exit of turn 1 coming over the hill and down the hill, and it was a great place to watch Jerry Grant win that USRRC race. So after that, it was the hillsides of Lime Rock, and then the rock-filled paddock at Briar, Watkins Glen, just couldn't get enough of it.
What was it about motorsport particularly?
Well, I think the idea that when you're looking at Kenny Upsman's car here, when Kenny climbs aboard that car, he, like everybody else, has about 600 horsepower. That drivers large and small, narrow and wide, tall and not so tall, are all equal once they strap in behind the wheel, because it's the capability of the machine, and then it becomes the talent of the machinist. So always loved sports cars. My dad had one back in the day, and it was just, this is where I want to be. This is what I want to do.
And if we think about Trans Am, we've had the historics out already from 66 to 72, but Laguna Seca almost synonymous with that period and on, I suppose. But it's always been a special place for Trans Am and continues to this day to be so.
Well, I think the American race fan, whether he's a Formula One fan or a Tin Top fan or whatever, really gravitates to these cars, because these are the cars that they owned or that their friends owned, that they saw on the street. Maybe the fenders weren't bulged out as much, and maybe they weren't painted Panther pink like Walt Brown's car. But when I drove my Z28 Camaro on the street in the early 70s, this was what I aspired to be doing. So, now we get a chance to live the dream and go break expensive parts and drive around as fast as we can, and wish we were younger.
And so who were your heroes growing up?
Mark Donahue was a hero, but all time, absolutely, no question, Dan Gurney. Dan did it all, and
you're about the third person to tell me that today.
Well, and he was very gracious about it. He was very gracious with his time, and he and I ended up becoming quite good friends, because I told the story of him being my racing hero. And he was watching a TV program, and he grabbed a note card, like Evie always had handy for him, and jotted me a quick note that says, I better get this off to you before you change your mind. Well, no. I mean, he'd been my hero for years and years and years.
That's
and always will be.
That's great. I love stories like that. And that's what this weekend is all about, is telling a few stories and looking back at the history, looking at the cars that you may or may not know everything or anything about, but that's just part of it.
Sure. Now look at Tim Moser's car here. He has brought a knife to a gunfight. This is a Nissan, a 300ZX, a second-generation car with a 3-liter V6. It's not noted here if that's turbocharged or not, but he gets to keep up with all of these 6-liter V8s. So that's kind of a tall order for him. But there are other V6 cars in the field. Irv Hare was great with the V6s back in the day, part of a brother act running these cars. That is an old Cutlass. Gordon Johnson is the driver today. It's kind of cool that in vintage racing, they don't let the current drivers put their names on the cars.
Yeah, I think that's a really good idea.
Yeah, it should be. We're honoring what Irv Hare did in that car. You know, like in my Trans Am car, we are honoring what Tony DiLorenzo and his partner did with that 2-car team. Jerry Thompson drove my car in the 1970 Trans Am, so that's whose name should be on the car.
Yeah, I agree. I couldn't agree more. And like Diamondback Jones, I couldn't agree more, because you're right. It's a celebration of a period of time rather than I don't think it makes any difference. And a lot of these guys don't even want to be known. In terms of they're not looking for notoriety as a racing driver. They're doing it because they love it, just as you do it because you love it. And so you wouldn't care if your name was on the car. You're here to enjoy your passion, and I think that's another important factor. Finally, the sun's out here in Monterey. I kept telling everybody there was sun. Oh, it is hot out there.
It was hot getting into the cars when we went out for Race Group 8. So this is a logical extension, this group, of what we race in the 1966 to 72 Trans Am cars, which were required to be production car based. It's a base unit body with a front subframe on all of the early cars, and then a steel roll cage is welded to that, and everything is reinforced as best they can. Well, by 7 years later, by the time these cars were first born, that whole idea was passé. The manufacturers were not so much involved, and let's build some reliable tube frame cars, hang some fiberglass bodies on them to give them some manufacturer identity. But these are pure built, ground up race cars.
Yeah, and that, if you like, that DNA follows through to today's cars. I mean, I often get asked about the difference between a NASCAR and a Trans Am, because they look at first of observation, besides perhaps the rear wing, very similar. In approach to how you go racing with the tube frame and so on. So this is where that began.
Yeah, and the biggest difference between these cars and NASCAR is here, the tubes are thinner, the cars are lighter, the wheels, the centers are magnesium, the rims might be spun aluminum, whereas in NASCAR everything was steel. And because everybody weighed, 3,800 pounds, you weren't looking for every weight-saving trick like the road race fellas did. But yeah, these cars raced in Trans Am when it was resurrected and in IMSA. And so there's, a good representation of the breed here from 1981 to the late 80s.
So again, I'll talk to you about the track surface. You've just been out there. We're doing 2 laps just to get everybody acclimatized to what is a very relatively new surface here. A lot of upgrades being done here at Laguna. But most people saying they're really enjoying it. What are your thoughts?
It is very smooth. It has tremendous grip.
Yeah.
Normally by now in this weekend, we'd be mounting up our second or third set of fronts, second set of rears, and that's not been necessary. We're getting very, very good tire wear with the smoothness of the circuit. It has taken some of the character from the track. There was a dip or a bowl in turn 5, similar to 6. That's gone. Turn 5 is now very, very smooth. So the advantage is you don't have to be quite as precise with your line as you used to be on the old surface. And at the outer edge, where you see these cars right now going through 4, at the exit of turn 4, it's very, very flat and smooth out there. The track doesn't kind of fall off before the pavement ends. So it's an easier track to drive. It's faster, and it'll develop its own character over time. But so far, I've not heard anybody who is not in favor of the new surface and everything they've done here.
Of course, IndyCar come here in the next couple of weeks, and they're expecting lap times to become records very quickly. And I think they're all mouth-wateringly looking forward to coming here.
Oh, they'll love it. Yep, they should love it. Especially after being on the streets of Nashville.
Yes.
I'm sure all the drivers will go to their dentist, get all of their fillings, reset. And then they'll come out here, and this will be like a boulevard.
You'll appreciate this. Mario Andretti was in town to get a bourbon from Scott Borchetta, and Scott, because he's not driving at the moment, came and joined me in the comms, but I got a chance to talk to both of them together. And Scott told the story of the first Nashville event, and all the guys went out and Trans Am for the first time on the Nashville. Everybody complaining, and Mario goes, "Hey, quit complaining. It's the same for everybody. Get on with it.
You get to race."
Yeah.
Yeah.
It sometimes takes somebody like Mario just to remind you, stop belly aching. You're doing a job that so many people would love to do.
Exactly.
So we are doing that second pace car lap behind the Hyundai, and we've got a great, like you say, a real smorgasbord of different cars out there. Some, like you say, bringing a knife to a gunfight, but still, that's what it's all about. Mero's out there. What's a Mercury Mercur?
Well, a Mercur is what you would have called in Europe a Ford Sierra.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
And so they brought it here to the States, and Ford says, well, we need a racing program with this, so they stuffed a little Turbo 4 in it and raced it in IMSA, and they called it Mercur, as if that was a German pronunciation of Mercury.
Roush Mustang out there, a Buick Somerset. Interesting.
So the Somerset is a stupid name. It was a place outside Detroit, in the Troy, Michigan area. The car eventually would become the Regal.
Okay.
And so it was Buick's upscale, small compact in the 1980s. And that's when Buick was taking V6s to the NASCAR Busch Series, to Indy, and everywhere. So they stuffed and turbocharged the V6 and put it in there.
Here we go then. As you can see, the pace car coming off. And this is our Group 4 for the first time of asking. We'll see them again in action tomorrow. But onto the main straight they come and start to rev those engines to full capacity. 81 to 91, GTO TransAm. Green flag waves. Delighted to be joined by Mike Joy for this one, who does get a lot of joy from watching these cars and taking part already earlier. Have you got any other cars you're going in, or just that one this weekend?
No, just my Trans Am car and my son's, which, as Kenny Schrader likes to say, one of those important pieces of the engine broke. So he'll be in my car tomorrow.
Well, fair enough. Does he enjoy it as much as you?
Loves it. Having a ball. Doesn't like these sessions not finishing, but enough of that. I guess Ron Fellows has no trouble finding his way around this course. Off he goes.
Yeah, I'm going to say he knows it well. Ron Fellows, of course, up here in the booth earlier, and is our Grand Marshal this year. Great to have him on board as we celebrate Chevrolet's Corvette 70 years, and they're coming off another last 10 years of quite brilliance at around the world, particularly Le Mans.
So that Mustang, that was restored by Three Door Garage in Boyertown, Pennsylvania. Ross Myers owns the best collection of Ford racing cars in America. Trans Am cars, 24 Hours of Daytona cars, a couple of NASCAR stockers. I mean, it's a vast collection, and they're all restored to a high level because they're all track capable. Chris Liebenberg, who got into this business restoring Shelbys, and then went to work full-time for Ross, running Three Dog Garage, is not just the chief maintainer, but also driving. And so there he sits in third behind Ron Fellows and Chris Hines.
Yeah, in that 91, number 66, as you say.
Yeah.
Coming under the bridge again. Another unique part of the track now. They've got the new bridge here, taking away the old tower that was across from our commentary position.
Hey, Kenny Epsman down the inside, and that Doyle Firebird, that's a 53, is a former Huffaker engineering car from out of Petaluma, North Carolina. The Huffakers, they made their bones racing MGs and Triumphs, and then moved up and were the factory Pontiac team for several years with Elliott Forbes Robinson and Bob Lobenberg, and then sold off cars, and one of those is here with Epsman aboard.
Mike, what is the attraction particularly about this circuit? We just saw an example there, going into Andretti and then losing out on the, it's all very well making a move up the inside, but you've got to really make a definitive move to be able to get the to get round the outside into turn 3, haven't you?
There are corners here that you don't see anywhere else, and here's one.
Here's one of them.
The corkscrew, the demon drop.
Yep.
Where you come down 8A, and then Rainey here.
Yep.
Turn 9 is the longest turn on the course. Into 10, there's still a little bowl at 10. You get a good dish right there, so get some good launch out of 10. And
is
then
that still cambered now with the new surface?
Yep.
Okay.
And then turn 11 is billiard table flat.
That's interesting, because it wasn't, was it?
It's hard to say, depending on which line you were on.
Well, exactly, but it looked as though it drops off. Or now it's flatter than it was, but you could still use that runoff.
Here comes Liebenberg, makes the pass for second place.
Yep, and it is Ron Fellows from Liebenberg on Hildebrand, yes. Yep. Another famous racing name, of course.
So I'm not sure who's in the car today, whether it's John Hildebrand or whether it's JR, better known to IndyCar fans as JR Hildebrand, who did race Art Miller's car in Trans Am in our Group 8. So, could be either. They're both quite talented.
I know we had an Alex McAllister and what's the other McAllister? Chris. And we were trying to work out who was in the car. It didn't matter. Fellows, Lindenberg, Hildebrand Jr., Epsman, Rinken, Hines, Jeffrey. I'm sure you probably know most of these guys out there, right?
Well, a lot of them run in the 66 to 72 group. Liebenberg does, so does Epsman. Hines takes care of a couple of those cars. Jeffrey's in the group. And also, Bill Ockerland and Nick DeVitas run both
somebody's
Trans Am
smoking
groups.
up the hill. That's not a good sign. Not that much, anyway. So we'll see if that comes to naught. But there was quite a bit of what looked like oil smoke going up towards Was the corkscrew then? We'll find out.
So Epsman and Hines kind of nose to tail there in those two Firebirds, and
yeah, we've got three distinct little battles going on, haven't we?
Yep.
And then it spreads out to the Walt Brown all pink Panther car.
Right.
And now, yeah, as you say, coming out of 10, down the main straight again. You can see it from the drone. I'm actually enjoying the modern use of the drone to give you some perspective on what's ahead.
It gives great play-by-play. Now, the first time at Fox we tried using drones for the first season, NASCAR would let us fly them anywhere except other race sanctioning bodies started using drone camera footage for play-by-play and give you a video game view, and so now it's much more accepted than it was.
Yeah, no question. And I take my hats off to the pilots that do this, because it's a skill in its own sense, because you really do have to know what you're doing and where you are, your ability to see where you are above. Certainly. And follow.
All right, here comes Rick Jeffrey in that number 8 Camaro. He was just out there 2 sessions ago with historic Trans Am and trying to pull down on the number 10, which is a Firebird. They're the same car except for the nose and tail decals, Camaro and Firebird, when it comes to this series. Rick is a demolition contractor out of the San Francisco Bay Area. Has, I think, 3 different cars entered here and gives them all a good drive.
This is a good little battle.
Yep.
Through Rainey. Now into the right-hander. And somebody pulling off by the looks of things.
That's Ken Epsman.
Yes, it is.
Headed for the garage.
Now here's our first look at the 28, Walt Brown. Now we thought, well, at the beginning it's Chris Hines that's in that number 3 and Walt's in the...
Yeah, Walt's in this one, which he greatly enjoys driving. He has been a vintage car dealer and restorer, but his main business is he builds health clubs and gyms all across the country, and very successful at it, but loves to get in these cars and give them a good drive.
That must be an interesting part from your point of view of being part of Historics. You have your world of, of following racing and commentating, but you're meeting people from all walks of life, because you couldn't put a name on who does Historics. And it's interesting when you really dig down as to who some of the kings of industries that we've got here, but it's not what you think, is it?
We have guys that run huge corporations. We have people that demolish buildings. We have people who talk on TV, and we have accountants, lawyers. I mean,
comedians. Adam Carolla has occasionally done a few Trans Am races.
Who's that?
Adam Carolla?
No, because Trans Am, the under 2.5 cars are a completely separate group.
Okay.
So he's not run with us.
Yeah, he did a run in historic Trans Am, I want to say 2 seasons ago, and unfortunately hit a wet patch coming out of 3 and
whoops,
didn't do it good.
Yeah. Initially, when Trans Am began in 1966, it was all one class.
Yeah.
And in fact, an Alfa Romeo, I believe, Jochen Rindt, won the first race outright. Bob Tullius was first in the 5-liter class in a Dodge Dart. But 2 things happened eventually to change that, as we've got a pass here with the Olivetti car coming up the inside, taking the line away from that Rob Dyson Firebird.
Chris Dyson currently, of course, still racing in Trans Am.
Sure. And his dad was quite a gentleman shoe. First thing was they had to get the 911s out of Trans Am. SCCA finally had to put their foot down and say, okay, the 911 is a sports car, it's not a sedan. And Porsche went, but we have 4 seats. Too bad, so sad, you're a sports car, go race with them. So that happened, and then they took the under 2-liter class and split it off, gave them their own race. And that worked out very well for 3 or 4 years at least.
And it's funny, growing up in England where touring cars would be the equivalent,
right?
It's always been tricky around the world, whether it be DTM, whether it be British touring cars, or even in Australia and New Zealand, to get that balance right with what's acceptable, what's not. Oh, you can't bring that thing in here, it's too powerful, or that's too modern, and so on and so forth. So it's been a tricky thing for the guys that organize these championships over the years.
Well, when I was growing up here in the States, I guess you Brits were calling this saloon car racing.
Yes.
Which means something very different.
Yeah, And interestingly enough, we've got a Group 14 Saloon car race, but that is full, of course, of British cars, which are what we call saloon cars,
right,
or European cars. A lot of Alphas and a lot of Minis and so on and so forth. But the same essence is the truth, which is they are what you would go to the grocery store in, or effectively the car that you would recognize, basically built out for racing. Obviously, this is the next extension to tubes and so on.
And that's the great thing here, is all these cars, with maybe the exception of that Mustang with the big, huge IMSA blistered fenders, are all very recognizable as the road cars that they represent. And that's important to the people up on the hillside.
Do you think they've done well with the Gen 3 car in NASCAR in trying to bring it back to a little bit more recognizable?
Well, that started with Gen 6, where the nose and tail, we got rid of the Gen 5, what Randy LaJoie aptly named the Twisted Sister car, which was all aero. And then Gen 6 got us back to what real cars look like, and now Gen 7, yes, very much so. And with larger wheels and tires and things, so it's more like the high-performance cars on the street today.
One thing I wanted to ask you, knowing you were coming up here, was our current Trans Am is now getting a host of youngsters, teenagers who are signed up with Toyota Racing Development, or with, have interest there. Justin Marks is racing, obviously runs Trackhouse. And because we're doing so many street courses and road courses, it's starting to get a lot of more interest from NASCAR in terms of the talent that is coming through Trans Am. So it's starting to become a feeder series in a weird way.
Yeah, very much so. And, these young kids, they found a place to race. And I don't know, do I want to suit up next to a 14-year-old in a car of that power?
Yeah.
I'm not ready to make that leap yet, but smarter people than me are running that series, and they've determined it's appropriate.
Well,
look at that great drive for that Mustang. Just a great glide down 8 and 8A and into 9. I mean,
Steve Schuller?
You could almost imagine taking your Fox body Mustang, your street car, ordering up a set of wide wheels and tires and a set of fenders like that, bolting them on. And even if you don't ever do that, driving yours, you sure imagine it. We saw the 77 there. That's a Chevy Beretta, a not lamented street car. It was a little, 4-cylinder front engine, front wheel drive, kind of better than economy level coupe. But Chevy said, all right, this is what we're going to race in Trans Am.
So tell me about the Beretta. I do not know what. I mean, obviously, I'm thinking, when I think of Chevrolet and Trans Am, we obviously think of the Camaro.
Camaro, yeah.
What is the Beretta in the difference?
The Beretta was kind of a junior-sized Camaro.
Okay.
The Beretta was the 2-door. The Corsica was the 4-door. They were not the economy level cars. That was the Cavalier. But they were, kind of a personal luxury small car kind of statement. They didn't last in the showroom too many years, but Tommy Kendall had great drives in these, and as did others.
Still out front, Ron Fellows looking very good indeed in the number 2 as we take a look at the 77 coming through. Picture once again Nick DeVitis in the Beretta we just mentioned. Up the hill he goes. I think it's him that's puffing the smoke up the hill.
Yeah, I think you're right. He races a Mustang in historic Trans Am, and then in this GTO TransAm group, he has that Baja Boats Beretta.
When you come to these events, are there other groups that you like to have a sniff at and have a smell at and see what's up going on?
I love them all, from the Ragtime Racers to the Formula One cars. I love them all. I just think it's so great that these cars, instead of languishing in a dusty museum somewhere and maybe getting exercised once a month in the parking lot, that's not the place for race cars.
And I was saying this when the Ragtime guys were out, as Ron Fellows crosses the line again, looks as though he's getting the last lap sign. But yeah, if you had a 10-year-old son or daughter who was interested in this, and you brought them to this event, and you could say, there you go, this is where it all began in 1908, or pretty much, and now look at 27, the open wheels, and you really can follow it through and go, there you go, and there's next year's Corvette.
It's soup to nuts. It's really something for everybody. My favorite driver out of this whole weekend is Ed Archer. Ed is in his late 80s, and he runs with the Ragtime Racers, and he has a Model T Ford pickup, or stake body truck, that he drives his race car up onto at the end of the day, and then he drives to, I think, Hayward. Drives somewhere on the east side of the bay, on the public highways, and that's his tow vehicle. That's his ramp truck. That's his tow vehicle.
That's great. Well,
Ron Fellows, what a talent.
I know.
I mean, just what an amazing talent. He's, of course, here for Chevrolet. Drive some of those show cars, have some fun, and wheel this and give us a good look and good memory to what these great cars were all about.
And what a stunning history. He has a very humble gentleman. I hadn't met him until this morning, came in the booth, and it was quite a pleasure to sit by him and listen to some of his stories about how he got started. And he said he was on the podium and the head of Chevrolet was giving the prizes and said, "Hey, I need you in a Chevrolet." And he goes, "Okay,
let's go."
Let's go.
Exactly. Checkered flag.
There is the checkered flag, and Ron Fellows then takes the checkered flag as he's done so many times before. In the number 2 this time, though, for our Group 4, 1981 to 91 GTO TransAm. Lovely sight to see and a lovely sound to hear around the hills of Monterey, and also great to hear the dulcet tones of Mike Joy. I'm sure you're enjoying your weekend, but we didn't mean to make you work, but hey, it's great to have you and get your insight into what these cars are all about.
Well, glad to stop by. I hope the folks watching just appreciate the hours and hours of maintenance, repair, and updating that goes into keeping all of these cars in shape to come out here and run on the track. It's a labor of love, and we enjoy getting out there and showing these cars and sharing our love of them with the fans.
Well, I hope you enjoy the rest of the weekend, and between you and your son Scott, you get something out there tomorrow, because I know you had a mishap today, but well, you'll enjoy the weekend.
You bet. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Appreciate it. So that concludes our coverage of Group 4. They'll be back in action again tomorrow. My thanks to Mike Joy once again, who will be out there in, well, he may not be out there, but one of the Joys, Scott, will be out there tomorrow. He'll be doing the chief engineering bit and cheering him on, if nothing else. Mike Joy, one of the great voices of motor racing in America. Delightful to have him on board just for a moment to hear about our Group 4 here at the Reunion for 2023. So the cars come off track. We'll take a short break, and we'll be back from the Corkscrew and Laguna Seca as the sun shines down here on beautiful California. Stay with us.
Well, welcome back to the 2023 Rolex Monterey Motorsport reunion, where Group 11 are getting set to go. Historic Formula One cars. But if you're an IndyCar fan, you'll know the name Dario Franchitti. But he finds himself at the moment behind the wheel of a 1974 Brabham. Dario, thanks for taking time to talk to us. How excited are you right now about to go out in this one?
Really excited to drive this car. Hopefully it goes okay. We had some fuel issues yesterday. We're running out of fuel surge, so yeah, hopefully it goes okay, but it's so much fun to be on this grid with these amazing cars. That car next to us, that M26 McLaren, I used to watch that drive around Inglestown when I was a little boy, so yeah, I'm having a great time.
That is the great thing about these events. Doesn't matter what age you are, you're going to see a car that you drooled over as a kid, aren't you? And when we look at the Formula One cars here lining up, some of the noisiest and some of the most exciting as well. What an era of Formula One these cars have come from.
Yeah, exactly right. All the Cosworth DFV powered cars, and this is 74 cars, a couple of 84 cars, FW07, so iconic. I mean, James Hunt's M23 McLaren just over there. That's just brilliant.
Yeah, we got a Niki Lauda 1976 car through the back there, and modern names from Formula One are here as well. Zach Brown, used to seeing him on the pit wall. He can't wait to get behind the wheel of these things at every opportunity, can he?
No, and Eddie Irvine's here too, on the sly, having a look.
Sneaky.
Yeah.
We didn't know that. You just left that out. So what's the game plan then this afternoon in this session? You're all racing drivers, but it's a show event, but I imagine you're going to have a little bit of a go.
Yeah, I'll have a go. I've got to warm it up now. Thank you.
I'll watch my ears. Let's stand back for a moment because they are incredibly loud. Cosworth engines, Formula One cars have got to step back because they really will split your eardrums.
Well, we just thought we'd let you enjoy the sights and sounds of Formula One rolling out here at Laguna Seca, and what a sight it is. There's no question. I was listening to some of the qualifying notes and sounds of yesterday, and everybody absolutely thrilled to hear Formula One. And of course, we've had Can-Am and we've had Formula 5000 out here, and I'm delighted to be joined actually by one of the Formula 5000 drivers. His name, Alistair Chalmers. And how did you get on? Because you were out in Formula 5000, yeah?
Yep. Qualified yesterday in 9th place. Had a bit of problems on the last 3 laps with just being balked with cars. So started a little bit further down the order than I wanted to, but got a good start, got going, got past a few guys and finished 7th. So that's my starting place for tomorrow.
Now on my leaderboard or on my little notes it says Hastings, New Zealand, but you're clearly a Brit like myself.
Well, about 8 years ago, about 18 years ago, my eldest son had emigrated to New Zealand, And after being out on a number of visits, we thought, you know, why are we putting up with the UK? We could live out here. So we did, and it was down to him that I ended up with a Formula 5000 car.
Which are really popular in New Zealand.
Very.
I mean, you can talk to this.
Absolutely.
I've been telling everybody all day, you have no idea how popular 5000
is.
And in Australia, they're now a modern championship.
Yeah. Well, we have a series in New Zealand as well. And for this round, we brought 4 cars from New Zealand and 5 from Australia across to compete. And I have to say that the New Zealand one is pretty fiercely fought. So it doesn't take prisoners, which is good. It makes you focus, and normalising the speed of them is the thing that's difficult. Just how fast the corners actually approach you.
Yeah, and just to give some of the audience who may not be aware, I mean, you know, you can't be a fool and get in one of these Formula 1 or 5000 cars. You really have to have your wits about you, your fitness about you, and your understanding of the mechanics of one of these cars, because it can bite.
Oh, they can, yes. There's an awful lot of weight at the back. Yes, they've got very big tyres and small ones at the front, but there's an awful lot in the aerodynamics of them. And the 5000s particularly, that were prevalent from 68 through to about 81, 82, have got a lot less tech on them than the Formula 1 cars that are out there. They're getting into the area of sequential gearboxes and carbon brakes and things. Whereas we deal with steel brakes and manual gearboxes. You know, you got a double D-clutch to change gear, so it keeps you on your toes.
Yeah, no question about it. And I take my hat off to any of you because, you know, we've marvelled at the guys that ran them originally, but I think you've almost got to doubly admire the guys that step into them and aren't 22 and looking to become a factory driver. You know, I mean, it was all out for King and Country, wasn't it?
Absolutely. I mean, I've been involved with motorsport since I was 17.
Right.
But I've only had the Formula 5000 car for 2.5 years. And, you know, I keep thinking which silly old fool at my age would go and buy something as stupid as this. But I tell you what, it's one hell of a blast.
Oh, I bet.
Yeah.
Hard to maintain?
Once you get a grip on the car, it's okay. But the thing on it, you know, they've got more adjustment on rose joints than I've got socks.
Yeah.
So every time you adjust one thing, you have to check 8 or 9 others.
Yeah.
Just to make sure that you've not lost the balance that you'd found before. So you think, oh, well, you know, we'll do a ride height adjustment. Suddenly that's corner scales, camber gauge, caster gauge, tracking gauges and everything else just to go through it. I'm very fortunate that my son Rick helps run the car along with a friend in New Zealand called Mike. So I've got a good few guys around me who help me run the car. You can't run a Formula 5000 car on your own.
No.
I can't even do up the seat belts in that cockpit. Wow. I can't twist my arms far enough round to clip the buckle together.
You want to be part of that chassis, don't you?
Oh, trust me. There's an old saying now that, you know, pull them tight, and when you think you've got them tight, pull them tighter again. Yeah.
Well, we've got an interesting group of different cars out here and some really interesting drivers driving them and pedaling them. We've got quite a few Tyrrells, we've got a Lotus, a couple of Marchers, several McLarens, and a couple of really important Williamses, the FO7B from 1980. Zach Brown at the wheel of that one. And some really interesting. It's kind of ironic. We just saw Zach Brown in McLaren, as is his wont. He is the CEO, but he's here out in his own Williams that he owns.
And he's been trying to do the Formula 5000 races in a Lola.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, with no luck.
So we are under the safety car. We're doing the 2 laps, as has been the way so far with this new surface. How have you found that here at Laguna?
Well, normally we have 2 warm-up laps in New Zealand because the tyres take a bit to come up to temperature. Here it's a little bit easier, but you have to go through a tyre warming procedure fairly strictly, otherwise it'll spit you off on the first corner.
Yeah.
Here they go.
Here we go then. Formula 1. Group 11 or Reunion Class 11, 66 to 85. The roar, the sound, the beautiful sound of what Formula 1 should sound like. And I don't think many people would argue with me. Just a political point, just to start us off. Adrian, if you're listening, let's change that sound. So the 43 of Steve Romack from California in that Tyrrell 12, making his way fast and furious through turns 3 and 4. But it's a joy to hear that sound. And I mean, no joking aside, it's the one thing that everybody says, boy, I miss that sound.
Well, we have a sticker in Formula 5000s which is ridding the world of fossil fuels, one race at a time. But yeah, they make a glorious noise.
No question about it. Danny Baker out there, another man who's got plenty of hours in Formula One historics and has driven for many a year around the circuits of the world. Look at that, over the corkscrew. 3 wheels there, little wheel up in the air for a moment there, taking the perfect line through the corkscrew. And I'm sure there'll be a few Indy fans out here watching as Formula One goes about its work here. It's great to see these Formula... Oh, that was a little close for comfort. Somebody getting a little bit... I think that was Dario Franchitti with either getting out the way or I think he might have been getting out of the way of Cal Mika there. Baker up to 3rd place. Charles Nurberg, another man who's... well, he's been in the booth here for a couple of sessions. He's coming back after this session. But it is Steve Romack that's leading the way and setting the track alight with a 1:21.8. That's pretty impressive. And a quick look in the mirrors. And that number 27. And really, in many ways, as we look down at Zach in the F07, you know, these are when I started back in the early, late 70s, early 80s. This is when my eyes started getting attracted to Formula One. And I do remember Alan Jones and Jody Scheckter and many others at that time in Formula One and really getting excited, going to Silverstone, I'm sure, like you did yourself, and Brands Hatch.
Yep.
There's Danny Baker. He won't be afraid to use this new track at all. But I mean, it got an excitement in you. I remember going to Brands Hatch and just, you know, as a kid of like 3 or 4 and hearing that thunderous sound, I was frightened to death, hiding behind my dad's knees. But I wanted to see more of it, and I wanted to see it.
Well, the Formula One circus used to use Alton Park in Cheshire.
That's right.
Which was my home circuit. So I've raced there a lot, but I used to go and watch Formula One and the Can-Am cars when they were prevalent, and the big Group C sports cars.
Alton Park, the Gold Cup, was it?
Well, the Gold Cup is still running.
Okay, it's just still running.
And they use Formula 5000 as the premier single-seater challenge. Unfortunately, the scene in the UK seems to be a bit quieter at the moment. They're not getting as many entries.
Well, it's an expensive sport. I don't need to tell you that.
Yeah.
Well, I bet you Dario is enjoying this because you can tell. You can tell body language sometimes in a race car. Dario is showing all the signs of really enjoying being back in a fast single-seater. Former IndyCar superstar, of course, and now a great driver coach. Cal Mika really pushing on here in the 14 and really having a good fun time out there. Cal's had a big weekend already. Cal in that 79 Tyrrell 009 F1, right behind Dario.
Chasing the Brabham.
And if I seem to remember, Dario loved Laguna Seca in Indy, so this will just be all times for him in many ways.
Yeah.
I got a chance to talk to Pato O'Ward last year, who got a chance to go around Laguna Seca in a modern McLaren.
Oh, brilliant.
Mika Hakkinen was here, both of them talking, and the smile on Pato's face. I mean, I know he's now tried, you know, the current modern Formula One, but just a chance to get in a Formula One car and go around this circuit, a real opportunity.
And it's interesting the differences between the series here and the Formula One series through the world. You know, that these guys are much more in charge of what they do in America.
Yes.
Oh, somebody spun.
Oh, that. Oh, it was a big spin. Luckily, everything's A-OK, but that was Mika. He was pushing on Dario, maybe a little too hard, but he spun the car. But if you ever had the question that this was some sort of exhibition you were watching, well, think again, folks. These guys are putting the metal to the pedal. Pedal to the metal, and there's no question. And I've got one of the drivers from 5000 here with me. And delighted to get your insight into this kind of racing. Is it this racy in New Zealand as well?
It certainly is, yes.
I'll bet.
Although we're not quite as young as some of these guys. It doesn't make us any less competitive.
No, and I was talking to Charles Nurberg, who's out there right now, and I said, it keeps you young, this, doesn't it?
It certainly does.
He says, you have to stay fit. There's no way you could get in one of these cars, you know, with a hangover or a hard night out. No way.
No way. James Hunt used to manage
Well,
it, but you know, most of the rest of us are just mortal.
There are anomalies in any sport, and James is definitely one of them.
He certainly was.
I'm sad to say, but great hero, and great to see McLaren out there in those famous multiple colours, and also great to see those JPS colours. It's interesting, since the tobacco sponsorship died, how those colours, you know, bring back so many memories of the Tom Cook toys, the Matchbox cars. I'm sure you had them, as I did. Collection on, I still got them. Emerson Fittipaldi, Mario Andretti, loved it. I was just saying earlier on, it's interesting when you talk about Williams and McLaren, and have to remind modern fans that kind of came into Drive to Survive, and that's their experience of Formula One, and they're just as equal to any of us who've been around it for a long time. But having to explain how McLaren and Lotus and Williams were
all started off.
Beaters.
And you know, in the early days, they used to haul things around Europe on trailers behind Bedford vans and in old buses, and just go from race to race. There was none of this, let's load up all the transporters, guys, and have big hospitality suites.
Yeah, and that's
much more basic.
Well, you could talk to this. I was talking to several Americans today saying what they loved, including Dan Gurney, when they were in Europe. They were saying that Dan said that the love he had was to be able to go to Alton and to Snetterton and then to Spa, and you know, and that was a regular week for a driver in the 60s and 70s. That they did all sorts of Formula 1, Formula 2.
Yeah. I was very fortunate when I lived in the UK that I got the opportunity to go and race a small two-seater sports car, but at some of the best circuits over there. And it's not until you actually drive some of them that you realise just how brave these guys were to take something like that round them. And as I'm now driving a Formula 5000 car, I'm realising it even more.
I bet. Yeah, I almost think that sometimes the Formula 5000 were even more leery than Formula 1. There was, you know, more, not experimentation, but those things were beasts. And they just wanted to go hell-bent for leather.
Well, they were in the early days of aerodynamics as well. So, you know, whatever you tried one weekend, you tried something else the next weekend. So there was no continuity necessarily between them. And it was, well, let's see what works. They used to do races that included both Formula 5000 and Formula 1. And there were a couple of occasions when Formula 5000 won the race. And this was against established drivers. They were all good guys who were out there. They weren't necessarily championship rounds because they couldn't mix them. But this was before the big days of politics in Formula 1.
Yes, it's a part of modern motorsport, as we all know. Great to see Chris Locke out there in that 1976-77. Lotus 77, of course, in the famous JPS colours. Here he is. And it looks as though Cal Meeker's got it righted in 14. Yeah, he has, in that Tyrrell 009 from 1979 in the Candy sponsorship. It's glorious. You just want to sit and listen to him go round and round and round.
Absolutely. Enjoy the noise.
Yeah. How hard is it on getting tyres now? Because obviously the tyres have developed, but there are specialised companies that actually make the original tyres.
Yes, regrettably, Avon are pulling out of making the size that we use in Formula 5000. So the likelihood that in the next 12 months we'll all be using Hoosiers or something similar.
Interesting. That's a shame.
Up until now, we've been able to get the Avons that they were using originally back in the day. All right, with more modern rubber compounds on them, but the same carcass build that they used. But one of the fortunate things is because the Formula 5000 races tend to be 10 or 12 laps, we don't burn through them too quickly. They're not a cheap thing to replace.
No, I can imagine. Looking at that March from 1976, 761, in the hands of Gregory Gray from Houston in Texas. I was amazed when I live in Texas at the moment, and I was amazed at the amount of Formula 1 cars that are actually based in Texas.
Well,
I know there's a lot of money there, but you just surprised me.
Yeah, but what you've got to think is that every year, the next series of Formula 1 cars come out.
Right.
So what do you do with the old ones?
Yeah.
You sell them off to guys who want to have one.
Yeah.
And those cars eventually end up in collections and private ownership, or they get used in series like this, where they get some young, up-and-coming talent to drive it, which adds to their experience. And if they get the experience in something like that, stepping up to the next level becomes a lot easier.
Now, of course, Patrick Head, Frank Durney, we've been talking about designers for much of the day because Adrian Newey's here this weekend, as is Gordon Murray. But, you know, two other great names that came out of the Williams factory in Frank and Patrick, and, of course, Patrick Head, and now Frank Williams no longer part of that great team. Great to see Pat Fry going back to Williams, and I think Williams now rebuilding themselves into a name, and we hope... some people say that they're almost 20 years behind now in terms of what they've lost.
Yeah, but
they're still there.
They're pulling themselves back up the grids.
Yeah.
And full marks to Zach for getting McLaren back up there at the top with young Oscar and
Mr. Norris.
Mr. Norris, yeah, Lando. I used to go and watch Lando in his G14 Ginetta at the circuits around the UK. And yeah, he was an inspirational lad then. He was quick.
Yeah, he came to New Zealand actually, funnily enough, did the Toyota Racing Series when he was about 15.
I was at Taupo when he was there.
Well, we were there.
Yeah.
Yeah, that car that Zach's pedaling right now is, was driven in the day from 79 to 82 by the likes of Alan Jones, Clay Regazzoni, Carlos Reutemann, Danny Rosberg, of course, winning a title, Mario Andretti, and Derek Daly.
Yeah.
Of course, Connor Daly pedaling well in Indy at the moment. Just got back into a seat with Ray Hall Letterman. Good to him. Great character. Love Connor Daly and Derek.
Yeah. But it's amazing the number of personnel, the drivers who've passed through Formula One.
Yes.
Over the years, and with the best will in the world, you forget the names.
Right.
You know, you look at a car and you go, well, I think Alan Jones drove that one.
Yeah.
You know. But and of course the Tyrrell is a name that's long past now, unfortunately.
Yes, I got a.
He was the last privateer.
Yes, I was very lucky. My Formula One day started right at the end of Ken Tyrrell's era, Ken Tyrrell and Harvey Postlethwaite's era.
Yeah.
So I was lucky to meet Harvey, another great innovator, designer, and of course the mighty Ken Tyrrell. And it is Tyrrell winning again here in the hands of Steve Romack coming to the finish. But yes, another name, sadly, no longer part of Formula One at the moment, but great names, great history, and I think the likes of Ken would love to see this sort of thing around the world as it is, and I love the fact that Formula One is now having almost a rebirth here in the States of late. Absolute record figures on ESPN at the moment, over 1 million viewers in each and every race.
Yeah.
So Formula One is back with a vengeance, and it's great to see. But in many ways, a lot of that began in this era.
Absolutely, and they've not got to forget that. They've not got to let that disappear. They've got to try and maintain that heritage into what they're doing now. And I mean, I think you're up to three races in the States now?
Yeah. 3 races, Miami, Austin, and Las Vegas in November.
Yeah.
So Charles Nurburg, as I almost expected, gets the fastest time at 1:19.8, and I'm breaking all the historic rules by telling you the time because we don't really talk about the time.
No, it's.
But come on, new surface, Formula One. Charles Nurburg, he's been coming here many a year. I knew he wanted to get a nice fast time.
Nice fast time. We were all told in no uncertain terms by the organisers that this was not a race meeting. This was an exhibition. But unfortunately, racing drivers are like fridge doors.
Yes.
When you close the door, the light goes out.
Right.
You know.
I like that.
And we're all racers.
I might borrow that.
We're all racers at heart.
But it's true. It's true. You can't tell anyone whether they're 68 or 22 not to race these wonderful machines.
Absolutely.
Once you're strapped into one of these.
Yeah.
Judgment gets the better of you, but actually the judgment is absolutely fine because these guys know exactly what they're doing, and to put it on display and to be able to spin a car and not harm it. And in the case of Cal Mika, who's a very experienced driver, may add, and so too Steve Romack, who won the race.
Yeah.
Charles Nurburg taking second place at the fastest lap of the day. Danny Baker, another very experienced historic Formula One driver, in third, and the mighty Dario Franchitti, great to see him back in a single-seater in fourth place, ahead of Martin Lauber. My thanks for coming into the booth, and just great to see you, Mr. Chalmers. And you've got a coughing fit there. I was going to throw to you, and then I thought, no, he's coughing his head off. I'll leave him to it. But thank you for coming in. You'll be back out in action tomorrow? Back in action tomorrow? Oh, he's going to get his water. He's having a coughing fit, but he's all right. Trust me, he's an athlete. He's from my part of the world. I can have a rib or two with him. He's from Manchester in Lancashire, and I'm from Burnley. So, yep, and there's a fair few racing drivers have come from that part of the world over the years, and he'll be back out in the Formula 5000 later in the weekend. So that's our first look at Formula One, and an absolute joy to see them on track. Well done to Steve Romack. We'll take a short break here from the reunion. Join us after this break. Welcome back to the Rolex Monterey reunion for 2023 at the Dry Lake, or Laguna Seca as it's better known. It's been racing here since the mid-50s, and this is a reunion of, well, effectively the history of motorsport, quite simply. And it really has been a fantastic event so far, as it always is. I'm delighted to be joined, well, delighted and saddened to be joined by James Alder, who is usually a perennial member of this troop out here in Group 12 in his Jaguar, but sadly not out there today. James, from Reno, Nevada, a long-time member of the Historics here in the States. What gives?
Listen, first of all, I'm happy to be here. I love this event. I love being here. I feel so fortunate to have this as a hobby. And thank you again for having me in the booth. But yes, I'm normally in this group in my XK120. As you know, I'm somewhat infamous for driving the car from where I live in Reno, Nevada, over the pass, sometimes in snow, racing and driving home.
But that's as it should be and as it was.
Well, that's kind of how I feel. I mean, when I first started, I just didn't have the finances for a tow vehicle and a trailer. And so I didn't, I thought that was the only way to do it. And that's, after all, the way they did do it. And, yeah, I was kind of the redheaded stepchild. It was a little bit of an embarrassment. But over the years, I managed to win them over because the other participants could see that I was having about twice as much fun as any other two participants put together. And then, I kind of won people over. But I couldn't make it this year. Now, it looks like they're doing two pace laps. This is the beginning of the second pace lap.
And we've got a car stuck
here.
Yeah,
that's a Lotus 11, I think. And that's super cool. I don't know what the deal is, but it looks like he's ready to go, but has to do a standing start from the hot pit. So I'm not sure what that's all about.
Unless they let him get onto this next pace lap after everybody's gone by. But the 164 is parked up at the moment. In front of our commentary booth, which is how we know about that. And yes, and of course the Jaguar, the first ever winner here at the Pebble Beach Races back when it was run in 1950. So yes, a car that is full of history and very much a part of the history of Laguna Seca and of Monterey's racing. So sad that you're not in your Jaguar.
Well, that's very, very kind. I miss it terribly. I'm brokenhearted. But again, I feel very fortunate. Of course, you were referring to Phil Hill.
Yes.
Driving the XK120 that won the very first Pebble Beach road race. Now, also here, not in our broadcast booth, but is Hammond Edwards, my friend, who is the son of Sterling Edwards. And Sterling Edwards had the idea for the Del Monte road races because they couldn't sell the lots on 17 Mile Drive in Carmel.
For housing?
For whatever. I mean, yes, for residential lots. Right. So Sterling Edwards said, hey, let's have a road race. That's what became the Pebble Beach road races. And his son, Hammond, is my friend. He's here. Now, by the way, Jonathan, there's a great mix of cars in our group right here.
Oh, yeah, no question.
I mean, on the pole, you have Greg Meyer in the Sadler, and I met Bill Sadler. And I think he's a resident of Canada, and I'm not sure if he's still with us or not. But he designed fantastic cars, and Greg Meyer is in the car that's on the pole. There's a huge disparity of performance in this group. 1947 through 1960, front-engine racing cars and GT. So there's going to be as much as 15 to 20 seconds differential per lap. Now, also on the second row is the Tatum that I believe is being driven by the son of Mr. Tatum that built this car, that built the Special. There's also a D-Jag that was owned by Ray Sayer that was a Reno resident. He's no longer with us, but he used to take that D-Type to the grocery store. It's owned by Bill Rookledge, and this is its debut event after a multi-$100,000 restoration. So we still have a double yellow.
And that's because the car that we were talking about is still at the exit of pit lane and therefore in a precarious position for the start of a motor race.
I see. I'm with you.
Yeah, I think that's just Dorsey being quite rightly, because we've got safety trucks and a tow truck effectively in the pit lane at the moment that you can't see here. But that's why we've rolled around for another pre-lap. But that gives you a chance to keep going, because carry on.
Well, okay, so for instance, this D-Jag out here, it's a brand new event. It was raced in 1956 by Jack Douglas. Jack Douglas was a comedy writer for Hollywood.
Brilliant.
He actually wrote comedy for the Jack Parr Show. That became the Johnny Carson Show. Yeah. Okay? He sold the car to Ray Sayer in Reno after he had a spin in Pebble Beach that just scared the living, out of him.
I'll bet.
So let's see. Then raced it here in 1958 and 1959. Later that year, Sayer sold the car to Tom Grosskritz of Costa Mesa. Tom drag raced the car. Now, by the way, you don't think of a D-Jag as a drag race car.
No.
But it would do a 0 to 60 in 4.7 seconds, which was faster than a 427 Cobra. It had unbelievable acceleration. In any case, he entered it in a vintage race at Riverside in 1979 and showed it at various car shows. After that, Grosskritz put the car in a garage, disassembled it, where it sat until he died in 2021. Bill Rookledge inherited the car and presents it here after a 2-year restoration, which again was multi-hundreds of thousands of dollars. I probably shouldn't say the exact number.
No, maybe not.
Right. And other than the Pebble Beach tour yesterday, this marks the car's maiden voyage.
Now, James, here's something you don't often get to say. Talking of Jaguars and Jaguar XK120s, one of the drivers out there is actually running for president.
That is true.
Lars Mamstead, who is a regular to historic racing. But somebody said that to me last year, and I said, what? And they are. They're running for president
under
of
the
United
Libertarian
States.
Party.
Yep.
Lars Mamstead. Lars at LARS24.com.
Well, the way things are going, he might have a chance.
Well, that's right. And I tell you what, he has a common sense approach, and he's going to fire everybody. If he were to get involved, he would drain the swamp, and I mean the swamp underneath the existing swamp, because I think there's multiple layers of swamps there. And he wants to get rid of it. We're looking for
Talking
a green
of dry
flag.
lakes.
We're looking for a green flag.
And there it is, finally.
Yeah.
Yes,
Greg Meyer jumps out in the Sadler. I mean, that thing is super fast. And Greg is a top-notch driver. Again, Jonathan, a lot of these guys are amateurs, but man, some of these guys are really good.
Yeah, and this is an interesting group. I know we've got to know each other over the years. You've always raced that Jaguar and always brought it over from Reno, but it's an eclectic group too, isn't it? Like you say, you might get quite a big discrepancy in speeds overall in this group, but it's got a real history to it of very different cars.
Well, and then that's, of course, how, post-World War II racing in America, it was an open paper for
open
design.
Season, wasn't it?
Yeah. I mean, and look at this now. You have the Tatum, which is a General Motors truck engine, an inline 6-cylinder. That's the white car with the blue stripe that's in third position. And I'm not sure. Check the car right in second place right now. It's either a Lister Chevrolet or a Lister Jaguar.
Now, what number are we talking?
Well, it's in second position. It's silver.
Oh, that's the number 6. Yeah, that is the Lister Nobly. Yeah. From 1958, and that's Al Asario who's at the wheel of that.
Well, and that also, that is the car that Archie Scott Brown raced, and he was famous as a driver. He had a deformed arm. He had his hand was attached to his elbow.
Right.
And he would get it in a Lister and take it up to 100 miles an hour with a babe in the passenger seat, and then light a cigarette, take a puff, and hand it to her.
These are the real stories.
Yes. This is multitasking at its best.
That certainly is.
Hey, that Lister is hanging with Greg Meyer.
Yeah, the Sadler.
Yeah, that's pretty impressive. That's really impressive. I don't know, maybe Greg Meyer wants to make a race out of this. which I'd love to see. There is no joy in a faster driver just running away from everybody. That's not what this is about. But this is about dicing. This is about interacting with other cars. And I don't care if it's for 25th position. It's the dicing that one or two, or I mean, that 2 or 3 cars can have together. Well, like the character, was it Michael Delaney in the movie Le Mans?
Yes.
That was played by Steve McQueen. He said, racing is living. Everything else is just waiting.
Yeah. I know exactly what you mean. Now, as we watch these guys in Group 12, I know you want to be out there, but just give our audience a little bit of an insight as to how many years you've been coming to this event alone.
Okay, well, as a participant and or a spectator, this is year 47 for me.
Wow.
I don't know what year it is as a participant. I haven't kind of figured that out. But, Jonathan, I live for this. I work hard. I run a company. I try to make money so I can spend it on this. And as you've heard me say before, this is absolutely the most fun you can possibly have with your clothes on.
Yeah, I think you're right. As we take a look at that 56 Lotus coming across.
Oh, yeah.
Beautiful.
Can be giant killers.
Yes. And watching it go through its paces just at the top of the corkscrew.
Well,
there.
this is, I think the Lister is taking a little bit of a defensive line coming out of 10, going into 11, because that Lotus is right there on it.
Yeah, there he is.
And you can see the nimble Lotus, but when they get this straight here, that away, because the Lotus just doesn't have quite enough. But going into the Andretti hairpin here, he'll start to catch up again. That's Brian McEachern. This is, and Jonathan, I'm not the only guy that loves this. These guys here, they live for this.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, and how can you blame them? How can you blame them? There is no other better place to be except here, right now, in the world. Right?
Yeah, and the one thing I've learned about motor racing, although I've never participated in anything of any level, I've done a fair few race schools and had some karting experience, but the joy of being on your own and not having to deal with anybody else except what you're doing on track. I think it was Paul Newman who famously said, I love being an actor, but nobody judges what I look like and my eyes and
that's right.
my career and all the rest of it. I'm just a racing driver, and if I'm any good, I'm at the front, and if I'm not, because it's a true test of who you are.
Yeah.
And I thought that was a great comment. I learned that at Lime Rock recently.
No, I agree. I agree completely. And he really enjoyed being just a regular guy at the racetrack.
Yeah, and he enjoyed actually being one of the boys rather than being, pestered and being idolized.
Look, if I was James Dean or or Tom Cruise, I mean, if I was a Hollywood guy, I would be here. I would be racing a vintage car if I wasn't, racing, Patrick, who am I thinking of at Le Mans? What do they call him? McDreamy. I can't remember his name at the moment. I apologize, Patrick. But
Dempsey.
Yeah.
Patrick Dempsey.
And so, look, I would be, if I had the money and the means, I would be here. Now, I don't really have the money and the means, but I'm still here.
Yep, exactly.
And it kills me to not have my car. Now, this is the Parkinson Special that is leading the Curtis, and that's John Budenbaum in the Parkinson, which started life as a regular XK120. It crashed at Pebble Beach quite badly. It was rebodied by Parkinson, and it's kind of Allardish looking. It's the white car. I think it's number 3.
Yeah, there you go.
And then right behind it is Rob Manson in the Curtis.
Yes.
And these guys race together all the time. They go at it tooth and nail, and they're like best of buddies. But it's, again, the camaraderie of this is, there's nothing better.
Well, when you mentioned 47 years, you must know these guys like brothers. I mean, you're racing week in, week out.
Yeah, I mean, look, I've been very fortunate to, I've been granted this notoriety because I'm the only person that's crazy or stupid enough to not trailer the car. And over the years, people have really, really learned to appreciate that. But believe me, I've been broken many times wandering the pit, trying to get somebody to help me for whatever part I needed to have either fabricated or mended or whatever.
But I bet you got it done. I love to see the classic Lotus colors with the yellow and green.
Oh, yeah.
And the British flag emblazoned on the side.
Well, yeah, the emblem, that's on the side of a Spitfire.
Yeah, exactly. Colin Chapman lives on.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
And a lovely shot of it coming down the corkscrew. Whoa! Doors open.
Uh-oh.
Just give it a little wiggle. It'll
Me a
close.
little bit of Ken Miles in the Ford GT40.
Yes.
You know, he had trouble with his door. It would not stay shut. And here that Lotus has got that passenger door open, if you want to call it that. It's kind of a horizontal flapper of some sort. Let's see if he's able to reach over and close it.
Or maybe does a little wiggle at a safe place and kind of brings it shut. As we take a look at the 272, that's Nick Gruel in a Lotus 17.
Right behind that is the Johnny Von Neumann MG Special, which I think is turbocharged. It's very fast. The red, MG TD race car.
So why the British cars? Why did you fall in love as an American? It's always interesting to get the stories of why, if you will.
Well, it's hard to say. I mean, I suffer most of my life from what I refer to as the James Bond syndrome. And every vehicle I have is made in the UK, including motorcycles and Land Rovers and Jaguars. However, I just recently acquired a Ferrari. I mean, I bought one, but I haven't taken possession of it. I'll tell you about that later.
Okay.
But, when my friends were building 57 Chevys and 63 Novas, I wanted a car that would go fast in a corner, not just a straight line. And that had to be a sports car. So my first car in high school was a TR4.
Oh, yes.
My mom wouldn't let me buy it, even though I was working. The dealer was going to carry a note. The price was $600. And she wouldn't let me buy it.
There's Lars.
Yeah, there's Lars right there, the
Tell us about
presidential
the 120,
candidate.
because it's an interesting car. It looks unwieldy as you see Lars wheeling it there.
Oh, absolutely.
It looks like it's a handful. It's a heavy
Well,
car.
it's heavy. It's 3,000 pounds. I think Lars's engine dynoed at about 250 horsepower, which is a lot. Mine only dynoed at about 223, but they are great cars. They're generally speaking dead reliable. You can drive them to the races. You can race competitively and drive them home. And if you look at an XK120, it's visually beautiful.
Yeah, it is. Yeah,
I
absolutely.
mean, look at that. Look at that car.
Oh, that is classic British styling. Absolutely.
Yeah, and you could have that car could be primer gray. It would still be beautiful.
It'd still look good.
Yeah. Now, also, if you look at the profile of that car, you're going to see that it appears, it has this very long bonnet. And you'd think that obviously it was weight biased to the front.
Yep.
But the engine is so far back in the chassis, the weight distribution on the 120 is actually 49-51.
So that's why it's become a successful.
Well, that's why
even in the day
it handles so good.
Yeah, okay.
Now, in the 140, the next model, to appeal to the American market, they moved the engine 4 inches forward to create more room in the cockpit. As a result, a 140 does not handle like a 120 because they lost that weight distribution advantage.
Now, I know I've had this conversation with you before, but I know there's a lot of British fans tuning in. Why do we have the E-Type and you guys never adopted that name?
Oh, as opposed, they adopted the XKE.
Yes.
Well, I think some Americans are a little slow to the start. I mean, you see, had they really been on their game, they would have realized that the XK120C, which was commonly referred to as the C-Type,
right?
Then the next evolution of that was the D-Type. Then the next letter in the alphabet was E.
Yeah.
And so it should be called the E-Type, but the Americans wanted to call it an XKE.
Okay.
Because they were so used to the XK120, the XK140, 150, and now the XKE.
How about this? The 1958 Buyers Volvo Special. What do you know about that, if anything?
Well, I believe I raced against that car for many years, that it was owned by a Swedish guy, I think, named Sorensen. At that time, it was red. Now it's been painted a fairly light green, pretty close to Aston green.
Yep.
Really cool car, really, really rare. I wish I knew more about it. Volvo power, strictly a sports racer. Nice to look at, and again, that car is being shared with us. It's a super rare car. It's being shared with us.
I know, that's the beauty of all of this.
All of this thing is being shared with us.
Chevrolet Mistral, got a quick glimpse of the 1955 just going through shot. Wesley Abendroth at the wheel.
Wes Abendroth. I raced against that car a lot. Looks like the Volvo.
Just as we bring it into mention.
Yeah. The golf announcer will say there's just a short putt to clean it up, and that puts the jinx on
That's it. It's all over.
I don't have that problem.
Well, here is that 55, Wesley Abendroth. Yeah.
No, that's another 55.
Oh, right.
Yeah, that's an MG TD race car. Wesley Abendroth, I believe, is in another car, 55, which is a Chevy-powered Mistral. And
that's right. Sorry, that's
a burgundy car.
That's the 155. Yes.
Wes is from Carson City and has various Corvettes. He's a really good driver. I got to tell you, I did beat him once in the Velocity Invitational. Passed him on the inside of turn 10, which scared both of us.
Well, that's good. Gets your heart going.
Yeah. And Jonathan, thank you for giving me this airtime.
Not at all.
It's greatly appreciated. Now, I got to talk. We haven't seen the D-Jag number 54.
No,
I think it's out here.
William
Unless it had a problem.
D-Type Jag,
But
yeah.
this is
This is the car that was struck in the pits earlier.
Okay.
That's the Mark Sang in the
it's moving
Lotus
along.
Le Mans. It's moving along now. Finally got going.
By the way, Mark Sang is a great driver. I have raced with him for years. He had a really early Elva that was polished aluminum, and he was real fast in that. I think I spun next to him at Sonoma at one point. Then we had a little chat after it.
Well, I'm glad he's out there because the preparation and the time it takes, and you could attest to that.
Oh, my God.
Especially driving your car here. The work that goes on all year round to maintain these cars and to bring them to these special circuits to go to these special events.
That's right.
It's countless hours.
No.
Now, I know it's hours of joy and love, but at
Yes.
the same time, to not be able to get out there, which I thought was going to be the case, it's great to have him out there.
Absolutely. I could not say more. And it's oftentimes a love-hate relationship.
I'll bet.
But remember, if it looks good and makes you feel good, it's probably going to be a pain in the ass at one point or another, whether it's a car. I mean, we could.
I know where you're going with this, Alder. Be careful.
Right, okay, sorry.
But I concur. 148 fastest lap out there, and that's the man in second place at the moment, our Sierra.
140, was that the Lister?
Yeah, that's the Lister that we just talked about.
Wow. He did he did 3/4 of a second faster than Greg Meyer in the last lap.
Rule in 9th position, and behind him, Ramson in the number 11 MG JD John Newman Special.
That's right. That was the car I was telling you about.
And just drifting into the distance there, and then up to the corkscrew. There he is. That's a pretty little thing, isn't it?
Oh, yeah. And what, racing one of these cars here is, well, and I don't care what group you're in, it's an art. It is.
Yeah.
This is like playing the violin.
Well, even this saddler that's leading the race, I mean, it's a handful around Laguna. You can feel the wind here up in the booth, and you can see it over the bridge there, the Rolex bridge that they're just going over there. So, you've got to have your wits about you, and he makes it look easy, but he's taking that Mark IV and putting it through its paces as he comes through Rainy.
Well, Jonathan, when you're out on the track, you've got to think about one thing, and that's what you're doing. So if you're normally thinking about something else, whether it's future girlfriends, the stock market, past, it's
not going to work.
You've got to put that stuff out of your mind and concentrate on what you're doing.
Well, I can tell you that this man, Greg Meyer, is going to take the checkered flag and win here, and somewhat appropriately, a man from California winning here at Laguna Seca.
Nice. That was a nice show.
Yeah.
I mean,
and he is from just down the road in Carmel.
Yes.
Well done.
Then you got a Lotus 11 and third. That was a pretty tight group, tighter than I expected.
Yeah, you said it would spread out, but it didn't spread out too much, did it? And just a little further down, Arcirio in second place, Macachin in third, and then Colonna in fourth, Blake Tatum in fifth place, Rob Manson sixth, Bruce Miller seventh, and Nick Roll in eighth position, Jeff Abramson in ninth, and Mike Fulmer. Now, any relation to the other Fulmer, you think, Mike Fulmer?
I don't know.
Yeah, 10th position.
Now, I recognize Bruce Miller's name in his Lotus, and he has been racing, I believe, longer than I have, and that's a Lotus that used to be raced by Jackie Ickes, I think. It's got really cool history. What a wonderful group this is.
So on the slowdown lap, that was Group 12, and they'll be back out in action again, and hopefully James will join us for that. 1947 to 1960 front-engine sports car racing, cars and GT cars. A lovely display and quite an eclectic group, as you quite rightly point out at the beginning, and interesting group.
Well, there was a huge change in technology from 1947 to 1960. And of course, cars from the late 40s were drum brakes. Then a little bit more in the mid-50s, Jaguar developed the first production race car with four-wheel disc brakes, which was the D-Type. They did experiment with Dunlop disc brakes at the latter production of the C-Types, the XK120C, C being for competition.
Yep.
And that's how the letter got started, was the C for competition, then it just became the C-Type. But a huge difference in technology, and that's why there is a pretty big disparity in performance in this group. But nobody cares. The only person that really cares about winning is the person that is the winner. But everybody else are winners. I mean, I'm oftentimes having a dice for 20th position.
Doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Well, James Alder, thank you for joining us. Sorry you're not out there, but we'll get you back in the booth and hopefully back in later today and also tomorrow. My thanks to James. We'll take a short break here from the reunion, the Rolex Monterey reunion for 2023. The sea is finally glinting out over the bay on the peninsula of Monterey as we sit high atop the corkscrew. We'll take a short break. We'll be back with more racing after this.
Nature. It's what defines the all-new 2024 Corvette E-Ray. The quickest Corvette ever, with 0 to 60 in 2.5 seconds. An electrified all-wheel drive that handles all 4 seasons. A supercar of contrasts. It's everything you never expected. One like none.
Welcome back to the 2023 Rolex Monterey Motorsport reunion, where the next group is about to go out. Group 13. Look at some of these cars. Le Mans cars, World Endurance cars, and lots of others in between. And sitting up the front of the grid here, Mr. Porsche himself, Patrick Long. Patrick, great to see you at the front of the grid. A super looking car, but tell us, one you've driven before or not?
Yeah, I've driven this Leighton House 962 at Long Beach a couple years ago. Had a great success there with the tread shoring. Ed Pink guys, I'm super grateful that Tom Malloy has had me back in this car, and James and the boys have gone to work and rebuilt this entire car since the race last year. We didn't do more than about 5 laps in succession, but it's definitely got the potential. We think we've got all the bugs worked out of it, but we got a couple of very modern cars behind us with the R8 and Daytona prototype, and I know young Spencer is gunning for us, so we should have some fun out there.
Yeah, I'm sure you will. I mean, this one, what are we talking about here? Late 1980s?
Yeah, this is 87 Kramer. Obviously, Leighton House with its lineage in racing is a pretty historied story. Adrian Newey, of course, with his Formula One car, but this was before that time. And these cars had some good success. Obviously, the 962 reigned at the top of world sports car, GTP racing, and love getting opportunities to drive these cars. We're ramping up for Run Sport at the end of September, so a lot of homework being done right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And a quick word about the circuit as well. There's been a lot of work gone on here at Laguna Seca the last few months. New track has gone down, new bridge has gone down. Have you been out on it at all? And what do you expect from this track if you haven't?
Yeah, they've done a great job. It's still Laguna Seca. That was my biggest concern. Would it still have its character and layout? The grip is much higher now and it's a lot smoother, so we're going to go give it one now.
Fantastic. Patrick, I'll leave you to it. The guy's got the 3-minute board up. Good luck and thanks for talking to us.
Thank you. Thanks.
All right, so Patrick Long going out there in his 1988 Porsche 962, and behind him, as he says there, we've got that Audi R8 with names all over it, including the name of Mr. Le Mans himself, Tom Christensen, just behind him, and then the prototype Daytona as well, going out car number 3 behind that. The atmosphere down here at the start of this is just incredible, I have to tell you. The noise is like, well, something else, but the atmosphere is great. A lot of the mechanics who work on the cars as well, they're guys that would have worked on them in the day, in the era. So different drivers get to drive them, but the mechanics who keep them running, a lot of those are original. And there's a real air of excitement as the guy puts up the number 2 board. 2 minutes to go till the start of this one then. And as it is getting incredibly noisy, I'm going to have to step back and step away. And Johnny, I'll hand to you. Let's go racing.
And why not? Because that is a cracking car, one of the most famous here, and it has been around America for many a year. Travis Engin has peddled this car for many a historic race. And you can see on the side the history it's got. It is one of the most storied Audis, and we celebrate that fact. Tom Christensen here this weekend working with Audi, and of course was a big part of Audi's success at Le Mans, his own, with 9 wins. Christensen. Tom Engin's pretty handy in that car too. Spencer Trenere also involved in this, in a Riley Daytona prototype, Gen 1. Good looking car. And as we heard from Patrick Long, it was great to have Patrick in the booth here earlier. I don't think you heard what he was saying, but obviously always an interesting driver. Just retired from professional racing after a brilliant career. And looking forward to doing more racing like this. I think it's a great opportunity for professional drivers to just take it, in their words, a little bit easier than they might. Take the pressure off just a little bit. So we turn our attention now to 81 to 2007 Group CDP, WSC, LMP, and GT1. Bit of a mouthful. What was happening in the 80s? Well, the Iran hostage crisis ended in 81. Ronald Reagan became the first president to address a joint session at the British Parliament back in 1982. Microsoft Windows operating system released in 1987. It was all happening. The Galileo spacecraft launched by NASA in 89. So just a few bits of trivia here to put you in the mood for what you're about to see. That was what was going on at the time. And as we saw that Riley, that's an ex-Wayne Taylor Racing driven by Wayne Max and ex-Ricky Jordan Taylor also involved. And of course, the Taylor family here in America, if you don't know them, they are one of the most famous families of racing. And still racing to this day. Great to see that Jaguar 44 out here. I love that car, one of my favorites. A Saloon out there as well, the S7, American hand-built, high-performance sports car design and built here by Saloon Automotive. And as if by magic, my good friend Charles Neerberg is back by popular demand, I may add. You are having fun out there.
I'm having fun.
How was it?
And all those people I paid to vote for me are obviously doing their job.
Yeah, good. How was it out there?
It was good. You know, it was good. I just didn't quite have enough for Steve today.
Yeah,
he was doing well.
It, wasn't he?
I ended up with fastest lap, but I didn't.
I saw that.
I didn't string them together quick enough.
I chuckled when I saw it because it was what, the penultimate lap you got it on? Or?
No, actually, it was just before I started getting into traffic. It was close to the end, but it was just before we started getting into traffic. But anyway,
I've got you. I'm glad you've come up for this group because it is an interesting group. And these sports cars, I mean, I remember many of these cars. I went to Le Mans back in the 80s and followed a lot of racing then and was just learning about sports cars. But that Leighton House car that Patrick Long is, of course, that Audi that Travis is in.
Yeah.
You know, these are cars that, you know, you could have a poster of every one of them, right?
Oh, for sure. Yeah, this was the glory days of. Well, I don't want to say the glory days. Sports car racing,
But
certainly.
it was one of the high.
It was one of the high points of prototype sports racing in the day, and of course, you know, Patrick Long is no stranger to Porsche. He's a consummate Porsche shoe, so he's really wheeling the Leighton House, and you know, a lot of other really good drivers in the field with great cars. You know, let me just. Sorry, I just got out of my gear, so I'm trying to see what the grid is.
Take the car. I've got it here for you. Here you go.
Ah, lovely.
There
Thank
you go. As we continue to look at that bright green Leighton House, those colours when they came into both Formula One and sports car racing, you never missed a trick because they were just so different to look at, Leighton House.
Absolutely, absolutely.
What springs your interest straight away?
Oh, you know, I mean, Spencer Turner, he always wheels his Riley really well, and you know, all these guys are quality drivers for sure. Cal Meeker's very quick in his Spice, and
he had a little spin in his Formula One.
Yeah, did he? I didn't. Of course, I didn't see it.
You weren't there,
but,
so you didn't. But he got that candy carpet sideways and then went round, but he was okay.
And Chris Liebenberg, he from out of Three Dog Garage in Pennsylvania. You know, he's driving Ross Meyer's car. He does a fabulous job of prepping the cars and is a good shoe himself. He's in that Saloon S7R, and you know, Rob Kaufman has a really beautiful the actual All-American Racers Toyota that's the predecessor to the car that I have, and yeah, this is really good. Taz Harvey, you know, he's got that Spice. That was a lights, what they call the lights car, and a very, very quick car, driven by some really good, you know, a lot of good California drivers drove that car.
You know, I mentioned Travis Engen in that Audi.
For
he's
sure.
been, racing historics for over 20 years.
Right.
In fact, actually started out as an SVRA Rookie of the Year way back in 99.
100%.
So, yeah, definitely a guy that you often see on the timesheets wherever you're racing around the US of A. If you don't know that name.
Yeah, absolutely.
He's been an endurance champion and an HSR champion in the past. So definitely one of the top drivers of historic racing here in the USA.
Yeah, that Spice car is interesting. Steve Cameron from up in Sonoma drove that car. I believe got a win at Daytona in that car, along with some other drivers for sure. Parker Johnstone, that was the leaping stone for him into IndyCar racing. I think Parker Johnstone won a championship with that car. I'm not sure it was that car, but certainly, you know, but I don't know that it wasn't either. Sorry.
Okay, the pace car is in, and Patrick Long's going to lead us to the start of this one. We've got a racing start as Travis Engen goes on the outside and tries to make it to Andretti first, and he's done just that, but well and behold,
argy-bargy.
A little bit of argy-bargy, as they say, but he holds the line, and the 16, Patrick Long.
Spencer's right in there.
Yeah, he's gone into second. So Travis got his nose out of joint a little bit there, but a good racing start by the Audi, and I think he's going to use that power to his advantage. But that was good driving from Patrick, not holding back.
Yeah, Spencer's got the nice V8 grunt in his Riley.
Yeah, and he's trying to put it into good use here. He can't quite make it use here. But as they go up the hill, it might just come into play. Yeah, and it has. Look at that, around the outside. Nicely done.
That was well done. Yeah, it's you know, the Porsche has to build a little. I don't know if that Leighton House is a single or a twin turbo. I don't know what generation it is. If it's a single turbo, you know, it's definitely more of a handful than the later model, what they call water cars with twin turbos. I just don't know what generation the Leighton House 962 is. But and there's this is a great group.
Well, pretty close to start with, but already Spencer pulling away as they come to complete the first lap. Long in second place, and then Engen in third. Across the line they come then. Spencer with a 124.5. Long second, Engen, then Cal Meeker, Alex Kirby, George Crass in 6th place, Taz Harvey in 7th, and Joe Robillard in 8th position, Rincon 9th, and Macron in 10th position.
Yeah, they're motoring.
Glorious days for Audi. What a moment in history of motorsport for them around the world, not just in Le Mans, but IMSA as well. That group of Audis that just seemed to have an unending series of cars, and it didn't matter whether it was diesel or not. They just seemed to power through.
Yeah, you know, Audi sort of announced itself in motorsport here in the U.S. with their four-wheel drive Trans Am car. We were, talking about the Trans Am race earlier, and I am at the Dallas Grand Prix. I remember, they really kind of dominated that year in Trans Am when they brought the turbo four-wheel drive car over, and a lot of people were crying foul, but it was all per the rules, and they kind of announced themselves. And then I think this generation of car like Travis is driving really showed their chops at the top level.
Yeah, no question. Ooh, what's happened here? A little bit of too much dust, but no, I don't think anybody's come to foul, but somebody went. All okay? They're pushing on here, and the times are showing it too.
Oh yeah.
They're getting close to your sort of time in the F1.
Yeah, Patrick's just done a 1:21.6. Yeah, I figure it'll be interesting to see how this plays out. I don't know how hard the Riley is on its tires. We'll have to kind of.
How would you say, in terms of preparation, these cars are compared to, let's say, the 5000, the F1s?
Well, kind of jokingly, I would say the biggest hassle with these cars is all the body work.
Yeah,
it's almost impossible for
Good
one
point.
guy to work on one of these cars. But that's just kind of a, that's just kind of a joke, really. They do take up a lot of space compared to an F1 car. But to answer your question, the Turbo 962, I mean, it does take a lot of preparation, and obviously it's built to run 24 hours, so
yeah.
It's not the light the fuse kind of thing like the DFV Cosworth is, but you still have to mind your P's and Q's on boost pressure and all the things relative to running the turbo.
Yeah, so you need some know-how with you if you're going to bring these race cars to the track.
You do for
can't
sure.
Just show up with a car and throw it out on the track. You've got to, like you say, get the pressures right and do all the things that need doing for it to run well.
I can see from looking at, watching Spencer that the outside line into one is coming in.
Yeah.
You couldn't go out there last weekend. It was not. There wasn't much grip there, but he's using it effectively now.
Yeah, the drone really gives you an idea of the lines they're using as well.
Yeah, it's great. Really good.
It's a good little battle. These two enjoying themselves out front.
They are.
Patrick Long back out in front.
Yep.
And they're swapping fastest laps. And the field spreading out dramatically. This is our first look at Group 13, which is Group C, DP. World Sports Cars, LMP, and GT1. Group C.
The Panos was an interesting car. It looks like I think we called it a roller skate when it first came out. It looks like, okay, so you're a Brit.
Yeah.
You remember the Clubman's cars.
Yeah.
It reminds me of a Clubman's car.
Yeah, I know exactly what you mean.
You can explain to the audience what that was better than I.
Well, yeah, exactly that. A Clubman's car. I guess what I would say is effectively an amateur's car that is built to race in club races.
And actually, speaking of someone who's here this weekend, debuting his new T50 is Gordon Murray. And
yes,
one of Gordon Murray's first race cars he built himself was styled after a Clubman's car, where the driver is very far back over the rear axle for weight distribution. It's got a front engine, and you use the driver as a big part of the ballast for the weight distribution in the car. So it's that Panos is very interesting in that way.
Yeah, Don Panos and that history, pretty brave to come and take on the mighty manufacturers and take them on at their strength. No question about it. And not many people would have dared.
No, that was he was not afraid of a challenge. He was a pharmaceutical manufacturer and used to complex challenges, and certainly brought that to his Panos endurance team.
Interested to see that front wing, not used very often at all.
Yeah.
It looks kind of odd, but well.
I'm trying to remember. Oh, sorry. I'm trying to remember who pinned that team. I can't quite remember who drew up the panos, but there's somebody pretty famous, I think. Got the Jaguar, as you guys say. I love that Jaguar. That and aluminium.
Yes, aluminium. We have to say that. Yes, it's that 962 with the front wing that's catching my eye. Ross in 9th position. It's a really interesting front wing now. Yes, we always say Jaguar. Love to drive in a Jaguar, as Pink Floyd once said.
There you go.
Here's some more glory coming our way. The number 10, Joe Roberland, in that 962 from 1984, the all-purple. There he is.
He's doing a nice job.
Yeah, the win sponsorship.
That's a really pretty car.
It is.
Nice purple.
Simple.
Yeah, simple.
In terms of the color scheme, but doing exactly what the sponsor would want. There's no mistaking it.
Yeah. Wins did a lot of motorsport sponsorship back in the day.
Yeah.
And
I've always been amazed at how in motorsport, everybody said the death knell of motorsport would be the tobacco sponsorship, because obviously they were spending money hand over fist, and also people would say, well, the next death knell is when the manufacturers pull out of a series. But it's amazing what changes over the years, and now we see in Formula One especially the tech revolution. I mean, every tech company I know is now involved in Formula One, including with Red Bull and Oracle, Dell, and so on and so forth. So, whether it be Budweiser back in the day, who expect to kind of follow wins, as you just mentioned there's always a kind of a new group that sets the sponsorship going.
Yeah, here in the U.S., the Justice Brothers, sponsored a lot of drag racing cars and sprint, midget sprints, dirt cars, as well as sports cars. And Ed Justice is quite the historian of motorsport. Get him talking about A.J. Foyt sometime, and you'll be rolling in the aisle.
That Jaguar from 1984, that XJR5, I saw that run at Le Mans, and those famous Jaguar colours in the green and white, and or at least the colours they used that year for that 44. It's a car that's embellished on my mind for sure.
Those Jaguars were beautiful cars, and was it Tony Southgate that designed those, I believe?
I think you're right.
My lifelong buddy Price Cobb, of course, won Le Mans in one.
Yes, he did.
Famously.
Price, a good mate of ours. He lives in Austin, Texas.
He does.
Of course. Yeah.
He does indeed.
He does. Good boy.
Yes.
And if you're listening, Price, we're missing you. Come and join us. And there's Jim Norman in the March 85G with the Budweiser sponsorship. At a 1985.
Another big V8 in the back of that thing.
Yeah. I love the sound of these cars. That's the other thing. I wish I was at the top of the corkscrew now, listening to these guys roll through.
It's all good. It's all good. I wonder. I don't remember if Bobby Rahal drove that car or not. He did. I think he did.
It would seem the right. Yeah, it would be the right time.
He had a lot of Budweiser sponsorship at times in his IndyCar career.
I would have certainly said it's something like Rolex. He probably would have done.
True.
He was still doing Indy.
Yeah. True.
Daytona, of course. I'm talking about.
Yeah.
But be careful. They're all Rolex events.
The car sounds really good.
Patrick Long continuing to lead here. Spencer Trenary trying to keep him honest. Travis Engen doing the same. That's the 1, 2, 3 at the moment in this. Our first look at Group 13 of 14 groups. The Ruby Tuesday coming into focus now. Coming down the main straight. Another one of the Porsches.
I'd love running in this group with the Eagle Mark III Toyota GTP car. It's of course it's a highly turbocharged 4-cylinder, so you have to really keep the wick lid on that thing, but it develops massive downforce. It's just phenomenal. So it's had some really good battles out here with Mr. Bruce Canepa and his in his 962.
So has Bruce disappeared, or did he not? I don't know.
Well, no, I think he's, to be honest, I think he's just working really hard on the racetrack now. There's a new management group. And,
I see.
And Bruce and a number of other stalwarts of Laguna Seca are on the management. They're on the board, and the county made a big commitment to the track, spent about $20 million for the paving, and of course the Mission Foods sponsored bridge. Juan Gonzalez, who's a big, excellent driver and a big motorsport sponsor.
Great character too. I see him a lot in SVRA, and he's a lovely man.
He's a lovely guy and puts his money where his mouth is in terms of supporting the sport. And
loves his racing.
He does, and it really bodes well for the future of this great historic circuit here.
Yeah, very true.
It's really nice to see.
Well, Patrick Long has made easy work of it, and not surprising, not long retired from professional racing himself. Just a couple of years. He's been out of the real hard factory racing, and now he has just one more lap in that Leighton House Porsche to finish it off. But there's a good battle for second place going on between Travis Engen and Trenery. In fact, Engen's just gone into second place in the Audi. So let's see if he can hold on to that.
That's well done.
Yeah, it's been a good little battle.
Yes, for sure. Yeah, that color is so distinctive, and they're very close back there. The F1 Leighton House, F1 car, same color, really so distinctive.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. Didn't Adrian Newey? That's where he started out with F1.
He was involved with that car for sure.
And of course, people forget he spent a lot of time over here in Indy before he became a famous Formula One.
He did, and I wasn't the only one to predict that the Red Bull, when they went back to the ground effect chassis, I wasn't alone in surmising that Adrian would have a bit of a leg up because
I'm sure he smiled. He studied it at university. It was like, if ground effects ever comes back, I'm the guy.
Well, all those Indy cars he worked on were exactly that, and so he has a wealth of successful experience. So.
Yeah, and I wouldn't be surprised if he's, over the years, just pulled some of that talent from the States to help him out, whether it be at McLaren. Oh, a spinner. It's the Ford just going around there.
Yep.
What a shame. But there's the checkered flag for Patrick Long in the Porsche. And as the factory Porsche driver has done so many years, another win. Luckily, the car has righted itself and not got into too much trouble. Turns itself around. Let's see who comes across the line. It is Travis Engen, who took the Audi to second place. Well done to him. Spencer Trenery in third place and Alex Kirby in fourth. Cal Mika finishing out the race in fifth.
Well done.
Yeah, good
nice
fun.
Clean race, no contact. These cars are big and they're kind of hard to see out of.
Yes.
At least that's the excuse. That's the excuse everyone uses anyway.
Oh no, I can believe it. I've sat in one, and it always amazes me when I used to watch them go down the Mulsanne. Is how the hell do you see cars that may be either in front or behind, because you're so low down. You're right, the peripheral is not good. Look at those mirrors, they're tight.
Yeah. You know what amazes me is, during the height of the IMSA GTP series, they were racing all these cars on street circuits, and talk about tight and hard to see.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's another level, isn't it?
Pretty amazing.
Yeah, I've done a fair few World Cup GT races at Macau, and I don't know how they do that.
Oh, yeah.
Well, listen, thank you, Charles, for coming in, as always. Hopefully we'll see you tomorrow, but you'll be out again. And that concludes our Group 13 for today. We've got one more group to bring to you, and that's the Saloon Cars Group 14. So stay with us. We've got one more race to bring you today of day one of our Monterey reunion from Rolex. Join us after this break.
drivers into the driver change at that point.
Welcome back to the 2023 Rolex Monterey Motorsport reunion, where Group 14 Saloon cars are getting set and ready to go. And the man who's put himself on the front row of the grid is standing next to the most resplendent looking race-prepared Ford Escort that I think you will ever see. Todd Willing. Todd, firstly, what a fantastic car you've got here. Just tell us a quick little word on this car, the history of it, and how you've come to own it.
Well, I work for Ford Motor Company, so I had to race a Ford. It's been a race car its whole life. I found it down in Florida. It had been superbly restored by the previous owner, and then by various connections, I got into contact with the original owner who imported it to Canada in 1969.
And just tell us, your weekend is obviously going extremely well. This is a race weekend. You've qualified. You're in first, and you must be feeling pretty good about that.
Yeah, but it's a very long race, so we're all going to do our best to survive to the end and have a blast.
Yeah, 1 hour race with a mandatory pit stop window after 15 minutes, I think, between 15 and 40.
Yeah, that's correct. So I'll be using it wisely and get some rest and some fluids back in.
Todd, it's a great looking car. We better let you get ready because the guy's going to hold up, I think, the 3-minute board in a moment. So you need to get your helmet on, get your gloves on. There goes Todd. Keep your eyes peeled for car number 63 behind him. A beautiful Alfa and then a BMW. Now, as Todd was just saying, this race is going to last 1 hour. Mandatory pit stop window then after 15 minutes and before 40 minutes. So you got sort of 20-minute window there or thereabouts to come on in. Some of the drivers you will see change. Some will just use that opportunity to take a 5-minute break, grab some water, or do whatever it is they need to do in those 5 minutes, but some will make a change. When you come on down as well, have a look at some of the minis. Let's find car 61 because car 60, 61 and 63 it is, or 60, 61, 62 I think, pure minis. That's Peterman Unsby Racing Enterprises. It's the first time in 50 years that the 3 cars of pure racing will have been out on track together. Now that is our man Don Racine, who has Mini Mania based in Nevada, who owns I think half a dozen of the minis that you're going to see racing here today. He's put the team back together for the Rolex Monterey Motorsport reunion in 2023, and that's going to be quite exciting. I forget exactly which one Don is in, but he's going to be swapping over at the halfway stage with Doug Peterson, which is going to be fantastic. And we might actually get Don come on up to the booth for a bit of a chat when he has done his swap. He did say to me just before the start a moment or two ago that he might, if he remembers, head on up to the booth and go and join Johnny for a little bit of a chat. But yeah, 1 hour race on this one. It's going to be a long race for some of these older engines. It's going to be interesting to see how they fare, but as always here at the Rolex, we're talking about cars in some instances that are one of a kind and almost priceless, but these guys are really going to have a race, and I think of all of the cars and all of the classes that are racing this weekend, some of this might be the most exciting, some of their most evenly matched cars potentially. So we should see some wheel-to-wheel, side-by-side action. I've got a race control guy here just giving our cameraman a little bit of a twirly finger. And I'm looking up to the far end of the grid to see the grid marshal there put up the 1 minute board, as I think we are getting set and ready to go. And I'm looking all the way down this pre-grid. I'm going to have a quick little count up, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. There must be at least 20 cars in this one, looking all the way down the pre-grid. There's Johnny, we got the 1 minute board up. I think we're going to have to step away, the cameraman. George doing a fantastic job on the pictures, being asked just to step aside. So Johnny, I'll hand over to you. Here we go then, final one of the day. Group 14 Saloon cars are off and racing.
And Kev, I reckon you should come up and join me for this because you and I grew up watching this. Kev Harris is doing a sterling job in this as we turn our attention to the final race of the day. And I always love this. Yes, it's been a long day and there's been a lot of different cars out there, but you can't beat minis and you can't beat a good Alfa Romeo and a Ford Cortina. What can you say? Great stuff. And as I agree with Kev, I think this is going to be quite an interesting race because it is an endurance race or a mini endurance race because we are going to have a pit stop. So there's a bit of tactics, there's a bit of strategy involved in this. So it's going to be interesting. And that window, as we mentioned, is between 50 and 40 minutes, an hour-long race. And so, yeah, you've got to have your wits about you for a long race around Laguna. An hour in any of these cars is a long time. And even though we're getting now down to twilight or close to, it's still pretty hot out there. So it's going to be hardly contested, and hotly contested, I should say. And this is going to be some fun, folks. Got a host of different cars out there, from BMWs to Fords to Alphas, as we mentioned, the Austin Minis, the Morris Minis, and we've even got a BMW, two BMWs, one 1600 from 67 and one from 65. So there you go. There's one of the BMWs just coming out of the pits, followed by an Alfa Romeo. There's the second. So this is going to be fun. Looking forward to this. The pace car will take them round what is now a 2-lap this year, which is the new surface. We've mentioned it before, but some people coming into watching these races for the first time, we welcome you wherever you're tuning in to the Rolex Monterey Motorsports reunion from Laguna Seca. It's been a good day, and we're expecting a bigger crowd tomorrow because there's a lot going on downtown in Monterey. The Quail event in full swing, and of course a lot of people in town doing lots of different events, auctions, concours, you name it. Love those. Paddy Hopkirk, that reminds me of those famous rally Paddy Hopkirk days when he made that car so famous. Nobody thought it would be a great rally car, but the Mini is just, I don't know, it's one of those cars that you can't say enough about. It just doesn't look like a race car, but it looks like the most fun you can have. And weirdly, even though it looks like a tiny car, I've seen 6-foot-plus people jump into a Mini and be quite comfortable and not cramped at all. It's just one of those strange, weird, deceptively great little cars to go and have fun in. And if you do want to race, a Mini's a good way to go. So up the hill they come, led by that Ford coming down the hill, down the corkscrew. And back in the mid-60s, the expansion of Saloon car racing pretty much started in Great Britain, which of course became onto the British Touring Car Championship, which it now still is. But it all kind of began in the mid-60s with these sorts of cars racing in Britain, and of course it spread across to Europe and so on, and then became very popular, of course, in Australia and New Zealand. And they have their own Touring Car Championship, of course, supercars now in Australia. But these were the sort of early beginnings back in the 60s, before all that. And now got Super Touring et al. So early beginnings, and of course, many of these cars raced over here in the States, taking on the mighty muscle. And here we are again, 2023. James Aldous joined me again. And maybe not as familiar with these cars, but love the British cars, and there's plenty out there to look at. There's also some very nice Italian cars out there, and a few German BMWs as well to enjoy. But always a lot of fun, saloon car racing, and they're as passionate about their racing as anybody else, right?
Absolutely. This is a very reasonable way to race.
Yeah, that's a good way of putting it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not the only one. Well, Jonathan, when people ask me what I wanted to be when I grew up, and I still wonder about that, but, I would never say an astronaut. I wouldn't say a fireman. I wanted to be a race car driver.
Yep.
I still want to be a race car
Me
driver.
Too.
You could have, a Ford Cortina, a Mini Cooper, a BMW 1600, an Alfa Giulietta, and drive this car to work and race on the weekends and be competitive and live out your fantasy. And that's what these guys are doing.
Yeah, it's truly remarkable and a lot of fun.
Well, the Mini Coopers are front-wheel drive, and they have that engine mounted on the front wheels, and it gives them really, really great handling. And they will go around the corner so fast, and of course, so will some of these other cars. You will see them on 3 wheels.
Yeah, no kidding. Oh, yeah, that's definitely a part of the game. Yeah, and you'd think the Mini would be the oddest thing to take down the corkscrew, but it sticks to the ground. It's almost like it has its own ground effects.
They're giant killers.
Yeah.
They're giant killers. You can have big cars with V8s and a lot of horsepower and have a Mini just beat them up.
And I've just seen one of the Austins coming out of the pit, which is a really pretty car. It's an Austin A35 in bright green, and it's just headed out. William Rookledge at the wheel.
Yeah, that's Bill Rookledge.
Yeah, Bill.
And he generally races an XK120 in my
I know,
group.
this is quite different for him.
That's right, but he's here with the D-Jag that didn't run in Group 12. I haven't quite got to the bottom of that yet.
I'll send you out to find out.
Yes, but he's got the
one car coming in.
Austin, yeah, one car coming in. I
Some
can't
sort of
tell.
problem.
Okay, they're heading for a green flag here. I think. Yep, here we go.
So Ford versus Alfa at the front, and away goes the Escort from 1968 to lead the field to green. This is a 1 hour endurance race with a pit stop, a little bit of strategy involved, a bunch of Minis and a bunch of Alphas, BMWs, you name it, and they're all out there having a good time. And a Morris Mini, a Cooper S out there as well from 1966.
Well, you know, they've really got to be careful in these first couple of laps because, you know, to finish first, you have to first finish.
Yeah.
And the adrenaline and the excitement is so great on these opening laps, but you got to calm down. This is an endurance race.
Yeah.
You just got to keep your wits about you. But when you're doing something that's like oftentimes the most exciting thing that you've ever done, and you love it so much, it's hard not to go crazy.
I can understand.
In fact, I'm an example of going crazy.
Exactly. David Murray in the 42 from Woodinville in Wisconsin. Sorry, from Washington State in an Alfa Romeo Giulia TI from 1965. Keep an eye on him. Almost 30 cars involved in this. So
big group. Very big group.
Boy, it's cleared up nicely. Finally, we've got some clear skies and blue skies above. We started off with a rather muggy day.
You know, I always thought it was Steve Earle that arranged the weather. I mean, we've always had beautiful weather. So, but apparently it's not Steve. Maybe it's you. I don't know.
It could be me. Yeah, who knows? No, it's always Laguna seems to me anyway. The times I've been here or even covered it from the UK, it always seems that early morning you get your fog and then it blows off. Doesn't always, but it does usually. And already Todd Willing is flying. He's got a good lead in the 63B Escort, and now the battle is on for second, third, and fourth.
Well, many of these Minis out here are owned by Don Racine.
Yeah. Well, Don said he might just pop up in here once he's done his stint, so he'll be a great guy to get in here.
Oh, is Don going to come up?
Well, if he has a decent stint and he gets out of the car and he's happy, he says he'll come and join us.
Oh, lovely.
Yes, but you're right. Carry on, because Don he's a big part of getting this group together.
Absolutely. He's the owner of a company called Mini Mania. And recently, a yellow Mini Cooper S has been nicknamed the Bumblebee. It says John Unsby, the Mini's previous owner, kindly assembled his personal recollections together with the photographs of his racing experience with the Mini and passed this material along with the car. Don, who knows these cars as well as anyone, recognized the value of the records and commented, one of the best parts of racing a vintage car is to be able to preserve and share its history, and this story definitely needs to be shared. So this is a reader board at his pit.
Okay.
Now, I took a photograph of it, but I can't really share it with you. I don't know how to have it shared on the live feed. I can read a little bit.
Yeah, that's perfect.
But it's the people that are here, the spectators that are here, that get to see these cars up close in the paddock and the reader boards with the information.
Yeah, I think that's, as a fan, you want to see that. You want to walk up to a car and maybe you know nothing about it, but be able to read that little sign. And that's always been a feature of historic racing, is that, we're under caution already. So the clock will continue ticking. But all the work that Todd Willing has done.
Yellow. Now that's going to be a full chorus yellow. So there's an incident somewhere.
Yeah, looks like it.
So under a yellow, of course, there's no passing.
Here we go.
Oh, okay.
Well, it's one of
the Alphas
stuck out on
Yeah.
Andretti, yeah.
You know, so they consider that kind of an unsafe position.
Yeah, it's a braking part. You can't really risk that. And
Right.
You do not want to hit one of
Right.
those modern trucks.
And I've been in that position where I've been broken outside of the Andretti hairpin.
Yes, I remember.
Oh, and it's just, I feel so bad because I want them to get me in a different spot, pick up the car, move me so the rest of the participants can have a green flag and continue racing. There's nothing worse than to feel that you were a cause of a long incident involving a double yellow flag. That's what we've got right now.
So this is our Group 14. This one an endurance race. The clock on the top left tells you how many minutes we're ticking down to. There's a pit stop window from 15 to 40 minutes, so you can choose when to take that, and that brings a little bit of strategy into it.
So what I'll do, Jonathan, if it's okay, is I'll read a little bit more of this particular story, this Mini Cooper S. So it says, John Unsby raced quarter midgets as a youngster. His father's company maintained traffic signals for the city of Chicago. That explains a lot.
Yeah, it does.
That's where I'm from originally. John's cars were always painted yellow, the same yellow paint that his father used on the light poles.
That's funny.
It sounds to me like he might have absconded
I'm going to
with some city
say,
materials.
somebody's stolen property from Chicago's
That's
public
right.
safety.
John's cars, okay, it says that the yellow color was distinctive, John recalled, and there was always plenty of it on hand. Oh boy, that's convenient. As a spectator at a race in 1967, he watched as a superbly driven Mini took on a group of muscle cars, with the driver putting on a real show despite his huge power disadvantage by combining extreme late braking into turns with an aggressive broad sliding cornering technique. John recalled the Mini's roof was about at the door handles of the muscle cars as he would lean over on them through the corners. The crowd was wildly cheering for the Mini, and John remembered being completely caught up in the enthusiasm. Someday, he promised himself he would drive a Mini that way too. Again, that's so cool.
Oh, totally.
I mean,
we're already restarting.
Oh,
Green
great.
flag is waving. But yeah, I mean, I can imagine the American audience seeing a Mini for the first time racing. Would have, I mean, for me growing up, you know, my mum had a Hillman Imp and a Triumph Spitfire, so I thought that was the size of cars when I was 5.
Right.
And of course a Mini, but you know, when you've seen the streets, and you know this well, when you've seen the streets of England and the bushy hedgerows, you need a car about that size. That's about as big as you want.
Right. Well, and of course the Americans had plenty of raw materials on hand and built big cars and put big engines in them. But, you know, can you imagine the possible humiliation from people in American muscle cars?
Oh, yeah.
With this little toaster-looking car.
That's
hounding them.
Yeah, that's literally the first thing you learn when you arrive in America is people talk about their love of cars all in the output, all in the, you know, power to the rear wheel. What's it got? You know, that's the first question. And that comes from a lot of drag racing, a lot of, you know, quarter mile stuff. And I think that's where that culture comes from, is what output
definitely.
can I get from this engine?
Well, and Jan and Dean and the Beach Boys.
Yeah.
I mean, what was the song? Shut Down. Loved it. Absolutely loved it. And Little Deuce Coupe.
Big moment there.
Yeah.
Tell you what, he was pushing through the corkscrew just then in that Alpha. So 10 minutes gone in our Saloon car Group 14 race. And at the moment in fourth, Dennis Racine.
That's Don's son.
Yeah. Lights blazing. There's your leader. Now, he built up a strong lead before the safety flags came out while we cleared up that car. But he's back to it, is Todd Willing, and trying to build on that lead again. That is Gear Ramleth in the 61 going through in the all orange and black there, chasing that Alpha.
Well, I believe right now it's a Ford, BMW, Alpha, and then Mini.
Yeah, that's kind of cool. So evenly spread there between the marks. Nicely done.
The first 4 positions that's pretty tight.
That's pretty cool. Yeah. And,
with 10 minutes gone.
Yeah, it's very good.
That's pretty good.
Well, of course, the leader just a little bit further up the road. So this is the battle, I think, for second place. There's your leader. Todd Willing just going through some traffic already.
Just got some back marker there. Yeah.
But this battle for second, third is really good. 4-way battle. At the back of it is Dennis Racine.
Oh, look at this. Look at this move right now. Coming up to the corkscrew. Took a very unconventional line. Can he get away with it?
Oh, it's nip and tuck, isn't it? Well, he pulls out of it in the end, but he thought about it.
Oh, man.
He might be lining himself up to have another go at that.
This is hairy. This is pretty hairy.
No. Through Rainey they come then. The 2 little minis chasing down the Alfa and the BMW for second place at the moment as the Ford Escort from 1968 leads the way.
Well, I think it was last year, they had Mini versus Mustang.
Yeah.
Well, the BMW got sideways coming out of 11.
Yeah, and that really illustrated that battle you're talking about of muscle versus nimble. Yeah.
That's right.
This is a little bit more of a fair competition.
Yes.
Closer racing.
And they call this gentleman sports car racing. Believe me, these guys are trying. They're trying as hard as they can. Obviously, they don't want to trade paint. They don't want to have contact. But that's part of the reason why this is such a wonderful sport. There's no money. There's no trophies. There's no trophy girls.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, but these people do it strictly out of passion, strictly out of heart. There's generally no sponsorship. They're paying for the privilege to have the chance to risk damaging their car and or worse, and they live for it.
Yeah, they do. You mentioned that Mini Mania group which started in '74, now based here in California, and it's grown to become the largest United States-based supplier of parts for classic minis here. So this is kind of their home race, and that's why perhaps there are so many minis out there, is because it's sort of almost taken over the place.
Well, because of Mini Mania, in theory, I mean, I'm not a CPA, but Don Racine probably does all of this, and it's tax deductible because it promotes his company.
There you go. Third here last year was Don. Dennis, on the other hand, 5th here, and has raced this particular car, that Morris Mini from 1966, since 1984. So he's got a fair few laps under his belt if he's been racing it that long. And that Gear Ramleth car in the 1960 Austin Mini Cooper in orange. Don drove that a couple of years ago, but now it's in the hands of Gear.
That's I can't remember Gear's dad's name. Great driver. I apologize, it's escaping me for a moment, but the son is, I believe, Oliver Gear.
Uh-huh.
And I don't know what his experience is in the Mini, but he's doing really well, it appears to me.
He's in top gear.
Yeah.
Parker McKean won this race last year in an Alfa Romeo from 1965. And that's Alan Thom in the 1965 Giulia TI Super. Just going through your shot. And we're getting about 5 minutes away from the window being open. Those tiny tyres on the Mini, just
oh yeah,
it still always amazes me.
No, they truly are amazing cars. But now here, this is when the competition is this close. This is where you really got to concentrate on the line. You got to use every part of the pavement you can, including the rumble strip. And if you can fill the mirrors of the car that's ahead of you, that guy may make a mistake. He might be concentrating on the mirrors instead of his line. That's when he makes a little mistake, and that's when you got to take advantage of it.
Looking down the corkscrew, into Rainey, over the drone, over the hills, revealing this wonderful two corners. And then into the mighty right-hander turn 10 before the final corner. And you've got to hold it really nice and tidy through there.
Yeah, That battle right there going into 11 right now is super tight, very, very competitive. When I go through there, I'm out on the AstroTurf.
Right.
But I got a big, heavy
Well, you've got
car.
a big, heavy, unwieldy Jaguar to deal with.
Yeah.
Have you ever raced anything else? I mean, I know you've been racing that Jaguar for a long time, but never been tempted?
You know, my friend Ian Ross, who races at Phillip Island in Australia,
Brilliant.
he has a GT 350 Shelby, and he let me take that for hot laps in a race course called Vinton, which is north of Melbourne. And that was great fun. Even though it's a big Mustang with a big V8, it felt lighter than my Jag and had lots of power. So I had a lot of fun in that. And then my other friend and Ian's friend named Phil Verwert had a car called a Graduate, which is a tool room copy of a McLaren M8E. And that car was wicked fast. And it had aero, you know, it was kind of a ground effects car. And it was hard for me to drive it faster than I thought the physics would allow it to stay on the track, but I needed to do that in order to get the aerodynamics to create the ground effects. So that was very uncomfortable for me because I'm just not used to that kind of thing.
Yeah, you mentioned Phillip Island. I've been there a fair few years, and its history very much parallels what we have here at Laguna Seca, because Phillip Island was a circuit that was on an island just off the coast of Melbourne. And, of course, they didn't have a license to go racing around Melbourne at the time, so they took it on to this, basically, nature preserve.
Yes, it's a wildlife preserve.
Yeah, and they did exactly the same as they did here at Pebble Beach. They ran them around the streets of Phillip Island.
Okay.
Around the wooden, painted the trees white, but, of course, now they've got the resplendent Phillip Island circuit, which has kind of become more famous for motorcycle racing than car racing. But I would love to see a race like this at Phillip Island. One of the greatest circuits, and it too has its own mini corkscrew dropping off there before the last complex. But a great circuit to go.
Well, they have a wonderful vintage historic event that's put on by the Victorian Historic Racing Register, and I actually raced my 120 there.
Do you really?
It's the only event that I didn't drive it to.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
So you shipped? Obviously, you shipped it.
Well, I got to tell you. The Victorian Historic Racing Register allowed my 120 to go. Oh,
that's Andretti, a mini off there.
Okay.
That's a local yellow for now, but it's going to become probably a full course given the where it is.
Yep, that's outside of the Andretti.
Oh, he's got it going. Good.
Yep, I think that's outside of the Andretti hairpin.
Yeah, it is Andretti.
Okay.
And that is the 68.
Yeah.
We've got the 63B, but that's the 68, and that's Gary Dreen in the Austin Cooper.
That looks like a pretty early car.
Yeah, 65.
So going back to Phillip Island, the organizing body paid for a container of cars.
Wow.
To come from the U.S., and I somehow kind of conned my way into getting my car in that container. And I received an award from Jack Brabham.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, I can only match that by giving my only kart trophy, and I was rubbish at kart racing, but my trophy was given to me by John Surtees, and he said, "Congratulations, young man." And I went, "You have no idea," because I was a bike and car fan, and this in front of me was the great man.
And of course,
I've dined out on that for years.
Well, tell the audience why. Because
he's the only man to have won.
He's the only man to have won both driving championships
on 2 wheels,
on 4 wheels and 2 wheels. That's right.
And an absolute gentleman.
Oh, yeah. I had the pleasure of meeting him here. Yep. I mean, over the years, I've had the pleasure of meeting Sterling and Lady Susan and Phil Hill and Juan Fangio and John Surtees and Dan Gurney, George Former.
That's a good dinner table, isn't it?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. But and it's only because of the sport of historic racing. It's the opportunity for a regular person.
Now, this is not a scheduled stop.
No.
Because we're at the 41-minute mark, so you're not officially allowed in. I think that's the 137 of Stark Shelby in an Alfa Romeo Julius Super.
Yeah, maybe it looks like an equipment issue.
Yeah, they're fixing something. It could be his hands device or something with the roll cage, but there's somebody definitely trying to get on top of what's gone wrong. I think it's probably his either position in the car or a hands device.
Oh, look at this move right here.
Here we go.
Bonsai.
Absolutely.
Oh, man, he held it off. This is, oh, here we go.
There you go.
Whoa.
I think he's pitting.
Must be.
Yeah.
Because he looked like he just was standing
Somebody
still.
stood still, yeah. Yeah, he's coming in the Alpha. And we are getting to that window now, so we're starting to see the cars coming in. And that is the 63 again.
Jonathan, I wish I was out there. You know, I do have a valid medical card. I've got my driving gear. No one has come up to me and said, hey, Jim, would you drive my Maserati?
Yeah, no, not yet. Well, the 59 is making an official stop, so that's good. And here comes our second driver.
Okay, but it looks like the deck lid is up for some reason.
It's Parker McKean of Seattle.
You know, the boot lid.
Yeah.
They call it in the UK. So I don't know what's going on there, but I don't think they want to take out a spare tire. Maybe there was a fuel cell issue. Looks like they're making a driver change.
Yeah. So we're going to see this is the first, if you like, of what will be many pit stops. Everybody's got to come in. Some are changing drivers, some aren't. And now we're starting to see more cars coming in.
This is not quite up to the F1 standards of 2.5 seconds.
No. Max Verstappen would be a bit bored with a pit stop that long.
He might fall asleep.
Yeah. I thought he was going to fall asleep the other day.
Well, I haven't watched it. Was it that easy a win?
Well, no, but he was literally like telling his engineer, I must concentrate. Newgarden did the same in a race in Indy. It's like, I need to concentrate.
Yeah. Well, and you do. If you start drifting, if your mind starts thinking about something else, you can get into trouble in what they would refer to as a New York second, which is not very much time.
And that's shorter than the New York minute.
That's right.
Billy Joel will tell you. So Dennis Racine in the 177, going about his business, doing a great job so far. And currently in, fourth place at the moment, just ahead of Ramlet. And Matthew Polk in 6th. Parker McKean. People pipping horns and all sorts going on down there. I can actually look out the window and watch the pit stops. I hadn't really given thought to the fact that I can actually see where
Now look here,
on.
You know, it appears that 61, the Mini Cooper got ahead of the Alfa. Remember, he was behind for a very long time, but now there's been a position change.
Yes. And in fact, the one with the lights blazing has also pulled away from this battle because it was much closer between the three of them a lap before. So we're in that pit window now, so we're going to see a flotilla of different cars coming in at different times and drivers jumping in and getting their chance to run. We might even get Racine up here if he's in the mood to tell us about his experience.
That Alfa number 11, it was just going through either turn 5 or 6. The camera angle was such that you could clearly see that one wheel, the left inside wheel, was up in the air about 3 inches.
Well, that's Richard Stewart Milne, who is racing out of Uruguay in that 68 Alfa
Well, he's
Romeo.
pushing it, and that's great.
Into the pits comes the 94, right in front of us. That's George Calfo in the BMW 1800, all white. So I'm just keeping an eye on the pit stops as well as watching the race from one eye and watching the pit stops change.
Yeah, what a tribute to the European cars of the era.
Yes, yeah.
I mean, look at this BMW 1600 four-door, saloon or sedan.
Great car.
Look at an American car of that year. I mean,
yeah, completely different.
Yeah.
That's the bonnet, as we call it.
Yes.
Being lifted. The hood, as you might say. Have you gone to English terms, surely, with a Jaguar?
Oh, absolutely.
Good, man.
In fact,
Do you
even
use
now.
your boot?
Oh, yeah. The boot, the deck lid, the bonnet.
There you go.
The hood, of course, which is the roof.
Yes.
And also the schedule.
Ah, good for you. Well done. We'll have you saying aluminium before we know it.
Yeah, I actually do.
Ah, the snobbery of it all, huh?
No, I love it. I mean, like I told you, I suffer from the James Bond syndrome.
Here's our leader, talking to James Bond. Todd Willing, and he is just that Escort flying. That was one of the first cars I fell in love with, watching an Escort do rally in the Rally of Wales.
Right.
And I thought to myself, well, look at that thing go.
Well, and they get airborne, and they're on dirt. I mean, talk about cojones.
Yeah. Well, they had a big Ford expansion in the UK, and they were very dominant in rally terms in the 70s. And absolute joy to watch. So I could see out of the pit box here, they're making signals to the drivers and letting them know and waving them down, as each and every car now deciding to continue battle or come in and make the
well, that was pretty tight right there. That was pretty tight, the Andretti hairpin.
Yep.
And so Don, I think in 177 is coming up on a back marker, but they're really kind of going at it and dicing that BMW, that early, I believe, 1600 coupe. Don is now cleanly through, but if you're a slower car and faster cars are coming up, I think you have an obligation to be a good back marker.
Yeah, that's a 69 BMW ahead of him, or the one he's battling with.
Right. I have those wing mirrors mounted on the fenders of the 120, and I make sure they're convex, so it gives me a wide field of view, because, I use those mirrors. I really need them.
Beautiful sights and sounds here at Laguna. I hope you're enjoying our 2023 coverage of the Rolex Monterey reunion weekend, part of the Monterey week here at the WeatherTech Raceway. Great to have Mission Foods on board, and also great to see the facelift that Laguna has gone through. Some $20 million spent in the last couple of years to give it the upgrade it needed.
I did contribute to that.
Good.
But one thing
in entry fees alone.
Oh, well, yeah. Don't when I first started running the Monterey Historics, the entry fee was the most expensive event. Pretty sure it was $150. Things have changed over the years. And Jonathan, another thing I have to mention is, look at the coverage that you have somehow arranged. I mean, I presume that there's a drone up in the air that is giving us this footage.
Absolutely.
One of the reasons I enjoy the movie Grand Prix so much.
Ooh.
Oh, really,
that Alpha was in trouble.
Great action right there.
Yeah. Go on. Why do you enjoy that movie so?
Well, because it was when they had in-car camera technology, and that allowed the person watching the movie to get a feel for what it was like in the car. Now, they also made a movie that's a documentary called The Making of Grand Prix.
Yeah.
And it's narrated by Jim Garner.
Yeah.
And, of course, he plays Pete Aaron in the movie.
Yeah.
And the camera car was a GT40. I don't know if you're aware of that or not.
That's pretty cool.
I have a copy of The Making, but it's very special to me. Now, Mr. Garner is no longer with us, but in 1985, I raced the 120 in the Palm Springs Vintage Grand Prix, and they were going to have a celebrity race. James Garner was going to drive my 120.
That would be cool.
Well, I had terrible mixed feelings about it because, oh my God, what if something happens? But what it ended up happening was a hurricane came through and blew down the grandstands.
Oh, no.
And they canceled the celebrity race.
Oh, no.
So I never had to really
got
cross that bridge.
Now we're going to have to wait for Mr. Willing to come in because he hasn't been in yet, but he's trying to put in some fast laps to keep his advantage in the Escort.
I'll tell you what, that Escort has not missed a mark. It is very consistent. I have not been checking times on him, but...
he's planted, He's also the fastest man out there. He's doing a 1:46 currently. And, he should be in fairly quickly. And I think he's trying to put the hurry up on just so he can come in and maintain his lead.
Boy, 1:46, that's
very
really
fast,
moving.
Yeah.
I mean, my lap record in my XK120 is about a a 201. Lars Mapstead, who, as I mentioned, is running for president, the Libertarian Party, he did a 159.
Wow. Pretty impressive.
Yes, in an old heavy car like that with drum brakes.
Thomas Diaz has just headed out of the pits, a man from Paso Robles, where they make the good wine. He's in a 1965 Mini Cooper S. He's just done his pit stop. Keep an eye out for him. But it's still Willing, Murray, and Rancine. Ramlin still fourth. Stuart Milne in fifth position at the moment in that 11A. Richard Stuart Milne, and I said earlier, who's racing under the Uruguayan license.
I recognize a name in ninth position, DeHaan. I raced many years with a gentleman named John DeHaan, and I don't know if there's any relation there.
Well, this is CJ DeHaan.
Okay.
From Scottsdale, Arizona. If that helps you.
Not necessarily. There's some action going on here. This is great. This is just great. There's 29 and a half minutes left in this.
Well, this is interesting. Here comes your leader, but we're watching a bit of tactics going on here because what's happening is the drivers are now choosing when to come in and sort of tactically saying, no, you're going good, you got free space, you got free air, keep going. And waiting a little bit on the driver change. If you've got it going and you've got some clean space in front of you, it's all about traffic, isn't it, really?
Right, and managing that properly. Yeah, so getting back to John DeHaan, he was a passenger in my XK120 at one point, and he's a forensic scientist.
Right.
And so the Jaguar has wooden floorboards, and the exhaust set the floorboard on fire.
Oh, nice.
However, I had a forensic scientist with me, so it's very convenient.
There's a good TV idea. NCIS car race. So 28 minutes to go in our Saloon race, Group 14 of our reunion. The last group of the day, and all 14 categories, including the Ragtime Racers, will be out tomorrow. And the Rolling Bones, I may add. Really enjoyed the hot rods. A bit like yourself. I don't know if you saw any of the hot rods parked out there, but
I did.
Some lovely cars
that
they put together. Drove from New York all the way here. Took them 5 days. Yep.
I did not know that.
Yeah, all those cars drove from New York to Laguna.
Well, talk about bucket list stuff.
Yeah, no kidding.
I mean, my buddy Luca, who races the Bugatti, that's eligible for Monaco, the Monaco Historique, right?
Yeah.
That I think they do once every 2 years.
2 years, yeah.
So if I could just get hold of a billionaire, I got a good way to spend a pile of money. We're going to enter the Bugatti in Monaco and then ship a container of XK120s to Europe. Tour Europe, race with Luca at Monaco, and then continue the tour.
I'm in.
I would do some of the historic racing in Europe in my 120, drive around and tour. I just haven't found the billionaire yet.
I did that event last year with... here we go. He's in. Come and sit down with us. We've got Don Racine. We've been talking about him, and he's joined us. But yes, I had the pleasure of working with Tiff Liddell and Alex Brundle last year at Monaco, and it was a real joy. Don, come and join us. I'm going to plug you in. We've just had the mighty Don Racine, who's just been out in the thick of it, in the fray, so to speak. First and foremost, how are you enjoying the new surface here?
Great. It's very smooth. I like the traction that it has. It really, I can drive almost any place in the Mini, of course, anyway, but this is even better yet. So.
No, it looks like you have a lot of choice of lines, particularly with the smooth pavement.
Oh, yeah.
So yeah. I think in the 120, I mean, my car is really, really heavy and big. I really only have one line. But looks like you can drive wherever you want to.
I can drive almost any place I want to, yeah. That's the neat part about a Mini. Front-wheel drive, it can just go. And we've got some new drivers in the cars, and they're still going like a bandy. You look at the Oliver in the 61 car.
That's Oliver Gear.
Oliver Ramleth.
Ramleth, okay.
Yes. Oliver Ramleth.
Okay.
Is 61. In fact, he just came
I
into the pits.
apologize.
Just came into the pits.
You'll need that fuel.
Yeah, that one needs fuel. That's the one car that needs fuel.
Get some Sunoco in it, and out he comes.
Yeah, he's
he's
got
a
to come
tall
out.
figure too. Look at, I was saying this at the beginning before the race started that the Mini is just this weird space machine. It's like a TARDIS. I mean, he's got to be 6 foot or close to, and yet he looks quite comfortable in it. When he gets out, he should never get in it.
And it's the first time he's ever driven the Mini.
Listen,
is it really?
Oh yeah, first time he's ever driven the Mini. He's just doing fabulous in the car.
There's more space on the inside of a Mini than there is on the outside. I mean, you got to be careful on the street. You think somebody's in a little car, maybe not a big guy. You can have a big guy get out of one of those, and
yeah absolutely.
Don, we've been talking about the Mini explosion, if you will. Excuse the pun, but since the early 70s, you've been getting these Minis over here and getting them running. Obviously, they mean a lot to you, but I never expected to come to California and see this amount of British machinery here, especially the Mini. Why the Mini, and how has that experience and growth of the Mini Mania Club been?
The Mini has been, it's been with me for over 50 years. I mean, I've been doing it for over 50 years. And the real short story, I've told it too many times, but I'll tell it one more time. When I first started racing, I was racing a 356 Porsche. And I was doing that on the East Coast.
Oh, right. I know the story.
You know the story, yeah. And when I moved to California, still as a young kid, the insurance company said, "I got you, you're driving a Porsche." And I remember the only thing that used to beat me back there was a little gray-haired old man in a Mini, and now I am one.
That is a good story.
Yeah.
And I suppose the insurance wasn't quite so high.
No. They considered it a Volkswagen. They didn't care. So the Mini is just such an attention getter. I mean, we have such tremendous appreciation for the Mini. I mean, everybody that walks by it just absolutely loves it. By the way, that's my son driving that car.
Yes,
that's Dennis.
Dennis, yeah. He's been having a good battle. He's had those lights blazing.
Oh, yes. He's irritating everybody with those lights. It bugged that crap out of me this morning or yesterday when he was behind me with those lights on.
So what is the hardest part, if you will? As a Brit, I can say this, but parts, the British car industry kind of disappeared from my neck of the woods of Wolverhampton and Oxfordshire and all the rest of it. Is it harder now to maintain and keep the parts going?
No, I don't think so, because I just came back from racing over at Brands Hatch in Minis, and the appeal over there is every bit as strong as it was here. We had a full day of nothing but Mini racing all day long. There must have been 200-300 cars, different Minis in different classes. So it's really it has enabled us to get all the parts we need typically. Because they're so popular.
And are people in Britain, I'm sure they are, surprised at the amount of Minis and the amount of time you've spent over there, and, if you like, showing huge respect to what I would call a normal car in England. I grew up watching these tiny little Spitfires and Minis. And
most Englishmen I know have owned a Mini at one time in their life. It's just that simple.
I've never owned a Mini. I've owned an MGB.
Okay. All right. Well, the Mini is
one of the two.
Go ahead.
No, but it's either one of the two, isn't it?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Yeah. The Mini has just been such an icon.
Well, it's just a giant killer. I mean, I've seen Minis beat up much, higher horsepower cars.
Because they handle so well.
Yeah.
They don't have any horsepower, but they sure corner well.
Yeah.
Let me ask you about that. I've always wondered, the wheelbase of the Mini looks so small, and so too the wheels themselves. When you get a touch of oversteer in a Mini, what actually physically happens? Because you very rarely see a Mini sideways. Now, when you see Paddy Hopkirk or somebody like that, or any of these guys that are able to take him rallying, but I'm talking about on a track. They look planted.
Yes, they are. And the key to the Mini is to keep your foot in the gas.
Okay.
You just don't. You go into an apex and you have your foot on the gas long before you hit the apex, and you hold it flat all the way through the apex.
That's fun.
Yeah, it really is.
This Jaguar driver to your right is going,
the car, the back end just will not come around if you have your foot on the gas. It's just that simple.
That's amazing.
Of course, it's being driven by
Right? Yeah, it pulls you around the corner.
Right.
Yeah. So the front wheels do everything. They steer, they power, everything. Brake. Everything is done with the front wheels.
So Don, I know that you've driven a lot of cars over the years that are true giant killers. Of course, I remember the Aardvark.
Yeah, I drove that for a long time. Yeah.
Little Aardvark never hurt anybody, but it would beat up a lot of big cars.
Yeah, it's always fun. Yeah. And I think the Mini is kind of taking its place in my mind.
Right.
It is still a little itty-bitty car, always outclassed. I'm sure we're the smallest displacement motor out there. There's 1800s and lots of 1600s, of course, out there.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think of the modern progression when it was taken over and it basically became sort of a Mini Cooper BMW made car? I mean, did that put you off, or?
At the first generations of them were nice. They were still sporty and small. Now they've gotten so big that you might as well buy a Nissan.
It don't even look like a Mini anymore.
They don't look like a Mini at all anymore. So totally different cars. There is still, particularly over in England at Brands, it was interesting because there was still an awful lot of new Minis owners that were there watching the classics run.
Interesting.
So that was satisfying in that respect. They were still paying attention to it. And, it's still one of the,
And of the competition out there, is it the Alphas, the BMWs? What gives you the hardest time out there?
Say that again. I'm sorry.
Of the competition out in the saloons out here, we've got a mixture of Alphas.
It's very tight. The top number of cars, I don't remember what the lap times are right now, but the top number of cars are very close together. It looks like my son is still in 4th place.
Yeah.
So that's pretty good. I think he's already had his pit stop, so that's very good.
Well, here's our early leader, Willing, coming down the main straight down towards Andretti. He's now currently in 3rd, and so we could have a good grandstand finish to this one because, as you say, there's been quite a change around since the pit stops. Todd deciding to come in later than some of the other cars, and now he's going to have to make his way through, but he's got a good 19 minutes. And tell us, what is the strategy, if you will? I mean, how do you decide whether you want to come straight in after 15 minutes or wait a bit?
Depends on how strong your co-driver is.
Okay, yeah, good point.
I happen to have an extremely talented co-driver. It's Doug Peterson. And Doug, of course, is
yeah. The Doug Peterson.
Yeah,
TransAm Doug Peterson.
Yeah, TransAm.
I didn't know that.
IMSA, everything. He's.
Well, I do current Trans Am with Doug, so I see him every week. In fact, I went up to the Three-Dimensional Factory when we were in Detroit, so love working with Doug, and he's a good peddler. An ex-Trans Am champion.
Yeah, absolutely. Just phenomenal.
And a big fellow, too, so he's proof of the fact that anybody can get in these cars.
Yeah. I just wanted to give him an experience to drive one of my cars.
Oh, I can't wait to ask him about
his feedback will be great to understand, how was the car and all that kind of stuff. So, I'm looking forward to it.
What a real change around from a 550 brake horsepower Mustang that he drives usually.
Right.
That is wild. Oh, I'm looking forward to seeing him. I'll see him at Watkins Glen in a couple of weeks. So I will definitely ask him about running around in your Mini.
Yeah, it's good stuff. So.
By the way, Don, I do have a current medical card, and I've got driving gear with me.
Okay. Well, I don't have enough cars for the number of people that want to drive them.
Okay.
It's just that simple.
I was going to say, is the interest even growing still?
Oh, the interest is phenomenal. Yeah, absolutely phenomenal. Yeah, we have lots and lots of people that want to drive a Mini.
Well, and haven't you rented them in the past? Oh, I was asking, haven't you rented those cars in the past? Aren't they available as a rental? As a rental car, to rent to the race? Yeah. So that's, I know you've rented them before, and I might be a future customer if I can't fix my Jaguar.
So now that Doug Peterson's jumped out of the big muscle cars, it looks as though we've got another taker. Well, popular as ever. And this is our final group of the day. And how do you enjoy this event particularly? I mean, obviously you have a part to play. It's a busy weekend for you.
Yeah, very busy weekend.
Do you enjoy it? And do you like to see the other cars as well?
Yeah. I mean, obviously I've been doing this for over 40 years, so there isn't many of these cars I haven't seen or raced with actually.
Yeah, I'll bet.
It's just all been good. Yeah.
So Gear Ramleth now leading the race in his 1960 Austin Mini Cooper. The yellow and black. Todd Willing now up to 2nd place, and then Richard Stewart Milne in 3rd in that Alfa Romeo.
That's Oliver, by the way, not Gear.
Oh, excuse me.
I know it says Gear, but that's his dad, and his dad couldn't make it, so Oliver's driving.
Oliver Ramleth. Thank you. So. See, that's why we got you up here.
Oh, okay. And Gear is his dad's first name.
Yes.
Okay, that's the gentleman I know. Right, and
Ramleth
he's
is
super
a legend.
fast in like a 23B Lotus.
23B, yes.
I've seen him. I mean, he really knows how to drive.
Yep. So, I mean, I noticed we've got Uruguay on the board there, mostly America, but some interest. Are you starting to get attraction from different parts of the world wanting to come here and race and take on the mighty
Oh,
Laguna?
yeah, no, we've had some guys from England come over and drive these cars.
That's cool.
Totally different cars than they've got, but yeah, it's good stuff.
I did Macau. I lived in Hong Kong for a long time, and a lot of people came and brought minis, obviously over to Hong Kong. And a lot of interest in mini racing there
Well,
too.
we're gonna try to do an event next year called the Fastest Mini in the World contest.
Okay.
We ran it. That's what we're going over to Brands Hatch to run. So we're going to try to do that next year in Oklahoma. And I expect some minis from England and Japan and Australia. Ship their cars over here.
Oh, what an event! That sounds like a lot of fun.
Oh, it'll be a great event. Yeah, a great event. I mean, it'll be an anything goes class. You know, any engine you want, as long as it looks like a mini.
I love it.
So, yeah, over at Brands, they had one mini that had 440 horsepower.
How the heck do you shove that into me?
It was a 2.3 liter Vauxhall motor with supercharged.
Good work.
Yeah. So.
That's stuffing a lot of power into a tiny
that's-
space. That's
a
for
lot
sure.
of power. Yeah.
Well, he's doing a pretty good job.
I need to run.
Okay, you go.
I need to run.
Well, you better go and celebrate with Son. He's out there blazing away.
Yeah, he's blazing away. He always does. So it's great stuff.
Hey, thanks for coming in.
All right,
Good luck
thanks for
tomorrow,
having me.
and hope it all goes according to plan. And thanks for coming in.
All right, thank you.
Bye. Well, we've got just under 15 minutes to go in this race. And it's been an interesting one. Todd Willing now back at the front in that Escort, so he's done the business. And now it's a case of whether Oliver Ramleth, excuse me, now I'm corrected, quite rightly, can get up there. Dennis Racine currently in 4th position. And this could be a nice little grandstand finish. But while I've got a moment, Kev Harris has just joined us. You've been having a lot of fun, my friend, haven't you?
Hey, Johnny, once again, I've been having a whole lot of fun, and so good to have Don come up here straight from the car into the hot seat and give you a driver's eye view on this one. No, but I've been having so much fun, as always, running out and about around the paddock, as we're doing, chatting to so many people, seeing some priceless cars, and then just sort of standing by and watching them go wheel to wheel out on the track.
Well, we've made this man happier than he was. James Alder usually running his XK 120, but unfortunately not this year. But he's here.
I'm still having a great time.
Good.
And you can't not. I mean, just even walking around the paddock and talking to the drivers and the mechanics and seeing the change in technology and these fantastic cars, some of which should be in museums, that are racing out here against each other. What better sport is this? And there's no conflict of interest. They're not racing for money. Like I said, there's no trophy girls. This is it's a true sport.
No trophies either.
No trophies either. Now, they do give special awards on certain occasions under certain circumstances.
Right.
In fact, Peter Miles is here. Ken Miles' son.
Yep.
That we all know from the movie.
of course.
I have a picture of Peter and I, and now when I
And
see
he was a saloon car driver when he started out.
Oh, yes. Well, Kenny, I mean, is many people's hero.
Yep.
And it's been really well promoted with the movie Ford versus Ferrari.
Yeah, I know. Very well done.
Yeah.
Christian Bale was brilliant.
And I practically, come to tears when I watch the movie when Kenny is killed, of course, at Willow Springs, and Peter is there.
Watching,
Yeah, I know. It's tragic. And, of course, the movie Grand Prix was tragic. I mean, Yves Montand, that played Jean-Pierre, the Ferrari driver.
Yep.
I mean, he was the mature driver, and then he started wondering what was going on when his car didn't show up, questioning Ferrari's loyalty to him.
Yeah.
It can be brutal, but that's real racing.
Yeah.
We're talking about historic racing, and historic racing is allowing these people to live out their fantasies of being a race car driver. You got to shut me up.
Now, help us out here. Kev's been beavering around the pit lane, and he's always interested in characters. James has been coming here 40 years to this event alone, or at least Laguna Seca.
Well, actually, this is year 47.
Oh, my word. So who should give me a
I know, I was just 6 months old when I was.
You first raced at 6 months. Yeah. But is there a character we should get to know? Is there somebody we should ferret around for? And
yes.
Who are the some of the names?
Well, I have to make a list. But
Okay.
I mean, we'll
take it.
There are so many interesting people here, and that's the part of the thing that makes this such a great sport. I mean, it's wonderful to see the cars, and it's wonderful to wander the paddock. But when you get to know these guys, I have made such wonderful friends just through the historic racing. And these are honorable people.
Yeah.
These are people that are accountable for their own actions. It's the right crowd and no crowding.
Yes. I bet you didn't know this. There's a man running for president out there today.
There is.
He was in Group 12, Lars Manstead, running for the Libertarian Party.
Wow.
Yeah. And in fact, I've actually known this. He races quite a lot in historics, but he's well known in these parts, and he is running for office for the president.
Well, good luck to him.
Yeah, exactly.
Why not?
Let's put a racing driver in there. Why not?
Exactly.
Well, he's promised a clean house.
There you go.
Who knows what his chances are?
And everybody goes racing.
Like I said before, there's a swamp under the swamp, and he's going to clear out both swamps.
We're going to get in trouble, I'll tell you.
Yeah, exactly.
But it's been a good day. You've enjoyed it?
It's been a fantastic day once again, Johnny. I mean, we here first here a couple of years ago, and once again we're back. Just great to chat to so many people. Rob Manson from the California Specials, I enjoyed talking to him. I mean, that guy's an encyclopedia on road racing in this part of the world, and then how it came to be here at Laguna Seca.
Well, he owns a bunch of specials, of course.
Yes.
And then there's the Parkinson special that raced against his Curtis.
Right.
And it's, Rob, you're absolutely right. I mean, you interview Rob, he will give you a lot of information because of his life's experience and history with racing.
Yeah.
He's a very good friend of mine, and he's now doing the trophy, the perpetual ongoing trophy called the Del Monte Cup.
Yes.
And I was very fortunate to be the recipient of that last year. So the big cup has the names of the people that won back in the day, like
55,
Phil Hill.
Yeah.
That's right. And then they add the names that are racing now.
That's cool.
And so I got my name on the same thing with Phil Hill and
now
the
that's
likes
a nice
of
accolade.
Phil Hill. Oh,
that's really cool.
I'm very fortunate.
That's really cool. That's a great accolade.
Yes.
And speaking of characters, what about Dennis from Rolling Bones this morning?
Fantastic.
I mean, those Rolling Bones hot rods, they're something else.
James didn't know. James, one of the few guys that drives his car across the Reno Mountains, but these guys drove across America.
Yeah, exactly. And they're incredible things. They're put together. They sometimes take, a year or two to put together, but when you look inside his car, they've searched all over the place to find little dials and little switches to go in those cars. They're proper enthusiast cars. They're works of art. They really are works of art. So I enjoyed talking to Dennis an awful lot from Rolling Bones this morning.
Well, watching Richard Stewart Milne here and Troy Ermish. They've just put their fastest lap in the Alpha. Currently in third position, and you can see they're pushing on a little.
Oh, they're pushing. That's the Alpha that I was talking about. Yeah. That I believe going through 5 or 6, you can clearly see it's on 3 wheels.
Wheel comes off, yeah. Well, Willie's still doing it in the 63B, and I can see your excitement. You're like me when you say, "Whoa, look at that Ford Escort." I grew up watching those.
I know, I do. I enjoyed chatting to our man Todd Willing about his Escort down there. It was immaculate. But also as well, when you watch this saloon car racing in these cars, I think you mentioned it earlier on, some of the lines that some of the cars take, there's some pretty interesting lines because they're all having a go, aren't they? And some of them are being more gentlemanly with their driving than others, and others are thinking, no, I'm going for this. I'm going to put one up the inside. I'm going to make it stick.
Well, Don just came in and said, I could put my Mini anywhere on the track.
As long as he keeps his foot in it.
That's it.
Yeah.
So if you back off for one reason or another, maybe you get a little nervous or something, that's when you can start to have some control issues.
Yeah, that sort of hesitation, that kind of just creates a little bit of doubt in your mind, and that's not good.
But it goes against all your instincts to kind of go towards the apex, still accelerating.
Yes. Sometimes speed is your friend.
That can be, right. Certainly in a Mini.
Yeah. Well, and these are momentum cars. You got to get them going and keep them going. In the Jag, I really got to try to get the brakes working as good as I possibly can.
Yeah.
And that's always a challenge with four-wheel drum brakes.
I can imagine. And I'll tell you another thing that struck me this year, Johnny, is just how good the circuit looks.
Yeah.
Obviously, the tarmac's been relayed, but more than that, it just looks immaculate, doesn't it? The new bridge, the new tarmac, the whole place has been, John Norige and his team have spent an awful lot of money making this place look great. And oh boy, these pictures, they're billion-dollar pictures, aren't they? Look at this.
Oh, this is great. And you're absolutely right. The upgrades that they've made and the changes they've made, the bridge itself now able to take, golf carts and wheelchairs. These are things that you must do now.
Yeah.
And I'm glad to see it happening. And I think it's put itself in a good shape for the next 20 years or so.
Oh, definitely.
So just 5 minutes to go in our final Group 14 race. What's the highlight for you? Any particular cars that you've really enjoyed?
Oh, where do you start? I will say today, too many highlights to mention, but I've just name-checked him. I'm name-checking again, Dennis from Rolling Bones. I really enjoyed his company down there. I loved seeing those cars. I thought they were fantastic. They're kind of, they're an amalgamation of different parts from here and there, and they all go together, and there's a little bit of kind of ingenuity to make a car that's, right for the era, right for the age that it was racing, but it's done, with sort of modern, modern engineering to put it all together. But you end up with this thing that's completely unique. And you look inside it and you sit inside, you're like, this is an airplane seat I'm sitting on. But it just feels right in this car.
And no mean feat to get in the show, as they say in America.
Not at all.
This is not an easy place to come. As you heard earlier from Barry, 400 cars here, 600 were looked at, and 200 told, sorry,
that is
coming.
One of the great things about this event. It has to be authentic to be here.
Yeah.
Look at this. Who we got on the screen here? The 177, living out their dreams, as we were saying, James. As well. Look at it.
That's Dennis. That's Don's son out there. So
Dennis.
That's why Don headed out, because I think he wants to go and celebrate with him.
Yeah.
Because he's doing a good job, and he's about to finish either in fourth or possibly third. Here's your second place man, Oliver Ramleth. Oh, squeak those tires, won't you?
Now, that's Gear's son. Now, I have not met him other than I just kind of talked to him a little while ago. But his dad is really good. I'm going to go down there and celebrate with those guys and have a beer.
Yeah, you should. You should. Always very social down that alley where all those cars
we went a couple of years ago, didn't we? When they were there having a beer and everybody was swapping stories, as it should be. It was proper, what I would call clubman racing chats about who had this, who had that.
I've got to compliment you guys, because if you're in control of the drones or this coverage, I have never seen coverage this good.
It's good, isn't it?
Oh, it's great.
The pictures are $1 billion
It's great.
Pictures, yeah.
The technology that exists now to watch motor racing has never been better.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I agree. The drone has changed the aspect for people watching, and certainly from, above, you get a completely different perspective. I wish we could add the onboards as well at the same time. But
imagine.
So they just waved the blue flag with the yellow stripe to let this car know that a faster car was coming through.
Yeah.
But the scariest flag there is the yellow flag with the red stripes, because that means the surface has changed. And the only thing that's keeping these cars safe and these drivers safe is the consistency of the of the surface. And if you have somebody that blows their water because they don't allow glycol on the racetrack, or their oil sump, all of a sudden you can be in big trouble way over your head.
Yeah.
So that flag is so important. And again, the turn workers, I don't know if they're professional or volunteers.
Mostly volunteers.
You gotta say thank you to those guys.
Yeah, big time. Yeah. A lot of volunteers involved in this event and all the events at Laguna, and they're very proud of that continued support by those volunteers. It's something that Laguna is very, very keen on emphasizing. If you look at the program, they have a very big part, and there's an association, Laguna Seca Volunteer Association, with an executive committee and all the rest of it. So there's no question that it's an important part of this event. So just a minute to go, and we do it all again tomorrow. Hope you've enjoyed it. It looks as though Todd Willing is going to do what he set out to do, which is take the win away from Ramleth. There he is, coming out of the last corner. Probably to take, if not the white flag, it is one lap to go. So there you go. Here he comes.
The man from Ford winning in a Ford.
So
works
he
for the
for
company
Ford.
over here.
Over here, wow,
Yeah,
brilliant.
yeah, yeah.
He sounded like an Aussie.
He did. I think actually a Kiwi. I think
Ah,
it's either an Aussie or a Kiwi. I'm not sure.
Gotta
One
be
or
careful.
t'other.
You can get in trouble for
I know
getting
you
it wrong.
can,
You know?
can't you? You're going to offend.
It's like
you're
a
gonna offend-
Scotsman and an Englishman. You
It
don't
is.
mess that
It
up.
is. But yeah, great, interesting chap to talk to. Obviously, Ford's future is electrification. He works on the design side of EVs, electric vehicles, but he's loving driving his internal combustion engine around here at Laguna Seca.
Yeah,
I'm sure.
What do you? I mean, do you have to put sound effects in an electric car?
Well, they do. They do, in actual fact.
You know,
Yeah.
I actually talked to
Go on.
Audi.
Elon Musk.
No, the Audi drivers. The Scotsman.
Dario Franchitti.
Forgot his name. Yeah, Alan McNeish.
Alan McNeish.
Say it out loud. I forgot his name.
Alan McNeish.
But I talked to him about when they developed it,
Uh-huh.
and he said that they literally had to pipe in the engine noises just to get used to not having that sound in their heads. Yeah, it's something. Why Alan McNeish of all people to forget? It's been a long day.
Yeah, it's been a long day, and Johnny, you've done a fantastic job. I've been bobbing around the paddock area doing, little inserts, but you've been up here holding the fort, and oh boy, you've done it well as we're on the final lap.
Yep, and it looks as though Todd Willing is going, God willing, to make it all the way to the final corner. Here he comes, and it's been a good display in that 1968 Ford Escort. And he takes it across and takes the checkered flag, as many have done since 1955 right here. Or 57 to be more accurate, but hey, you could mark it back to 1950. And the Pebble Beach races won first by Phil Hill, the great world champion from America. Somewhat of a great footnote to say it all started that way here on the Monterey Peninsula. And we continue in the Monterey reunion. My thanks to James Alder and obviously to Kev Harris and all of the guests we've had here today. Been absolutely inundated with some great stars of motor racing and a part of the fabric of American racing history. Been absolutely charmed by the likes of Charles Nierberg. Great to have Ron Fellows, Patrick Long. I know you've talked to some very interesting folks. Dario Franchitti, what a gentleman.
Great gentleman. Adrian Newey.
Oh, yeah.
How about that?
You started your day with him.
I know. Not a bad start.
Not really. And still enjoying it as much as ever. Still very much at the sharp end with Red Bull in Formula One. And we'll be back here for Austin. And, of course, the big Vegas race to come in November. But well done to Todd Willing of Franklin, Missouri for taking the win. I think he's an Aussie or a Kiwi, but it doesn't matter. He's the winner here at Laguna Seca, and many have come before and after. I'm sure will enjoy that sensation of
But
taking
just
the
to
checkered
finish,
flag.
just to finish a 1 hour endurance race in a 70-year-old or
I know.
60-year-old,
That's,
look, these guys are all winners. They're all winners. There are no losers here.
Yeah, it's not like we had a bunch of breakdowns, is it?
No.
Yeah, a few guys ran wide, whatever. Guys had a spin here and there. But these cars are bulletproof. And I think you're right. I think that's a great footnote to our first day here, is to show just how brilliant these designers, makers of these cars, to have them running at these speeds here at this modern Laguna circuit is incredible. Well, thanks to all of you joining us here. I hope you've enjoyed our coverage here. And I hope you've enjoyed this celebration of a bygone era for the enthusiasts around the world that love motor racing. Hope you've enjoyed our coverage here from Laguna Seca. We'll be back to do it all again, all 14 categories. We're having fun. Join us tomorrow to do the same. Until then, from me, Jonathan Green, and the rest of the Greenlight crew, bye-bye for now.